Well, it's the day that we've been waiting for the better part of the past 48 hours. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Million Invitational. Day 3 is upon us, and while we don't have a final table just yet, we do have 14 remaining. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, as always, and plenty to unpack as we get things going here today. Randy, do want to give everybody a recap with respect to how this thing kicked off. Of course, 37 pairings, invitees and professionals split on day 1, mergers on day 2. Here we are on day 3. 74 total players, 96 total entries, courtesy of 22 total rebuys. $792,000. That's our on-tap payout, but of course over $12 million coming up top. The final 9, all guaranteed $1 million. Now, with all of those particulars out of the way, the moment that I think everybody was talking about overnight was one that Rast and I had the chance to discuss here at the desk yesterday. I want your take on it, Randy. It was really disaster. And if you don't believe me, just get a look at this image here. It is Ryan Feldman on the stone bubble, and it was prayer. I mean, he was looking for divine intervention, as apparently he didn't realize there had been the double elimination of Pietrangelo and Punsri at one of the outer tables, and that he was on the stone money bubble suddenly taking a high variance spot.
I mean, if he doesn't think he's on the stone cold bubble, then his play makes a lot of sense. To defend his hand, to pick up so much equity, and then to jam the flop, hoping his opponent would fold. That's the thing is, maybe if he slowed down a little bit, just possible he might have been aware that there was a double elimination. It's a little bit unclear because it could have happened at the exact same time,
We
right?
don't know. We don't know for sure. One thing that we do know, though, Randy, is that Punat Punsri was sitting 4 big blinds at Ryan's table, and not only Punsri, but Bads and Nagy all ended up making the money, while Feldman did not. So a very difficult night's sleep, if any REM cycles at all, for Ryan Feldman here at his first ever Triton event in this invitational. $500,000 buy-in. Pretty brutal spot for him. So with 14 left, we've got a very colorful grouping, I guess, is the best way to describe it. Let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for a look at the top of the leaderboard, where we find Texas Mike. 12.5 million in front of him. He was a chip leader coming into day 2. He did come off it, but really just steady Eddie was the theme for Mike here at his first ever Triton.
Yeah, he did step off of her very briefly, and then he did Texas Mike things and played big pots, and once again, he's the chip leader coming into the final 14 in this massive buy-in, the Triton Million. That's something to be said in itself. It's his first Triton experience. He's built a name for himself playing the biggest cash game out there during that time. It's a safe place for him to be, the Triton Million. What can I say?
I mean, listen, safety is sort of a subjective assessment, because when you look at the remainder of this field, there is plenty of peril that lurks. There are your 2 tables that remain. Do want to touch on Dvoress, of course. He's second in chips, not far behind, a 2-time winner, and there are implications in terms of his opportunity to climb the Triton all-time money list here today.
Well, if he could win this tournament, he could jump to 3rd on the Triton all-time money list, and that's a big feat in itself,
yeah, and
given
of course,
the caliber of the players.
Title number 3 as well would be his. Now, Adrian Matos, another 2-time champ. He is sitting 4th in chips right now behind Alejandro Lococo. More on Lococo in a moment. He could move to not just 3rd on Triton's all-time money list, El Conquistador, but also 3rd in the global all-time money list. So serious, in terms of resume building line items up for grabs there for the Spaniard. Then, of course, Lococo. I mean, this is a name that's familiar to people who watch the World Series in terms of deep runs in the main event. He, too, has implications.
Yeah, you can see that. I mean, basically, Papo MC, he made his statement in the WSOP when he made that big bluff.
Sure.
And once again, he made a huge bluff here at the Triton Series when he jammed Jack 10 against Makita and got Makita fold ace king. Like, that's a move that not a lot of players are willing to do when they're getting so close to money, especially with a big stack.
Listen, he rattled Bads' cage to the point that in a subsequent hand where Bads did fold, correctly, mind you, he verbally declared that if I am laying this down incorrectly, I'm done with poker. That's it. I'm retiring, because obviously the Lococo bluff was something savage, and it's not every day, just given some of the decorum that we tend to see here at Triton, that we get the windmill bluff shown right down, especially from somebody who's new to the tour. So let's keep it moving as we look down at number 5, Stephen Chidwick, in terms of the chip counts here, of course, but Another two-time champ, he too with opportunity before him.
Yeah, and if he can get a top 2 finish here in the Triton Million, he moves ahead of Jason Kuhn and into second place in the Triton all-time money list, and obviously we know that's a big feat in itself.
Sure.
Fifth or better moves him second on the global list. That's a big statement,
No,
you know.
but if he wins it, Randy,
oh, he's only $200,000 behind Bryn Kenny. That's a man we thought most would never be able to catch up to.
I mean, listen, Bryn absent the money here in this one, and it's kind of strange for us because we're so accustomed to just seeing him show up, play the biggest things on the docket, and just make his mark. So big opportunities for the rest of this field to catch up and close in on Bryn. How about Sosia Jiang? I mean, what a delight. She doesn't come all the time to the Tritons, obviously a busy schedule, but here she is. And she's left her mark behind regardless of the finish at this point.
And she's on pace to make her second Invitational final table, you know, in the big buy-in. She did come 7th in the Luxon Invitational in Cyprus in 2023, but to make 2 final tables in such huge buy-ins is quite a nice
tip of the hat regardless of the outcome from this point forward for Sosia. Now, Sinan Unlu, who's representing the invitee side of the bracket alongside Sosia, he has played almost exclusively invitationals in terms of his Triton resume. Out of the 5 events that he's played, 4 have been invitationals for Unlu, and he just finished 10th in Monaco last month. He is sitting 7th, the last of the players above the average stack, which is currently 6.9 million, good for 27 bigs. Let's turn our attention then to Ben Heath. Pro side of the bracket, number 8, as we continue to scroll down. He's got over 6 million in Triton earnings across 19 career cashes. His largest career cash is $2 million. This is an opportunity for him to, I think, maybe establish what a lot of people have always told us about Ben in terms of his game, Randy.
Well, we've always said that Ben Heath is one of the best, very well-studied players. But then when you think of big wins that he's done, it's kind of hard to pinpoint one exact result. And, you know, I think he's looking for this one to make a statement.
Oh, I mean, there's no question about that. How about Talvidier? He came in on the invitee side. Not the first time he's done so. His only other cash ever at a Triton, 7th in the Luxon Invitational. Oh, forgive me, pro this time. So it looks like word got out in terms of Talvidier. He got moved over to the other side of the bracket. Producer James all over that one, as was the field, by the way. First time Elias showed up and was on the invitee side. So good to see that updated. Cyprus 2022, first time we cast eyes on that particular fin. Now, Alex Foxen. The steely eyes that he lays on everyone. Such an intense player here. Already tasted glory in Monaco. Maybe a second dose here.
I mean, you know, he kind of didn't play that much before Monaco, and to come and win, you know, the 50K for 1.5 million. Now he's at the close to the final table here in the Triton Million. A win could move him up to top 10 globally, and that would pass Phil Ivey. So Foxen, yeah, intimidating player, intimidating results.
I mean, a big hurdle, obviously, leapfrogging the likes of Phil Ivey, especially considering when Ivey started his career and Foxen started his career. But obviously a lot of work to do if he hopes to accomplish that. How about Chance Corneth? Another one of these first-time Triton players. We've seen a lot of them. We know how solid a player he is. What a delightful result for him.
I think a lot of these guys like Chance are wondering, why didn't I come out sooner? Because look at these results. He's currently, 14 remaining, looking for a deep run. Previous best cash was 1.35 million. If you make the final table, you're guaranteed $1 million. So he can easily pass his best cash here.
Yeah. How about Ponakovs? This is a name that's all too familiar to us here at Triton, of course. Tends to make, deep runs. He's there. He's just kind of lingering. And he's also one of those guys that's unafraid to take high variance routes. So keep your eyes on him, even though he is sitting right now 12th of 14th runners, just 3.5 million in front of him. Rounding it out really quickly, let's not overlook David Einhorn. Perhaps busting the very first bullet on the very first hand on day one was a good omen, as we learned in Monaco.
I mean, Vladimir Korzin was the first player to bust in that invitational. He got second place, so maybe there's something there.
Randy, who the hell is Vladimir Korzin?
Oh, sorry. Santa.
Who the hell is Santa?
Claus.
Gambledore, Randy, come on. You knew what? I'm never playing charades with you ever. We established that much. Last but not least, of course, ST Wang. Not focusing too much upon him because obviously, in spite of the fact that all eyes are laid upon that 4 big blinds and what's going to happen with it, he has oh, so much work to do. Just one Triton cash coming into this one when he played in the Jeju main event. So we got through the entire rundown, producer James. We did it in 10 minutes. And with that done, it is time to get down to the arena and sink our teeth into the final 14. Here we go from Atlantis, Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Oh, yeah. Is it a little early to go clubbing? We're day clubbing.
It's
Randy.
There's that Marquee Day nightclub or whatever in Vegas, right? So it's got to be a thing.
What do you know about that club?
Nothing. Move on.
Randall?
No. Don't get me in trouble.
You lighting up bottles, Randy? Oh, we're lighting up that beautiful pedestal where all of the jewelry resides. Extra large Triton trophy and a bracelet. That's what we're hunting, along with $12 million with $792 on lockup. There's ST Wang's paltry 4 bigs. Einhorn the shorty at his stack. As you see the division of 7 players across the red and blue feature tables. Dvoress, fortunate not to have to contend with Monchek, as you see how much runway Daniel enjoys between himself and Chidwick in Redville. Monchek has company in the form of Lococo and Matos, and obviously those two are going to keep Texas Mike's hands full. I feel like he's here for it. I feel like he likes the challenge, does Texas Mike. He doesn't want this to be a gimme. And by the way, when was the last time we looked at a Triton final 2 tables and thought this is a layup?
Yeah, definitely no gimme with these final 14. But Texas Mike, like you said, he's here for it. He likes to play the biggest buy-ins. He likes the challenge, and this is the perfect tournament. His debut, he can win $12 million today.
He sure can. What a remarkable opportunity before every one of these 14 players. You know, it's just 2 events at this particular abbreviated Triton collaborative festival with the World Series of Poker, the Invitational and the main. 500K per player for $1 million total per pairing. 100K buy-in when we get to the main, which begins tomorrow. So the pressure to perform, you've just got 2 events to post a result. Obviously, you can hang out. You can play some of the series if you like. But unlike other Triton festivals where as soon as you bust out of the money, you can just dive into another event that's taking place elsewhere in the room, you had to stew a little bit.
There's a lot of people itching to play that 100K right now, especially the ones that didn't make it so far on this one.
Oh, yeah.
Even online, he has like avatar of his...
Yeah, of course.
So we're just about set to get cards into the air. Blinds will begin at 125 and 250 with a 250K big blind ante. We did play down to the end of the level last night. Original plan was to try to get down to the final table, but I think you'd agree, Randy, sort of in consideration of the players, giving them a solid night's rest.
Next to me.
Right, and we're only playing this event today anyway.
Exactly. It's not like they need to hurry up and max late reg some other event that's going on in the room. I think it's a nice measured pace that they've given them here. So, barring nerves keeping anybody up all night, they should be fresh and ready to go.
Race.
Upstairs we go as Unlu enjoys jacks to start the affair.
Nine 7 suited for Ponakovs. Not interested off that stack.
And here's Lococo. I mean,
he's still stacking his chips. He's got that many?
I don't think a leather hoodie is on most packing lists when you're headed to the Bahamas, if I'm being honest.
Right.
But, you know, it does get chilly with the AC blasting.
It's a good problem.
Heath with a little bit of a a lighter hoodie.
Maybe
5.25.
you just enjoy it,
Oh, you
so
have like
you want to
4.7.
prolong this moment.
And a lighter holding as well.
That's what I'm saying, you know.
Baby suited
It's a good
connector, which
problem.
turns into bottom pair versus middle set.
Yeah, collecting chips.
I like how
Who doesn't
this
like
kind
it?
of problem, you know, like, oh, I have to order my chips.
Expecting Heath to check call bet here with bottom pair, backdoor diamonds, backdoor wheel draw. Clearly very far behind against the set of jacks. Especially against this sizing.
Obviously, he doesn't love it. And we have seen some situations in which, in spite of connecting with a flop, some players have stepped away.
Yeah, we have. I think with backdoor flush draw and straight
Yep.
draw, you continue. If he didn't have that, maybe at 4-3 of clubs, he'd be pitching it. Makes the call.
On the turn, Heath finds himself drawing dead. As no backdoor equity was acquired.
Yeah, I would think this hand is pretty much over on the turn. Sinan has a lot of reasons to keep betting to protect against straightiness. Ace-X would pay off. Problem is, Ben Heath just got bottom pair with no additional equity on that turn card.
So the turn ends the affair as it begins nicely for Sinan Unlu.
Okay, thanks.
Playing under the Turkish banner, just $418,000 in career earnings coming at his very last event, as we talked about during the pregame. Another invitational where he finished 10th. Didn't make the final table, but did make a little bit of coin. Unlu likes to play the cash games as well. Not unlike Texas Mike, who he's got to deal with to his left.
Yeah, I would say he's got a pretty annoying seat draw at this table.
Can't argue with that.
Here comes Texas Mike. See, we actually write Texas Mike for his name. We don't put Michael Monsek.
Yeah, it's funny because
He's the only one, right?
I mean, I have to guess that there was some discussion, given that it's his first time here, as to whether or not he'd like Michael Monsek on there or Texas Mike. Let's face it, in terms of the social media sphere, everyone refers to him as Texas Mike. I mean, the trademark Longhorns hat. It all works, as do these 2 7s, which have caused him to raise it to 5.5. Heath bowing out with the ace-6, Einhorn wasting no time to do the same. And Mike will snack on some blind and ante money.
Oh, he's going to be snacking quite a lot, I believe.
You know, he's got multiple gears, though, Randy. You know, I think reminds me a little bit of Gus Hansen. You know, you and I both go back far enough to remember when he burst onto the scene. And Gus really forged this reputation as being an absolute animal. And that reputation stuck with him throughout his entire career. I mean, he still plays poker here and there, obviously not on the tours and the circuits like he was once upon a time. But he profited a lot once he kind of evolved and found the other gears in the transmission and was able to leverage that diehard perception that he had indoctrinated everybody with. And I wonder if some aren't going to fall prey to kind of that here early on in Texas Mike, because we saw some restraint in some spots out of him. You know, it's not a one-trick pony situation in that seat by any stretch.
Yeah, and I actually feel like the players that develop that image and are willing to kind of scale back at the right time are those that can really capture the most EV. You know, like players like Adamo, right? Like super aggressive, everyone knows it, and then when he dials it back, he gets paid off, and you know, people think he's bluffing. And of course, Texas Mike is very capable of doing just that.
Adamo's another good comparison point there. But with a Damo, man,
But he doesn't always scale it back. He's like,
you
this
know,
is my image. I'm going to live with this forever.
he's got a heavy gas pedal, does a Damo. Ace King suited now for Lococo, and throttle will be applied here.
Raise.
Just a click. No takers.
We got a Brooklyn cap there for Alejandro.
Believe we do. Playing under the Argentinian banner, of course, not the American one. It actually goes nicely, you know, it's a very New York look that he's rocking. Not so much a Bahamian, you know.
Yeah.
Like, you don't see that at the Conch Shack.
The Conch Shack, yeah. Have you hit it up yet? No.
You went?
I went. It's all right.
Randy, stop, man. You're going to make people try it.
I'm trying to help the sales out. You know, for
What, do you got an
Atlantis.
affiliate code? Another ace for Lococo, considerably less attractive iteration.
You counting the cents?
Raise.
You heard Ponakovs asking the floor if they're counting hands, and what they do here at Triton is count the number of hands played at each table, where if it gets a bit imbalanced, they'll pause action on one table and let the other table catch up.
Right.
Keep it fair. Ace 6 suited.
Wow, into the bin it went.
Look, you know, Matos is the type of guy who's willing to get in there. Even he wants to step aside at the moment.
You feel like the ace-5 suited might have been a different story?
More so ace-5 suited, definitely more playability in terms of hitting some straight stuff. We do get Texas Mike in there, 10-8 suited.
And he flops an open-ender against top pair, so there will be action. 1.4 roughly in the middle.
Man, it seems like a mandatory CPET, but then again, when you look at Texas Mike, the chip leader, on disconnected board, you don't really want to face a check raise and see turns in river barrels, so I don't mind that check, but just playing defensively turn this into a two-street game. And this is going to open a door now for Texas Mike to press against ace highs that are looking to just give up.
Leading for 550K. Understandable, given Lococo's flop check back, which was definitely something that leaves you thinking he's got a lot less than top pair, top kicker.
I feel like he's tempted to raise, but does he really want to open the door right now? Yeah, makes the call.
Deuce on the end. Backdoor clubs have arrived, and now with just 10 high, will Mike try to blast his way out? 2.5 in the middle. Lococo's not the one in terms of stack depth that you really want to get entangled with, and so there you see a glimpse at some of the multifaceted aspects of Texas Mike's game. Took his swing once on the turn, then stepped aside.
Yeah, there's not that many hands that are unpaired to have called turn bet and fold to a river. And Mike is most likely aware that Lococo is willing to check big hands like top pair in this spot, maybe even some overpairs, just given the connectedness on the flop. So when the clubs come in, there's not much he can really bluff out.
$1 million. The barrel from Alejandro here, targeting one pair hands. No action, of course, as Mike just lays it down. Shouldn't say of course, he could come with something savage, but his combo really didn't rate to be one that would rise up. And with that, Lococo, 12.8 million in front of him. will overtake Monchek for the chip lead. Nice start for him. As we keep it here. Coco won't be a participant on this occasion.
Over to the blinds. Texas Mike, 10-7 of clubs. He's keeping it simple. What do you want to do about this, Ponakovs? Oh, I think Ponakovs wants to go in with ace queen, doesn't
he sure does. 3.1 million in total. Behind the 250. Already out there.
All in.
He rips it. Mike with the 10-7 suited will have to call, having already made the 2 million chip investment, and we're off to the races. 6.9 million in there. Mike already lost the chip lead to Lococo moments ago. Might he lose a healthy bundle right behind it?
Good thing for him. He does have 2 live cards, 37% equity. Decent favorite for Ponakovs as we go to a flop.
Now about an open ender versus top pair. Mike will take it. On the hunt for a king or an 8. Club would do just fine as well. And there is the club. So a lot for Ponakovs to fade as he's going to be holding his breath. Can he keep his seat? Yes, indeed, as the board double pairs.
Never.
That was really sweaty.
That's like never queen 5 deuce. I knew for sure that will be clubs on the turn. Don't know the river. Always on the turn.
Boy, this is not the way that Texas Mike drew things up here today, Randy.
No, he went to bed the other day thinking this is the one, and the first few hands from awful. So let's flip it on over to our other table of 7 players.
First peek at Dvoress, who's among the bigger stacks in the building.
No stranger to deep runs, Stephen
Not
Chidwick.
at all.
Foxen's got ace-8 suited right behind him. 20 big blinds. Curious to see what his appetite is at the moment. For a hand like this with this stack.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, you know, Foxen's never shy of getting in there.
Upstairs he takes us. 3-bet to 1.2, an extra 700,000, and now Chance Corneth must deliberate from the big blind with ace queen, 5.1 back.
Against some players, you may be laying this one down, expecting 3-bet to be quite strong off of 20 big blinds, but against Foxen, it feels like a spot, yeah, you just got to jam because you know he's got a lot of 3-bet folds in his range, and that is a huge pickup for Corneth.
You're good.
Uneventful and brisk after the all-in was declared. It is interesting that we've got this kind of action going on because despite the fact that ST Wang has doubled elsewhere to 8 big blinds, we do have an immediate pay ladder.
We do. Do we know how much it is?
About 70, I want to say. Yeah, 792 for 14th. 13th will yield 865.
Yeah, so it is a pay jump, but, you know, relative to the buy-in, it's a small pay jump. So I think the immediate thing that was first get into the money, which they all have done. And now it's let's try to build some chips and try to get one of those top 3 finishes where all the real money is at.
Pocket 4s now for Chidwick, whose first attempt at getting involved didn't go so hot.
It's a little interesting that he's opening this because we've seen players fold baby pocket pairs a lot in early position, but he must feel that his chip position at this table is quite threatening, that he can still open this. We'll have to run into the pocket nines of Socia.
Jiang out of the big.
All in.
Will jam.
Like
and
this.
Chidwick wastes no time binning those fours.
Just take the raw value of the hand
Yeah.
and just keep it simple. If your opponents are raising very light, then punish them. Why not?
And decision point minimization when you're up against so much talent, not a terrible idea, even for the best of the invitees who are trying to tussle with these pros. It was a 6 invitee, 8 pro breakdown to start things off as we continue on. 14 players. And historically speaking, there's been a remarkably balanced final table breakdown at most of our invitationals.
Yeah, I always feel like it's like a 5-4 split
Yep.
either way.
Yep.
Open.
That just goes to show the invitees have really evolved as poker players.
I mean, listen, they didn't get to a place in life, by and large,
Hearts here.
where they can afford to hop into these sorts of events without having cobbled together some knowledge, some intelligence, some work ethic. They're all very competitive people. Queen 10 suited open out of Foxen. Up front in a great way against Dvoress.
Not the greatest hand.
Not at all.
He's got chips if he does want to splash a bit, but
I think
against
she
a
just saved me.
Foxen open seems fine.
Oh. You would have had ace jack? Ace king or ace 4 off? I don't know which one of the two. I'd rather have ace jack off. Saved you 50% of the time.
25.
Alex's wife, Kristen,
Thank you, Dan. Tell
also here in the Bahamas. They tend to travel together, both remarkable poker players. Kristen, in her own right, multiple-time Global Poker Index Player of the Year award winner. Caught glimpses of her grinding out there in the World Series part of the program, taking place elsewhere in the room.
Yep, 5 million.
Pretty sure we'll see her tomorrow in the
Who'd you invite?
100K main.
I tend to agree.
You're all hopeless. Look,
And we're going to see Dvoress
look at who's left. I invited Ike.
Ike, huh?
Getting
Good
involved?
choice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have good taste.
Ace
I think
King.
he's fantastic.
He is.
obviously.
Yes, he's wonderful.
Yeah.
No, I'm
He's a nice
super
guy.
joking.
Yeah, yeah.
700.
I mean, you didn't choose well in this tournament. But overall, I like it.
Yeah, it was funny because, first of all, I originally, for a long time, was not planning to come to the Bahamas at all.
Oh, really?
Raised
And
to
then
700.
He was paired up. Not that, I didn't know he was paired, but whatever, right? So, so he was paired up and already playing, and I wasn't even going to come. And then, I don't know, eventually, stuff happened, and then I was coming, and then he, his original invitee, couldn't come, so then it was well, all right, you're available, I'm available.
Should we go together?
Yeah. One thing led
Sounds
to
like a high school
another.
I
prom.
know, yeah. Would you,
If you're not going with anyone.
have a dance partner? I don't have a dance.
Oh,
All in and
Chidwick
jam. Call.
hit the dance floor here, and Dvoress has him in an awful way. Didn't really expect the 5.6 in total to be deployed here, especially given the immediate ladder, the presence of ST on the paltry stack, and obviously the prospects of the 12 million. Far be it from us to question the decision, but of course we know that Chidwick has plenty of occasions on which he may have just flatted that one pre.
I think he was also between 3-bet small and fold or
Yeah.
just jam, but here we are all in, 11.5 million in the middle.
10, 10, 6. Is there an escape hatch for Chidwick in the form of a 6? 11.5 million chip pot out of left field. They're getting after it here in this invitational. A third 10.
A fourth 10 could save him.
Yep. 14% of the time, they're going to carve it up, and this is not going to be one of those occasions. And this, I have to say, Randy, is not an image that we expected. Not the one of Dvoress winning pots, of course, is one of the big stacks coming in. This was very much something that we anticipated could take place. But
Only this was
Chidwick
online.
headed for the pay desk, backpack in tow, this early on the day.
Yeah, very
figure
early.
it
Of
out.
course, the rest of the field is very happy to see Chidwick gone, one of the best players in the world,
been playing
especially
much
in
lately,
tournaments, mixed games, and
Me?
things
on.
alike. He's out.
it's
He
your
made a
hand,
play, and
like,
No, I mean me too. I just
just bad
maybe one
timing.
I just know that I would skip the big blind if it is.
Oh, that. I thought you were talking about some like his player or something.
No.
Is it? I thought it was only on Stars that does that.
GG does it for
GG
sure.
does
I
it
remember
too.
that. I didn't know Stars did it. I haven't played on Stars in so long. I still don't understand why they do. I guess just it's easier
I think
software.
it's easier to program button always moves rather than.
Yeah. Yeah, it just
rather
seems
than-
like,
I mean, like
is
having,
it that hard to do? I mean, I don't know enough about programming to have a,
I mean, it's harder than doing nothing.
yeah.
So the battle rages on.
We can do
13
nothing, do
players.
something.
On tap payout, 865,000 for the next two bust outs. We play 7 and 6. Of course, if that continues for too long, then a player will be drawn from the 7-handed table and relocated to the 6-handed table so as to keep things fair and balanced.
Dvoress using those chip leader chips. 9-4 suited on the button, attacking Foxen with Queen 10 suited. You know, there is merit for him to rejam this hand against the chip leader who's going to open so wide. Yeah, I love this play from Foxen.
Just rips and punishes Dvoress's attack.
Yeah, exactly.
So looking at the leaderboard now, Dvoress is 200K in front of Lakoko, having busted Chidwick. Matos running in third. And while we push dealers, we continue to push you towards GG Poker, the world's largest online poker room where you can enjoy a free $50 ticket to the Weekender as a brand new sign-up. Just use the promo code Triton_2024, deposit a minimum of $20, and perhaps you can parlay your way into a big score like those before us here on today's coverage.
Did you say Dvoress was 200K above? Because he actually has 5 million more than second place. Not sure if I misheard you.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, you're right.
That's a big difference, my
They do stuff
man.
you're like, huh, I never would've
I'm
expected
catching a
that.
delayed update
They've
to
got
our
good
tablets,
games,
and
generally.
it is a big difference. You're right. A ton of runway between Dvoress and Lakoko as Texas
The
Mike
average
has
is very
slipped
high.
to 5th.
Yeah.
So Daniel with this big stack can really just flat a lot now. Even though it does open up to
just
be
been in,
squeezed, but that tends to
Fort
happen a
Lauderdale
lot
for
less.
series there.
just
It's
given
very
we're
refreshing
13
to come to this
remaining.
field 'cause,
Is that Florida?
yeah, there's probably like a
Korneth's Queen 10 offsuit open under the
30 to
gun,
40
flatted by
point
Dvoress.
drop in the average IQ.
Like high stakes, the high stakes community is just like there's just a clear demarcation. I'm not talking about just like people's attitude
Yeah.
and like you know yelling at healers.
Yeah.
Queen in the window, downing Dvoress' sevens as he stares at 3 overcards. Korneth can rep the ace, but of course when you get flatted by the big stack of Daniel, you do tend to lean toward that pot control side of the spectrum, as we see Chance do with holdings such as this.
Right. Whenever we see someone who's out chipping you this deep, you tend to play passive lines, especially out of position. You're not really looking to get all your chips in. Even if a hand like an ace, Korneth would still be checking. And you do get to invite the chip leader to just make stabs with very little equity.
600,000 Dvoress, sensing that maybe he can begin to apply some pressure and lean on Korneth here. It's not to say, Randy, though, that Korneth hasn't hit the board as we can see, or that he doesn't have an ace.
Oh,
and
wow.
yet he just steps aside, and that is just the sheer power of being the boss stack if you're Dvoress and having position.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
His version of a fair game.
Yeah, he's trying to prevent himself from leaking it, not necessarily trying to like angle.
Korneth
it
just
or whatever.
very much sensing
Yeah, yeah.
that more barrels would be following
Big fold down.
that flop
Big
bet.
It's a big fold there, you know, folding the queen, because
Nines?
I also feel
pocket
you can see them calling out pocket pairs.
Yeah.
Kings?
But go on, Randy, finish the
I was
thought.
a bit surprised just because he also is going to have a strong range to check call there,
my
like
guess is it
ace
wasn't a
X,
big
like ace
fold at
kings
all.
even, ace jacks, that Dvoress can't
there
just
we have it.
blindlessly barrel, so he can kind of get away with calling some queen X's as well.
Right.
Just my thought, at least.
Always trying to press my buttons. I appreciate that.
You gotta keep you on your toes, man. How much you got now? Dan, you instead of counting, you're looking at the screen.
Yeah.
Can you
What a bum.
can you see over your
Foxen
stat?
ripping into the short stacks of king 6 offsuit on the button, and if Talvidier can find a caller of king 10 suited, man, he'd be in a great spot.
But again, you know,
Oh, I
There we go, he
Wow.
snapped it.
I'll tell you what, this is bold and daring
He's got game.
from Talvidier.
ST
Given that
wants
there-
to count.
There's 2 shorter stacks than his out there. What's under the hood for ST? An ace-8, and he wants to know what's up. Now, obviously, it isn't so much the strength of the ace-8. It's the prospect of a triple that's on ST's mind.
You know what's a little bit of the problem for ST is how fast Talvidier called makes him think maybe the ace-8's no good, and he lays it down. He's going to be sick when he sees this.
Yeah.
You heard the ah yeah?
Yeah.
blame the denomination. That's not the issue for me. It's just
So 6.35 million in the middle. Talvidier in a great way here. We head to the flop. Jack 7-3. The 6 of spades working hard for Foxen. He is the covering stack, 2.1 million back. Ace on the turn, and ST
He's
would
not
have
happy.
locked up the triple. Granted, Talvidier does have a little Broadway draw working. But an 8 on the end, and the double up is official for Ilias. My.
13 left, 11. Not sure.
I mean, that's just good identification by the Finn of the breadth of range that Foxen is going to be invoking from the button there, and the manner in which the King 10 suited performs against it. And furthermore,
I don't think so.
the dissuasiveness of both the speed and just the actuality of his call had on ST's range
Mm-hmm.
You
I have
shove
other
anyway,
talents.
right?
And you see,
I mean,
have
it's
ST
not shove, we gamble.
Yeah, big hole, yeah.
Yeah.
immediately recognizing sometimes that's
Suited,
just
I call, I mean,
how it goes. Because remember,
I don't know.
ST can not find a pay ladder, but get himself one step closer to one if he outlasts Talvidier,
Four
who
big
could
blinds is hard.
easily
400
lose
big
that
blinds
pot
much easier.
to Foxen, regardless of who had the best hand going in. So there's that attribute
4 BB and
to take into
50 big
consideration.
blind. Oh, it's super good. And then someone shove, hey, okay, let's go. And then someone call, fuck.
Yeah.
What I do?
500. Harder than the 7-3 yesterday.
And also heard ST tell Talvidier that Foxen saved you because if he didn't jam that button, of course I'm calling off against you and I'm
Yep.
doubling up.
Yep.
This is where the advantages of the pros, where they're very well aware how to play these micro stacks, where ST was saying, you know, if I had more chips, I'd be much more comfortable. But here we go. Ace Jack now for Kornuth. There's a raise and a flat from Talvidier. An overcall from the big.
So 1.875 in the middle as the King Queen dominates Dvoress, but the Ace Jack is in the best way, especially on a Jack 9-4 board. Top pair, top kicker for Kornuth. He knuckles over to Dvoress. Pre-flop raiser. Clicked it once. Multi-way and out of position against Ilias. He does not, however, follow through.
I think he was trying to construct Ilias's range to flat off of the 23 big blind stack. Realizes it hits this Jack 9 texture quite a bit. Sees the 500K bet. Kornuth, top pair, top kicker. In a great spot. Should be looking to check call, I would think.
Well, obviously, Talvidier, with the 2 overs and the gutter, has an excuse for this barrel.
Looks
And
like he's gonna
Kornuth,
check raise.
in turn, with an excuse to check pop it, looking to clear Dvoress, who feels like he's checked in an honest manner to chance. And, of course, Kornuth recognizing that Talvidier could very well be interacting with that Jack 9 texture, given the flat pre versus Dvoress, and also could just have something dusty that can get cleared out.
Yeah, I don't believe Talvidier feels that Kornuth is messing around here. He's got position 2 overs to the Jack, but he's going to tread very carefully at the moment.
Wouldn't be blamed for doing so. Board pairing 4 is of no consequence or concern for that matter
Yeah,
to
that's
Kornuth.
Great card for Kornuth. You didn't want to see like 10 King Queen roll
Right.
off on the turn. He needs to keep betting here though, just because his hand is still vulnerable to straight draw type hands like King Queen, Queen 10. Maybe he comes in small just given how good his kicker is. Although there's, what, 3/4 pot remaining. Maybe he just rips it in. It is just very hard for him to represent a bluff at this point.
So into the 5 million comes the follow-up act. Almost 1.7. That's almost half of what Talvidier has. And that'll do it. So damage done to the fin after having doubled through Kornuth. Passes a lot of those chips, or doubled through Foxen rather, passes a lot of those chips over to Kornuth. Healthy start for Chance. he works his way up the leaderboard here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah, it's been a good start here for day 3, perchance. I'm beginning to think those nose strips really do work.
I'm not sure all the oxygen in the world could allow me to play as well as these guys do.
Remember those little oxygen tanks you would see in Vegas? You know, the little tubes?
On the wheels, like when people would kind of have the tubes in their nose and then they walk
But
around
not
like
from
older
the
people.
not from, no, not from the
not
hospital.
those kind.
The
Oh, you're
little
talking about, like,
rainbow thing.
the little rehab kind of like whatever. I'm hungover or something.
Yeah,
Like you go to the oxygen bar and
Yes,
like you,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah, it, like comes
No,
through the
I
water.
can't believe you
tubes
thought I
or
was talking
something.
about the hospital.
I was just like, well, not the hospital, but I played poker with some people who might have been on their last breath.
That's cool.
Actually, I want to say last time I was in the Caribbean on a cruise ship, this is a long time ago, man, there was an older gentleman by the name of Harold who was playing pretty high on the boat. As Talvidier takes it up pretty high to 3.5 million. A jam, anything cooking?
Nope.
Doesn't appear so. Harold put so many beats on me, Randy, at one point, and I didn't mean it, but I said, Harold, if you snap me off one more time, I'm going to come over there and toot in your tank. I almost killed him. It was an innocent, kind of good old-fashioned joke, but he started coughing so hard I thought I might have did him in anyway. Shout out Harold, by the way. He passed away a long time ago. And I didn't have anything to do with it, just in case you were wondering,
I
Randy.
figured that one out.
Not you weren't sure. I mean,
No, because if you did, then I guess you'd be in Guantanamo Bay.
I'd be on the run.
Yeah. One of those prisons.
Guantanamo. Why I gotta go to Guantanamo, Randy?
You deserve the worst.
Why you got me? If I'm Kumar, guess who you are? By the way, that's another Harold.
Harold.
Make me toot in your tank, Randy.
Please don't.
King Jack for Foxen here.
Sub 10 big blinds. Rips it in. UTG. Knows the big blind is the very next hand.
Roller coaster ride continues for him. Socia has no interest in the ace-deuce. King 7 in a bad way. Dvoress could obviously afford to make the call. Not clear how well he thinks this offsuit holding will perform. Not too well as he bins it properly.
Insta.
Guy's fucking dialed.
Cuspan.
Shout out, by the way, to those of you streaming us live. Obviously standard and customary at the top of every broadcast for us to acknowledge those of you, many of whom are such regular screen names that we see, whether you're on the Triton Poker Plus app or Twitch or, of course, YouTube, that we keep an eye on. Welcome. Good to have you aboard. Who you pulling for? Where you streaming from? What time is it? Apparently for ST Wang, it's go time. King 9 of spades. In comes the 1.1 as he'll take a spin. If allowed, ace deuce again for Socia. Into the muck.
Wow. This is a 4.5 big blind jam. He's already put in the big blind. And he has a big blind ante invested as well.
Yeah, Foxen doesn't necessarily love Queen 7 of diamonds, but he's going to do some math here.
He's out. What a spot for ST to take that one down. Uncontested.
I feel like the under the gun should have more than 10 seconds because you gotta scan the cards, right?
Yeah.
So it takes
No,
like
you can scan them after.
Oh, right. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, like you can look at your hand, open, and then scan
Oh, true,
after.
true. That makes sense.
And you can look at your first card and start thinking too.
Ah, okay.
It's like, all right, suited or paired only.
4.
Or ace, any other card.
What was also difficult that last hand
Look at
was
the first
Foxen's
line,
stack is
just
so
called.
short, so if he
Can't
calls
be
and
like,
he's
oh,
wrong, he's in a
probably a deuce.
pretty bad spot of
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah. Looking at the current leaderboard, Foxen sitting 11th of 13 remaining runners. Einhorn actually the shortest of all stacks now with just 5 bigs.
Chance has been opening quite a bit when Dvoress has been on the button, and Dvoress is like, hey, wait a second. Shouldn't I have the opportunity to steal the blinds? He was going to lay down queen 10, but something's tinkering in his mind, I feel.
Sure. Ace 8 has gotten through everyone, and now it's official with Talvidier included. Corneth takes it down. One of the cool kind of things about watching these guys who are at the top of their game is that they're not keeping everything to themselves. The likes of both Foxen and Corneth are part of the Chip Leader coaching team. That's the site founded by Corneth. And it was funny in the chat yesterday, there was calls for go, coach, go. Obviously some students watching on, and it isn't one of those situations where those who can't do teach. I mean, these guys year in and year out have been asserting themselves against the toughest of fields across many different tours and have kind of opened their knowledge chest up.
Yeah, and also we got GTO Lab, so Dvoress is rocking that patch.
Yeah,
Maybe
I mean,
is it a battle of who do we sign up for based on results today?
yeah, right. I mean, obviously, they used to say, race on Sunday, sell on Monday with respect to motorsport. You know, if Ferrari wins F1 over the weekend, then more Ferraris are going to sell. You know, if McLaren wins, then more McLarens are going to sell. Maybe the same thing applies here. You're going to have more students at your site if you end up hoisting the trophy.
I mean, there's 2 Chip Leader coachings here, but
Right.
one GTO Lab, but the GTO Lab guy's got, what, 17 million chips, so
That's
who
fair,
do you take?
right? 10-9 suited. That's what ST's taken as a defense against the open by Corneth, and he has outflopped the Snowman on a queen 10-7 board with middle pair. Just 900 back.
ST is contemplating stop and go right now. 900K remaining, 1.5 in the middle. I kind of feel like the longer he thinks right now, the more likely he will stop and go jam, which he does.
Boy, and if you're Corneth,
I don't think you can fold this, though. He's in.
yep. He does make the call. The look on his face suggests that he's not thrilled about his holding. But math is math on certain occasions, such as this one.
ST can really run this one up. He just has to hold against 2 outs on 2 streets.
3.4 million awaits him if he can. Queen is cozy. Let's just ward off the evil 8s. That's what ST's thinking. And he's done so successfully. So a wound, but nothing that's mortal in terms of Corneth. That is a nice little adrenaline shot, though, for ST.
You told me he started the day with 4 big blinds? He's got 3.375 million now.
I mean, that's a solid little turnout for him here in the early orbits. Because that pot is going to give him a good deal of breathing room.
Yeah, plenty of playability. You know, now he can see even more flops, reshove, and get fold equity.
You know, it may sound like an absurd thing to declare, just given that obviously he doesn't even have 20 bigs, right?
Oh.
However, when you consider that at this part of the program, this isn't the event that we started playing 2 days ago, where people had 1 million in chips and hundreds of big blinds. This is exactly what you come to expect. A range from 69 big blinds as the chip leader, Dvoress, down to the 4 big blinds of Einhorn. And when you consider that the spread is as narrow relative to, you know, other parts and phases of this tournament as it is, that 14 bigs is like you said, a playable stack depth.
Mm-hmm. He's got more chips than Foxen now, who only has 9 bigs.
Yep.
$500.
Two-time Triton champ opening 6s. Talvidier pocket 4s.
He's going to be interested.
He's tempted to reshove, I would think, against the chip leader, who's opening very wide, and he does jam. If Dvoress calls here, Talvidier is in big, big trouble.
3.5.
Asking for a count. This is a 14 big blind jam. And Dvoress is going to feel that he needs to defend his opens. Otherwise, players can relentlessly jam on him. There we go.
So, Dvoress has a spoonful of medicine for Talvidier, who went hard with the pocket 4s. And perhaps a hard place is what awaits him as a result. 1 in 13th, which would be painful considering Einhorn lingers with 4 bigs elsewhere. Foxen and ST with less than him as well. Jack 7-5 provides no relief. 7.6 million begins to lean toward the Canadian.
Yeah, and backdoor is covered, which is bad for Talvidier. Here comes the turn card.
Oh, my
it's
goodness. Now, hang on, though, Randy, because he does find the 2 outer, but just look at all the outs for Dvoress. It ain't over yet. 3, 6, or an 8, and the party comes to a close. Instead, it's a deuce, and this is not the first 2 outer we've seen swing a pendulum. Late stages of this one.
You don't shove, I shove. I have a 3 suited.
It was almost a
I win anyway.
I think we have.
I could sort of
black on
catch
our
it
side.
as he was.
I think so.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
So like just for a split second, I could see that it was a no side, and so you know.
I like how ST told Talvidier, you know, if you didn't shove, I would have reshoved
Yeah,
ace 3
yeah.
I would have gotten the double and got there against the 6s.
By the way, that's twice for ST. That Talvidier being in there has cost him the opportunity to spin.
Yeah.
So he might be on ST's hit list, if I'm honest.
Look, they're both still in. I don't think they're complaining too much.
Fair.
Of course, not Talvidier, who's got a very healthy, above 7 million chip stack now. Dvoress. Believe he's still the chip leader, but yes. No, he's actually slipped to second place now with that loss. Alejandro Lococo, chip leader of 14.3 million. Dvoress on 13.75.
Popo MC. Hello, aces.
He's like, all right, just a casual min raise. Please don't look at the rest of my stack. I know I'm shallow, but I really want some action.
500 of 2.2 out there. Come and get it. Please come and get it. That's what Foxen's thinking.
Come on, Sosia, you know, just whatever you've got. Take a flop for me. Oh, she is going to make the call. Great news for Foxen. Sosia needs to really dodge a pair at this point to not give Foxen the full double up.
Yeah, a little north of 1 SPR with that 1.7 effective, what they're playing from this point forward. And bottom pair for Sosia. Unable to dodge. She does check. Let's see what's on Foxen's mind.
Maybe he just puts in a little min bet on this flop.
$275K. Not quite the minimum, but basically the same thing.
It's pretty tempting to check jam just because of how much is in there, but I don't mind a check call just because Foxen doesn't really have the stack to multi-barrel with, so you get to see a lot of river cards regardless. Foxen didn't really hit anything, but she does check jam and ace is shown.
$4.6 million plus suddenly breaks out as Jiang just kind of ran the numbers and decided, all right, got a little fold equity on this check jam in case Foxen doesn't have me beat. Board pairing 5 on the turn.
Terrible turn card for Socia.
Takes the king off the board. And the river is for free.
185.
And Foxen
He's back.
on the yo-yo.
4.7 million. Let's flip it on over. Einhorn's all in with ace 7 offsuit.
Story checks out, but unfortunately for him, El Conquistador has pocket 7s. He flats, and it looks strong.
Oh, and this is strong hand right here for Ben Heath.
Oh, now let's see, however, Randy, the fashion in which Ben elects to proceed. Matos has him covered by a wide margin. As mentioned, Adrian flatting is going to have some hands that put the jacks in a bad way, but Ben takes his chances, moving all in. The 7s go into the bin.
At least you got the price, you know.
Jacks have been good for me.
He's pricing super good, right? Yeah, you got the right price with some dead money.
Yeah,
Maybe he's no
right about that.
We'll see what happens.
Aye, aye, aye.
King, queen.
Now I have my doubts, Adrian.
Got the extra 1.675 from Adrian Matos.
That's right. An opportunity for a triple and cheese for Einhorn, and he finds an ace. Hopping
go.
way in front of Heath. Come on.
That hurts.
A jack on the turn. Wrapping the rail is Einhorn, but he could return the favor of a 2-outer if an ace shows up. And instead, the queen, as the deck teases David Einhorn, who temporarily thought a triple and change was going to be delivered to his doorstep, and instead it's a visit to the payout desk.
Yeah, he is going to cash for $865,000. Not too bad, given that he busted the very first hand of this Triton Million and rebought.
Really outperforming what a lot of people would have assumed would be the outcome for him when he took ace-king versus aces against Jared Blesnick, first hand of day 1. Obviously had to pay a visit to the desk for a very different reason after that hand, but here he is. Nice pickup for him. GG's.
A much better experience at the desk this time.
Yep. So the payout's still steady at $865,000. Unlu going to work, absent Einhorn. Ace-9 of hearts, that which motivates from under the gun. Lakoko with a pretty one on the button and plenty of chips with which to speculate.
Just thrown in 600,000, matching it.
Heads up to a flop, 9-4-3. Ace high turns into top pair. One spade and a couple of overs.
I do like this check from Unlu, just because the chip leader has got a lot of incentive to bet when check 2 on these very dry textures. You can pick up a bet from Lococo very often. I feel like King 10 suited, yeah, it should be betting. It's not going to work, but 2 overs to the 9, just expecting a lot of check folds. Definitely a lot of reasons to actually check raise at this point with ace 9, though. The 9 is very vulnerable to picture cards. You out of position. And it's such a dry texture that even like pocket pairs may still look you up. You know, like 8s, 7s, 6s.
Not the first time we've observed cautious procedures from a pre-flop opener. At the other table, Kornith had the queen 10 middle pair. He checked over to Dvoress and got away from it. Unlu had different things on his mind, though. Different setup, of course, for him as he just check jams and ensnares another helping of Lococo bucks, as Alejandro could not help but take a stab there.
Yeah, and you know, him checking picked up an extra 2 big blinds from Lococo, whereas if he just bet himself, he probably doesn't win any more chips.
There's a lot of cobbling that's going to be going on out there. And credit to Unlu for finding that check raise, earning him the extra dose of capital. Now he sits 25 bigs, 7.3 million and change.
These are the final 12 names. Remaining chip leaders only got 41 and 43 big blinds there. Very tightly clustered, but they are on opposite tables. More chips over at the blue table. Ben Heath, Adrian Matos sitting pretty as well. So Unlu just chipped up a little bit that last hand. Might change the approach that Matos takes with ace 9. Still going to keep it simple. Open jamming into the 7 million chips. That snapped off.
Wow, and this could be back-to-back pickups for Unlu that are going to really catapult him up the leaderboard to the top, in fact. 14.5 million in the middle. Oh my. What a disaster this would be for Matos.
Yeah, this is a ton of big blinds in there. 3 coming right now.
Ace, King, 10. Unlu still with the best of things. Can Matos get a sweat to a chop? Yes.
Needs a jack.
King does the trick as well for a chop. And instead it's a lowly deuce, which will defeather Matos. He's going to be sitting just 4.1 million, reeling down the leaderboard. And quite the opposite experience for Turkey's Sinan Unlu, who snacked on Lococo a moment ago, but he is feasting on Matos.
This is a dream, isn't it? To be the chip leader, 12 remaining. Unlu, he only comes out for invitationals. This is the one. Played one other event that wasn't invitational. It was a little warm-up for him. I believe it was a 25K. His very first Triton stop. Then he went straight to the big ones.
Yep. Dove into the deep end and never looked back.
Chip leader, 48 bigs, 14,450,000.
What a remarkable development this is. I mean, just coming out of left field.
Devastating for this man, Matos. 4 million in chips now, 14 bigs. Just why so unlucky? This one hand. He did nothing wrong. He's got a decent ace, small blind versus big blind. Rip it in, keep it simple, but sometimes they just wake up with it.
No, you're absolutely right about that. And, you know, I think it's important to kind of note that even though the outcome is something that Matos doesn't appreciate, top caliber professionals don't really concern themselves so much with what happens, but more so with whether or not they made the right decision in the moment. And that spot, as you just alluded to, Adrian did what he was supposed to do. Deck, obviously, uncooperative, cooler, modern day in nature, as Henry likes to put it. And given that he knows he did the right thing, he's able to kind of play forward and play on, undaunted by the thought that, oh, you know, he's not going to beat himself up.
He's not going to beat himself up. He's disappointed, of course, because he was thinking, well, I'm close to the chip lead. I'm getting there, and just all my chips gone just like that. But he's been here before. He's sitting on, what, 13 big blinds now. Just needs to play his stack and move on. Now onto this table. Socia.
Pocket eights, 6 1/4 to go. Dvoress will get involved with king queen.
The type of hand that could flat, could 3-bet as well. If he was suited, he's most certainly flatting. Offsuit variety tends to 3-bet a little bit more, just because it's got a little bit less playability.
$1.7.
1-7, the declaration from Dvoress. 3-betting Socia, and obviously she's got herself that 8 and change. Good for 5th overall in the field right now. She's not really looking to tussle. Corneth looking at an opener and a 3-better in front of him. Granted, the 3-better is the man that we expect to be relatively active. Corneth
Fold.
with the ace-jack just steps aside.
Whatever, Daniel.
A quick fold from Socia.
Offended a lot of Chinese people with that fold.
Did she say she offended a lot of Chinese people with that fold? 2 8s?
What did you mean?
6 ace suited. Give me a little bit.
Pocket sixes?
No, the 8.
Lucky number in Asian culture, of course.
Sixes
Yeah.
and
8 is more lucky. Yeah, 6 is not bad. The 8.
You looked at me like sixes are unlucky or something. I guess was reasonable.
Oh no, it wasn't.
Sixes are unlucky, didn't you see?
No, I looked at you because that's true. No, I looked at you because your first comment was aces.
Yeah, in retrospect, what the fuck was that? That was like,
I have no idea. At a loss for words.
600?
Dvoress, suited and connected, clicks it. 8s resurfacing, this time for ST. Different proposition on the button against that high VPIP we anticipate from a man toward the top of the leaderboard. This holding should perform reasonably well.
ST rocks the Chinese flag. He knows what to do with 2 8s.
Oh!
Socia's got pocket 9s.
String point 4.
Motions over at ST stack, soliciting the count.
This feels like you got to get it in. ST is going to make moves against the chip leader. ST's jam is only 11 bigs.
It's so important that she covers ST by a decent margin because I think she anticipates that a good chunk of the time when she jams over the top of him, she can clear a wide variety of Dvoress's kit. Just given that his range is going to be broad. It's, of course, a stone nightmare if all of a sudden Dvoress has it. But he opened this pot just clicking. Under the gun or not, we expect a lot of this out of him.
Yeah, I would expect a lot of raids in Dvoress that has folds. I would be pushing this one in.
Did she just declare a call?
I
Yeah.
think it's the same difference. It still looks strong, and just in case Dvoress comes back over the top, maybe
Yeah,
you can get away.
it's an excellent point. A call isn't an all-in, but it's a declaration of strength that's very similar in nature without risking, obviously, running into top of range for Dvoress.
Thoughts of what?
Well, I mean, the 8's is lucky,
No, don't.
and but you got 9s. But then 4s beat 6s, so this is like a very interesting situation, academically speaking.
Wow, the wisdom is.
You know, strangely, ST is
I
not
just
quite as
missed it. I was
humored
trying
by
to
this
I don't
exchange.
wanna
Reverse
say
engineer what
anything,
you're
Socio.
talking about, having
through
missed the first
myself
half of the
or
conversation.
yeah.
I don't
ST is
even know
not
what I'm
amused.
talking about, so that's going to be hard.
And the amusement wanes even further on an ace-10-6 board where his 8s are in that dreaded 2 outs twice camp. It's worked out for others on the day.
One more chance.
Can the 8s dethrone the 9s? No.
Good game, man.
Good game, ST.
Yep. A smile, a couple of fist bumps, and he'll D-mic and take his turn. Heading over to the payout desk.
You know, he came into the day with 4 big blinds, got a little pay jump.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
$865,000 going his way, and a minimum of $985 now, going to 11th and 10th place respectively. So GG's to ST. Look forward to seeing him at one of our future cash game festivals, no doubt.
At least he'll be here tomorrow, guaranteed, in our main event.
Oh, he didn't make a trip to the Bahamas to skip the main. You kidding me?
But yeah, you're right. Cash game invitationals. ST will be there.
Now, at our other table, Ponakovs
All in.
glances at King Queen, and 2 syllables cross his lips.
Oh, here we go. Ben Heath.
Let's play some roulette, sir. The covering stack, call, 7.3 in the middle. Alex with 2 clean overs.
It's my hand now. Cannot take. No trades. I need this hand.
7.3
good for me
million
to
in the
king high
middle.
board, ace king
Here
high
we
board,
go.
maybe.
Queen in the window.
No 10 behind it, so into the lead hops Ponakovs.
Not sure I'm allowed another one after the jack.
Stays there on the turn. Heath pointing out he's already binked. Showering Einhorn with the jacks full. And he will not be showering Ponakovs in anything other than a good chunk of his stack.
We've got a dangerous player moving up the chip counts.
Listen, the verb moving is very apropos right now because that's what all of the chips at this final 2 tables of this Million Invitational are doing. There is motion all over the place.
So Heath slides down to 8.9 million in chips. Ponakovs to 7.3 million. Big blind being 300K. Unlu out.
Six.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Raise and take it on the heels of the double. Ponakov surges. Alex, by the way, just a fixture when it comes to Tritons. 12 million plus in career earnings, 19 cashes. Did have 3 final tables in Monte Carlo, 7th in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. 50K No Limit 8 Max, he finished 2nd, and then second to last event that he played, the 60K 8 Max Turbo, he finished 5th.
You know what's crazy for me, Ali, for Ponakovs is that we always see him at final tables in the biggest buy-ins, but he doesn't have a Triton title just yet.
You know, this is something I want to point out. As disappointing as that is for the people that are afflicted with that reality, and as surprising as it is for those of us who just expect, given the talent on display, that they would have something in the trophy case. You can put together an unbelievably profitable poker career without ever winning a title in something like this if you make FTs at the clip that Ponakovs does. Strangely, psychologically, I would anticipate that obviously there is going to be a measure of disappointment associated with such things. And perhaps there's going to be a measure of added chips for Unlu. Remember, he's the man that put Matos in the situation he finds himself in. All in with this King 3 suited. Maybe he's going to finish the job. 4 is holding on the flop. Now Sweat on the turn as El Conquistador finds the flush draw. 6 million in the middle. Can he reach out and Hungry Hippos it back in front of him?
Yeah,
no.
Wow, Matos gone from this single opponent in 2 blows.
Ay caramba.
Hola, guys. Thank you.
I gotta tell you, first Chidwick with sort of a breathless, where did that come from? And then Matos, he's got stuff in the trophy case, but he's not going to be adding to it here today. And
Run good.
Yeah.
Unlu, humble about things, said run good. It's allowed, if not needed.
He'll take it.
18 million now in front of Sinan.
Don't think he expected this to happen so early.
Listen, expect the unexpected. Maybe that's the theme.
We just went from 10 left to 11 left?
Well, it goes back and forth.
Oh.
They're not sure yet.
Schrodinger's bust out?
What's happening?
Someone busted. There's 10 left, and we're hand for hand, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that
So
makes
we're
sense.
10-handed.
Because it's like he
5 and
busted,
5.
but then they're like,
Oh,
what?
Mateos busted.
And then they like put him back, but then they're like, no, he did.
Really got him
They're
again.
like,
Should we put out a 6th card?
yeah. So that makes sense now.
So this is final table bubble time?
It is
With
indeed.
my
10 left. 9 will make the FT on the day. We have lost Chidwick, Einhorn, ST Wang, and most recently, Adrian Mateos in that order.
Alex, you're on the time bang bubble.
I know. It's a big sweat.
Remember, out of 14 players, Randy, Mateos came in 4th in
I've
chips.
been really looking forward
Chidwick
to
came in
having
5th. And they are both
Oh, you're an
outta here.
optimist.
GG for them.
I mean, I was out of them with like 27 people left or something.
crazy eights
It was a good fold.
again. Returning to the battlefield this time. In Dvoress' platoon. He clicks. Corneth. Couple of unders. Suited and connected, though. He will defend. 165 in the middle.
Seems like an unfair fight at the moment.
Mm-hmm. What was that? What was that, Randy?
You know,
Uh-oh.
sometimes the underdog can find a way to win. They've just flopped the straight.
This is registering on the Richter scale. Obviously, the earthquake is one that Corneth and Dvoress are unaware they're experiencing right now. Middle set against the nut straight. Oh, boy.
700.
Daniel pulls the pin in the grenade.
Yeah, but Corneth is... He's got a better weapon than a grenade. He can really just push more chips in there. The fact that Dvoress is betting on this flop tends to mean that he's got a little something, but he's got so much hand, he's just going to call here.
I mean, there's no rush. Wow, the 5 on the turn. Dvoress fills up And Corneth is going to be dispatched as well, Randy.
There's no way Corneth doesn't lose all his chips here. It's just the end.
I mean, there's 3 million in the middle. They play 3.7 effective, north of 1 SPR. Does Dvoress deploy across 2 streets?
There is a chance he just checks this one back, given how strong his hand is. He could bet very small to try to keep some hands in there, but I love this check.
Well, he's going to go across 1 street, but that street is going to be the river. Now, the diamond is something that Corneth unblocks. 10-7, Queen 10, both down the 6-7 now, as does the flush. And, of course, as we can see, the full house. It isn't the greatest looking board, but I just don't think
Corneth still loves his hand.
Yeah,
you know, he's got a straight. He's just going to value bet this one himself. And he's going to hear the bad news.
Well, whatever Corneth had for lunch is going to be repaying him a visit up toward the top of the esophagus as soon as this jam comes in.
Yeah, it's even worse for Corneth in a sense because he bet just 2.5 BBs into this massive pot. He's going to feel like he's induced action from Dvoress with some bluffs. I just don't see how he can get away, especially after betting block on the river.
What are they doing with their hand?
Yeah. He flicks it in, and he gets shown the nightmare.
Unlucky. Jeez.
Wow.
That is very sick.
Bye-bye, Corneth.
Yeah. 8's very lucky.
Felted.
Confirmed.
What?
SJ, you were right.
Yeah, but 9s are still good. It was really nice.
Hey, you too.
Yeah, till
Enjoyed it.
next time.
Yep. Bye,
Do we have a break?
First Triton event for Corneth. Huge cash. Got to be happy with that, right?
I gotta tell you, Randy, not since I was watching Black Hawk Down and Mogadishu was up in smoke have I seen this sort of
keep it the whole
unbridled
day.
violence here early.
That's brutal. Yeah.
That went quick. I'm surprised. We're already at the final table. You're silenced.
It's
You all
not
right?
just that we're at the final table, Randy. It's the 3 players in particular who were dispatched with plenty of chips to bring us there. I'm looking at Matos, Chidwick, and for that matter, Corneth.
Gone.
Hasta la vista. There will be no trip to the final table for them, but there will be for our final 9, who will be amalgamated into one single FT here on day 3 of the Million Invitational. My goodness. What just happened? What?
What? You look confused, my friend.
I mean, I know people have to bust out in order for us to get to a final table, but lie and tell me you thought those were the men that were going to go down. Do it. I dare you. You didn't think so.
No, I didn't think so, and especially not that quickly. They had solid stacks. They had decent hands, you know, and they're just gone.
And listen, no sooner did Sinan Unlu partake in a lot of that violence as he finished what he started with Matos, than he got dethroned by Dvoress, who has reclaimed the chip lead over Unlu with that W that he hung on Corneth. Socia Jiang 3rd in chips, Lococo 4th in chips. 9 players remaining, everybody guaranteed $1 million. Randy and I are going to step aside. We're going to digest and process a little bit of what we just observed, and then we're going to come back and intro the final table and get things underway as we continue the march to 12 million here in the Triton Million Invitational. Keep it close.
All in.
Lococo won't be a participant on this occasion.
Over to the blinds. Texas Mike, 10-7 of clubs. He's keeping it simple. What do you want to do about this, Ponakovs? Oh, I think Ponakovs wants to go in with ace queen, doesn't he?
He sure does. 3.1 million in total. Behind the 250. Already out there.
All in.
He rips it. Mike with the 10-7 suited will have to call, having already made the 2 million chip investment, and we're off to the races. 6.9 million in there. Mike already lost a chip lead to Lococo moments ago. Might he lose a healthy bundle right behind it?
Good thing for him. He does have 2 live cards, 37% equity. Decent favorite for Ponakovs as we go to a flop.
How about an open ender versus top pair? Mike will take it. On the hunt for a king or an 8. Club would do just fine as well. And there is the club. So a lot for Ponakovs to fade as he's going to be holding his breath. Can he keep his seat? Yes, indeed, as the board double pairs.
Never. That was really sweaty.
That's like never queen 5 deuce. I knew for sure that
Alex's wife, Kristen,
Thank you, Dan.
also here in the Bahamas. They tend to travel together, both remarkable poker players. Kristen, in her own right, multiple-time Global Poker Index Player of the Year award winner. Caught glimpses of her grinding out there in the World Series part of the program, taking place elsewhere in the room.
Yep, 5 million.
Pretty sure we'll see her tomorrow in the
Who'd you invite?
100K main.
I tend to agree.
You're hopeless. Look,
And we're going to see Dvoress
look at who's left. I invited Ike.
Ike, that's
getting
a good
involved.
choice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have good taste.
Ace,
I think
king.
he's fantastic.
He is.
obviously.
He's wonderful.
Yeah.
No, I was
He's a nice
super
guy.
joking.
Yeah,
700.
I mean, you didn't choose well in this tournament. But overall, I like it.
Yeah, it was funny because, first of all, I originally, for a long time, was not planning to come to the Bahamas at all.
Oh, really?
Raised to
then
700.
He was paired up. Not that, I didn't know he was paired, but whatever, right? So, so he was paired up and already playing, and I wasn't even going to come. And then, I don't know, eventually, stuff happened, and then I was coming, and then he, his original invitee, couldn't come, so then it was well, all right, you're available, I'm available.
Should we go together?
Yeah. One thing led
Sounds
to
like a high school
another.
I
prom.
know, yeah. Would you,
If you're not going with anyone.
I don't have a dance partner. I don't have a dance.
Oh,
All in and
Chidwick
jam. Call.
hit the dance floor here, and Dvoress has him in an awful way. Didn't really expect the 5.6 in total to be deployed here, especially given the immediate ladder, the presence of ST on the paltry stack, and obviously the prospects of the 12 million. Far be it from us to question the decision, but of course we know that Chidwick has plenty of occasions on which he may have just flatted that one pre.
I think he was also between 3-bet small and fold or just jam, but here we are all in. 11.5 million in the middle.
10, 10, 6. Is there an escape hatch for Chidwick in the form of a 6? 11.5 million chip pot out of left field. They're getting after it here in this invitational. A third 10.
A fourth 10 could save him.
Yep. 14% of the time, they're going to carve it up, and this is not going to be one of those occasions. And this, I have to say, Randy, is not an image that we expected. Not the one of Dvoress winning pots, of course, is one of the big stacks coming in. This was very much something that we anticipated could take place, but
Only this is
Chidwick
online.
headed for the pay desk. Backpack in tow this early on the day.
There
Just
we have it.
blindlessly barrel so he can kind of get away with calling some queen X's as well.
Right.
Just my thought, at least.
Always trying to press my buttons. I appreciate that.
Gotta keep you on your toes, man. How much you got now? Dan, you instead of counting, you're looking at the screen.
Yeah.
Can you
What a bum.
Can you see over your
Foxen
stack?
ripping into the short stacks with King 6 offsuit on the button. And if Talvidier can find a caller of King 10 suited, man, he'd be in a great spot.
But again, you know,
Oh, I
There we go. He
Wow.
snapped it.
I'll tell you what, this is bold and daring
He's got game.
from Talvidier. Given
ST
that
wants
they're-
to count.
There's 2 shorter stacks than his out there. What's under the hood for ST? An ace-8, and he wants to know what's up. Now, obviously, it isn't so much the strength of the ace-8. It's the prospect of a triple that's on ST's mind.
You know what's a little bit of the problem for ST is how fast Talvidier called makes him think maybe the ace-8's no good, and he lays it down. He's going to be sick when he sees this.
Yeah.
You heard the ah yeah?
Yeah.
blame the denomination. That's not the issue for me. It's just
So 6.35 million in the middle. Talvidier in a great way here. You head to the flop. Jack 7-3. The 6 of spades working hard for Foxen. He is the covering stack, 2.1 million back. Ace on the turn, and ST
He's
would
not
have
happy.
locked up the triple. Granted, Talvidier does have a little Broadway draw working. But an 8 on the end, and the double up is official for Ilias. And have kind of opened their knowledge chest up.
Yeah, and also what? We got GTO Lab, so Dvoress is rocking that. Patch.
Yeah,
Maybe is it a battle of who do we sign up for based on results today?
Yeah, right. I mean, obviously, they used to say, race on Sunday, sell on Monday with respect to motorsport. You know, if Ferrari wins F1 over the weekend, then more Ferraris are going to sell. You know, if McLaren wins, and more McLarens are going to sell, maybe the same thing applies here. You're going to have more students at your site if you end up hoisting the trophy.
I mean, there's 2 chip leader coachings here, but
Right.
one GTO Lab. But the GTO Lab guy's got, what, 17 million chips, so
That's
who
fair,
do you take?
Right. 10-9 suited. That's what ST's taken as a defense against the open by Corneth, and he has outflopped the Snowman on a Queen 10-7 board with middle pair. Just 900 back.
ST is contemplating stop and go right now. 900K remaining, 1.5 in the middle. I kind of feel like the longer he thinks right now, the more likely he will stop and go jam, which he does.
Boy, and if you're Corneth,
I don't think you can fold this, though. He's in.
yep. He does make the call. The look on his face suggests that he's not thrilled about his holding. But math is math on certain occasions, such as this one.
ST can really run this one up. He just has to hold against 2 outs on 2 streets.
3.4 million awaits him if he can. Queen is cozy. Let's just ward off the evil 8s. That's what ST's thinking. And he's done so successfully. So a wound, but nothing that's mortal in terms of Corneth. That is
Now, who only has 9 bigs.
yep.
500.
Two-time Triton champ opening sixes. Talvidier pocket fours.
He's going to be interested.
He's tempted to reshove, I would think, against the chip leader, who's opening very wide, and he does jam. If Dvoress calls here, Talvidier is in big, big trouble.
3.5.
Asking for a count. This is a 14 big blind jam. And Dvoress is going to feel that he needs to defend his opens. Otherwise, players can relentlessly jam on him. There we go.
So, Dvoress has a spoonful of medicine for Talvidier, who went hard with the pocket fours. And perhaps a hard place is what awaits him as a result. 1 in 13th, which would be painful considering Einhorn lingers with 4 bigs elsewhere. Foxen and ST with less than him as well. Jack 7-5 provides no relief. 7.6 million begins to lean toward the Canadian.
Yeah, and backdoor is covered, which is bad for Talvidier. Here comes the turn card.
Oh my
it's
goodness. Now hang on though, Randy, because he does find the 2-outer, but just look at all the outs for Dvoress. It ain't over yet. 3, 6, or an 8, and the party comes to a close. Instead, it's a deuce, and this is not the first 2-outer we've seen swing a pendulum. Late stages of this one.
I have a 3
0.3 million. Dvoress on 13.75.
Popo MC. Hello, aces.
He's like, all right, just a casual min raise. Please don't look at the rest of my stack. I know I'm shallow, but I really want some action.
500 of 2.2 out there. Come and get it. Please come and get it. That's what Foxen's thinking.
Come on, Sosia. You know, just whatever you've got. Take a flop for me. Oh, she is going to make the call. Great news for Foxen. Sosia needs to really dodge a pair at this point to not give Foxen a full double up.
Yeah, a little north of 1 SPR, but that 1.7 effective, what they're playing from this point forward. And bottom pair for Sosia. Unable to dodge. She does check. Let's see what's on Foxen's mind.
Maybe he just puts in a little min bet on this flop.
$275K. Not quite the minimum, but basically the same thing.
It's pretty tempting to check jam just because of how much is in there, but I don't mind a check call just because Foxen doesn't really have the stack to multi-barrel with, so you get to see a lot of river cards regardless. Foxen didn't really hit anything, but she does check jam and aces shown.
$4.6 million plus suddenly breaks out as Jiang just kind of ran the numbers and decided, all right, got a little fold equity on this check jam in case Foxen doesn't have me beat. Board pairing 5 on the turn.
Terrible turn card for Sosia.
Takes the king off the board. And the river is for free.
185.
And Foxen.
He's back.
On the yo-yo.
4.7 million. Let's flip it on over. Einhorn's all in with ace 7 offsuit.
Story checks out, but unfortunately for him, El Conquistador has pocket sevens. He flats, and it looks strong.
Oh, and this is strong hand right here for Ben Heath.
Oh, now let's see, however, Randy, the fashion in which Ben elects to proceed. Matos has him covered by a wide margin. As mentioned, Adrian flatting is going to have some hands that put the jacks in a bad way, but Ben takes his chances, moving all in. The sevens go into the bin.
At least you got the price, you know.
Jacks have been good for me.
He's pricing super good, huh?
Yeah, you got the right price with some dead money.
Yeah,
Maybe he's not
right about that.
We'll see what happens.
Aye, aye, aye.
King, queen.
Now I have my doubts. Adrian.
Got the extra 1.675 from Adrian Matos.
That's right. An opportunity for a triple and cheese for Einhorn, and he finds an ace. Hopping way in front of Heath. Come on.
That hurts.
A jack on the turn. Wrapping the rail is Einhorn, but he could return the favor of a two-outer if an ace shows up. And instead, the queen, as the deck teases David Einhorn, who temporarily thought a triple and change was going to be delivered to his doorstep, and instead it's a visit to the payout desk.
Yeah, he is going to cash for $865,000. Not too bad, given that he busted the very first hand of this Triton Million and rebought.
Really outperforming what a lot of people would have assumed would be the outcome for him.
So Unlu just chipped up a little bit that last hand. Might change the approach that Matos takes with ace-9. Still going to keep it simple. Open jamming into the 7 million chip stack. Snapped off.
Wow, and this could be back-to-back pickups for Unlu that are going to really catapult him up the leaderboard to the top, in fact. 14.5 million in the middle. Oh, my. What a disaster this would be for Matos.
Yeah, this is a ton of big blinds in there. 3 coming right now.
Ace, King, 10. Unlu still with the best of things. Can Matos get a sweat to a chop? Yes.
Needs a jack.
King does the trick as well for a chop. And instead it's a lowly deuce, which will defeather Matos. He's going to be sitting just 4.1 million.
So the stage has been set for the biggest buy-in tournament in the last, 5 years in the poker world, Randy. The 500K Triton Million, live from the Atlantis here in the Bahamas. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilmaine. And Randy, I mean, I'm looking at the final table. You guys were just briefing me on the carnage that has ensued on its way to this final 9. We've got a real mix of characters here from both the invitee and the pro side of the bracket, which is something we typically see. But I'm seeing, you know, the likes of OG, Sosia, Jiang, playing a really healthy stat. We've got Sinan Unlu there with 64 bigs, Lococo. I mean, those 3 players all on more than average from the invitee side of the bracket, kind of just showing the pros how it's done.
Yeah, but, you know, we got Daniel Dvoress, one of our biggest pros out there. He is our tournament chip leader for this final table. But, you know, a lot of the big names on the pro side just gone out like that. Adrian Matos, we lost Adrian Matos, Chance Corniff, and Steven Chidwick, just like that. And I don't know what's to say. All the big names are out, but there's still plenty of heavy hitters in there on the pro side. And, you know, these invitees are holding their own.
Well, I spy a certain Latvian named Alexis Ponakovs coming in 6th in chips with 27 bigs. We've been talking about this man for, I want to say, the last year and a half, 2 years since he joined us in Madrid 2022. Always a threat, always kind of knocking on the door of getting that first Triton title, but doesn't have one yet. Could this be the time for the Latvian, Randy?
It could be. It is another deep run, a guaranteed 7-figure score at the moment with 9 remaining. Hard to say, but of course, deep run is nice run. We also have, Alex Foxen making a final table here.
Hey,
That's pretty sweet.
Foxen ventured out for the first time in Monte Carlo, picked up that piece of gold, beating Ponakovs heads up, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So to see him here, final table of the biggest buy-in Triton in the last 5 years is pretty impressive. You mentioned the 7-figure payouts, which everyone is guaranteed. Taking a look at the payouts, everyone guaranteed 1.2 million. But of course, that top prize, Randy, that's not a 7-figure score, pal. That's an 8-figure payout, 12,070,000 going to the eventual champion. And yeah, I mean, let's shuffle up and deal, my man. 7 figures being dished out all the way to the top prize as we throw it down to the main stage for the final table of the Triton Million here in the Bahamas.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Atlantis Paradise in the Bahamas for the Triton Million. It is my pleasure to introduce our final 9. In seat 1, 33-year-old Latvian poker pro who has over 12 million in Triton earnings, looking to claim his first title here in Paradise. Please welcome Alex Ponakovs. In seat 2 from Toronto, Canada, this 36-year-old poker pro has already amassed over 17 million in Triton earnings and 2 titles on the Triton Tour. Please welcome Daniel Dvoress. In seat 3, 32-year-old entrepreneur from Chicago, Illinois, 2-time WSOP gold bracelet winner, but famous for playing high-stakes cash games, where he is known by his moniker, Texas Mike. Please welcome Michael Monsek. In seat 5, better known as Papo MC, this 33-year-old Argentinian who is a heavyweight in the world of freestyle rap also brings some serious skills to the felt. On his Triton debut here in Paradise, please welcome Alejandro Lococo. In seat 6, 30-year-old Finnish poker pro and former Invitational final tableist looking for his maiden title here in the Bahamas. Please welcome Elias Talbatier. In seat 7, this 34-year-old poker pro hailing from the UK is a WSOP bracelet winner with over 23 million in live earnings. No newcomer to the Triton Tour, but looking to secure his first Triton hardware. Please welcome Benjamin Heath. In seat 8, from the USA and one half of poker's power couple, this 33-year-old poker pro is feared around the globe, having recently secured his very first Triton trophy. Please welcome Alex Foxen. In seat 9, a 34-year-old software engineer from Turkey and a regular competitor in the Triton Invitationals who has secured his first Triton final table right here in paradise. Please welcome Sinan Unlu. In seat 10, New Zealand's best kept poker secret. Former investment banker, now a regular on the Triton Tour, competing with some of the best poker players in the world. Looking to secure her first Triton trophy, please welcome Sophia Jiang.
Eight nationalities represented here from Toronto to Auckland. Here in the Bahamas, the final table of the 500K Triton Million has been set. It is the Canadian Daniel Dvoress in pole position on this sunny Monday afternoon in paradise, battling for 12 million and change. Has quite the field to get through here. Star-studded affair as expected in this Triton Invitational. Everyone guaranteed 1,200,000 for their efforts, all taking a piece of this $48 million pie. But it's not just the money they're playing for. It is, of course, that coveted Triton trophy and the world-renowned WSOP gold bracelet. Legacy, millions of dollars, and gold hardware up for grabs to one of these final 9. Luca Vivaldi about to tell the dealer to shuffle up and deal. It's go time. So there we have it. Hand number 1 of the 500K, Randy. Are you ready, my man?
I am ready. Let's go.
What a final table this is.
Okay, we're back to 20 seconds pre-flop. Okay, good.
Dvoress, Unlu, Jiang, Alejandro Lococo, Ben Heath, Ponakovs, Elias Talvitier, Michael Monchek, also known as Texas Mike, and of course, none other than one of the chip leader coaching head honchos, Alex Foxen.
Couple threes on the button for Heath. And look at this, just folding outright on the button.
Makes sense. It is Unlu in the big that has him covered. Ben Heath coming into this 5 of 9. You have to assume that Heath is pretty dialed in when it comes to this ICM heavy stuff.
Foxen going to try to see a free flop with 10-5 offsuit. Playable 8-5 suited for Unlu.
So see how he responds to this small blind limp. He's going to check back in position with the suited 8-5. As things stand, finds himself dominated. And in trouble, perhaps, as he does connect on the Jack 9-5. Both players with bottom pair.
Yeah, but a bottom pair that's hard to get value with. This likely gets checked down at least 2 streets.
Does check through. Unlu happy to just try and get this pair of 5s to showdown. disastrous turn card in the sense that it's an undercard to the Jack 9-5 flop. And perhaps facing check back, Foxen look to extract either on turn, perhaps on river. Although you do see a lot of small balling in these spots, Randy. Wouldn't fault him had he come with a more passive choice here.
For him to bet this turn means that he expects Unlu to always bet a jack or a 9 on the flop. So now he's looking for an opportunity just to clear out random equity that's just going to fold anyways. And maybe a little bit of value from a worse 5 or 4x. Unlu going to keep Foxen honest for this street.
.5 out there. 7 of diamonds does complete 3 straights. Unlu has a very relevant 8 of spades in his hand.
Feels like they both have enough showdown to just try to get there cheaply. 7's not the greatest card for Foxen to try to get another street of value. This kicker isn't the strongest either.
5.
Snap checks through.
Kicker's good.
It is indeed.
Disrespect.
First blood
Bet.
going
Disrespect.
Alex Foxen's way. I just want to give a massive shout out to the 19,000 plus of you watching over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Lee Mack saying it's so amazing that we get to see this for free regularly. Thank you, Triton. Thank you, viewers. Let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. See a lot of Lococo fans in the chat, understandably so.
I'd also like to know who they're rooting for, personally.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we're meant to remain impartial, Randy, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Who would you like to see take this one down, mate?
Honestly, for me, I would love to see Texas Mike. You know, like he didn't really do so well at the start of day 3. He is still here at the final table, but I don't know, man. Just something speaks to me for Texas Mike in this Triton Million.
Yeah, from an entertainment point of view, a Texas Mike Lococo heads up would be absolutely insane. From a Triton OG point of view, would love to see one of the OGs get it done. Like Heath, we've been talking about him for years, about, you know, when's this Triton breakout score going to come? What a time it would be to wait for it to happen in this one. The likes of Jiang as well, always a supporter of the Triton Tour. Would love to see her kind of make history here, by the way. If she cashes for more than, I want to say, 2.2 million, she'll have the largest ever recorded cash by a female in poker as she rejams on Ben.
Nice. King Queen versus King Queen.
Max pressure, leveraging the ICM pressure that Heath is under. Ponakovs, Dvoress, you know, just trying OGs. But yeah, I would love to see Lococo against Texas Mike, because I don't think a deal would be made between those two. I feel like they'd just be like, you know what?
Thank you.
Let's just play.
The only problem if we
all.
get those two at the end, it could be over just like that, because they love to play big pots whenever possible.
That's true. That is true. You can play big pots over on GG Poker. You can sign up today using the promo code Triton_2024. Get a free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Min deposit of $20 required. Best of luck to all of you grinding online, whether it be the $10 buy-ins, the $200 buy-ins, or the $500,000 buy-ins here in the Bahamas. Here's our man, Alejandro. Opening from +2.
Baby suited ace for Unlu.
I'm just looking around the table. I think Lococo has the best seat at the table. Like, he's opposite Unlu and Jiang, who have him covered on the other side of the table. He has position on Daniel Dvoress. He's opening into the likes of Talvita and Heath, who are under a lot of ICM pressure.
Yeah, I would say he's got a pretty good seat.
Just as I say that, Unlu 3 bets to 1.6 million on the button. Just wagging his finger in the face of the Argentinian saying, no, 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 sir. You're sat in 4th. You ladder a few more spots, you earn yourself a few more million.
I do like this play from Unlu. It's not going to work against 2 jacks, but targeting Lococo, who's not supposed to open too wide, he's got the chips to do so. It's a nice 3-bet. But Alejandro is just no fear. 4-bet, 3.5 million, and immediately wins that pot.
The man is just fearless. Up to 14 million. Moves up to 3rd in chips.
Bad cards.
I tell you what, mate. This guy.
You said?
Yeah, really bad.
At least one good one or no?
Huh?
At least one good one?
No, both really bad.
He's either going out in 9th or he's winning the tournament in 3 hours. There's no in between.
I like how he calls the pocket jacks bad cards.
They are bad cards.
They
I
are
don't
kind
blame
of
him.
difficult to play, right?
Yeah, I agree with him. Now, for those of you that have only just joined us for the final table, perhaps missed the start of the stream, if you want to see exactly how Lococo got his 14 million, how Unlu got his 18, how Dvoress came in as chip leader, you can download the Triton Poker Plus app, and you can see every hand that was played from the start of the day, from the likes of Chidwick, Chance Cornuth, Adrian Matos, all of those players that are on the outside looking in of this FT. That's the Triton Poker Plus app. On top of that, Randy has put out, I want to say, at least 10, 15, 20 hours worth of 1K, 2K, sometimes 2K, 4K cash game content, $1 million buy-in cash games, all available on the Triton Poker Plus app. So it really is the best app for, well, having alongside you whilst streaming this.
Exactly that.
Back to the action. There is our chip leader. He is going to defend his big.
And Socia pitched to Queen Jack suited.
King 6-6. Rainbow.
Nice texture.
400?
Yeah, it doesn't even need to go big, does he, Randy?
No, just quarter pot.
Continues small, just leveraging that really tight range from +2 off of 20 big blinds.
And we'll say, though, that Dvoress has definitely got much more 6x in his range. Not going to attempt to rep that.
Randy, you asked the viewers who they're rooting for. Honestly, I don't think I had the chance to even see any of the answers because everyone's just spamming Spanish in the chat because there's so many Lococo fans out there.
Papo MC.
Well, do let us know who you want to see win. Got Jerry Aguirre saying Texas Mike. There's a lot of Texas Mike fans in the chat.
Yeah, it's basically Papo MC or Texas Mike at the moment. I do see some Jiang in there.
Yeah, Declan Turner saying let's go Jiang.
Okay, Ponakovs.
There we go.
600?
Ben Heath. There we go.
But it is mainly Lococo and Texas Mike, isn't it? Gonna have a rap battle or something.
We're being told to make a Spanish-only channel. No bueno.
Yeah, I was like, how do I respond to that in Spanish?
Do you hablo español, Randy?
No, gracias.
we need Ali in here.
Yeah, I think he would be able to help us out a bit. More chip up for Talvidier. And he got really lucky here on day 3 prior to the final table. Got in 4s against 6s. Spiked the 4 on the turn.
Who was that against?
It was against Dvoress. Queen 10 off now.
Heath with a
675.
really awkward one. It may not look awkward, but ace-queen from +1 does not want to see any of the covering stacks behind, you know, raising it up, putting the pressure on.
Yeah, it's pretty much one of those, please don't 3-bet me, but the big blind, if you want to defend, by all means, go for it.
The old raise and take. Apparently, our Spanish sounds like those videos from South Park. Yeah, that's where we learn Spanish. I mean, that's what they're playing for.
Yeah, us busting out Spanish is making the chat go even more Spanish in there. Jacks now for Foxen.
I know what he's going to be doing. He'll be raising it up. Looking for his second Triton title. Here's a question for you, Randy.
Go for it.
So it's 12 million and 70,000 for first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, depending on who takes this down, there are a couple of people, if they take it down, they're only going to ladder up a few spots on the Hendon money list, like, you know, maybe like 10, 20 spots. But there are a couple of people that if they take this down, they're going to ladder up thousands of spots as Talvidier defends the king-queen. So my question is, what's the over-under on how many spots the winner of this is going to ladder up on the Hendon mob? As the 5-deuce-deuce flop rolls off, Foxen in fantastic shape.
That's a tough question for me.
It's tough, man.
Do you have an answer for this?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's completely random, right? There are people here who have hundreds and hundreds of people ahead of them on the Hendon mob list, and there are people here that are in the top 50.
Yeah, we did have a lot of players who would have moved really high on the list, but they were unfortunately eliminated already. You know, like Chidwick, Matos, and the likes. But if Foxen is able to win this event for $12 million, he'll move into the top 10 globally in passing Phil Ivey.
That's pretty insane. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. These Triton events, you have one or two breakout scores. It's
whatever you do to me, I deserve it.
just cement your name in poker history.
Was it you who told Jason Kuhn he's in a good shape against, or not, kings versus queens? Was it you or someone else?
I think that might have been me. Sounds like something I would say.
After that, if it was you, you're never gonna do it again.
Socia, for example, is 790th on the all-time money list. If she wins, though, Randy.
How far she's going up.
Hold on. Indeed, because Mike, with the ill-timed 3-bet jam.
Oh, Heath? He's got jacks.
Is the chip leader Dvoress opening from the hijack? Understandable that Mike took the rejam spot for 15 or 16 bigs rather from the cutoff. I think he knows he's in trouble when he gets this tank from Heath.
Yeah, and Heath really has to go with this.
All in.
Good luck, boys. Dvoress going to get out of there.
Yep. 1 ace dead.
Good luck, chaps. I mean, this one's worth millions and millions of dollars in equity. Can the man they call Texas Mike do the dirty on Ben Heath's jacks? If Heath can hold here,
Suited this time.
he's
I'll
going to
take the
be
same
up
board.
to 4th in chips. He's going to eliminate Texas Mike. Queen 8-7 so far. So good for the Brit. 2 cards to come. Make that 1 card. Ace or a 7 needed for Texas Mike to stay alive in this 500K Invitational. Doesn't find it. We have our first elimination of the FT. Mike taking the profitable rejam spot against the chip leader open. But Ben Heath waking up with pocket jacks out of the big blind and showering Texas Mike in 9th for 1.2 million. Adding a 7-figure score to his Triton track record. His Triton debut here in Paradise. Went wire to wire day 1 and day 2. Bagged the chip lead on day 1. Was bossing it up on day 2. As Randy alluded to earlier on, day 3 just had other plans for him. He's out in 9th. And with that, we're down to 8, Randy. Everyone guaranteed 1.6 million now for their efforts.
Yeah, shout out to Texas Mike for showing up for his first Triton stop, capturing a 7-figure score. Of course, disappointing. Wanted a deeper run when he had that sleep last night. Still with the chip lead, but just really couldn't win a hand here today.
Pretty sad to see him go, not gonna lie. I wanted to see Mike build up a bit of a stack, and yeah, I wanted to see him like 5-handed, 6-handed, because he's the type of player that really gets after it. But no justice in poker. Poker gods had other plans. Dvoress just gonna flat the ace-queen.
Yeah, you're gonna see flatting with hands as good as ace-queen when it's the big stack versus the big stack. They're not really looking to tangle in huge pots. It also invites short stacks to maybe squeeze jam, and you can snap off of that to have a stronger range in your flatting.
Queen 9-7. Unlu, the pre-flop raiser with that inside straight draw. But it is the man that has him covered. In position with the ace-queen. Top pair, top kicker for Daniel.
Yeah, clearly a hand that's worthy of going for 3 streets of value. Dvoress would be stabbing when checked on this board texture with much worse. And Unlu with, you know, 1 over and a gut shot should be looking to continue as long as the sizing is reasonable, which 700K seems fine for him to make a check call trying to find the jack or king. He's got chips to play with.
Does have chips to play with. And it's going to come with the check call. 3.4 million in the middle as everyone else Watches on from the sidelines as first and second in chips go at it.
Great turn card for Dvoress. Doesn't interact with the straightiness. Plus it brings another flush draw. More semi-bluffs he can represent. Maybe get called down light. Of course, King 10 is going to have troubles calling another bet, but Dvoress doesn't know that.
Two-tone turn texture, unblocking both flush draws.
Check's surprising for me.
Bit of pot control from Dvoress. Doesn't want to bet a hand like ace-queen and then face a raise, perhaps.
Maybe he also
really
doesn't think he can get a turn barrel out of a pair that's worse than a queen, so maybe it's more likely if he can make it to the river than go for value against like a 9x or like pocket 8s, pocket 10s, something like this. Unlu might feel like he needs to stab here with King 10 high. It rarely wins that showdown when it goes check, check.
He agrees with you, Randy.
These chips are gone, though.
It's a sizable bet as well. And Daniel Dvoress is going to be the first player to cross the 20 million chip mark. And in fact, Dvoress is going to have close to 25% of the chips in play. Unless he somehow folds this.
No,
if he does,
folding.
I'll eat my tie, Randy. There's the one chip flick in. That really changes things because we now have a runaway chip leader. Dvoress with 23 million. Unlu dropping down to 12.4. So he actually moves down to 5th in chips. Now second in chips is Ben Heath with 14 million. So Dvoress has almost 2-to-1 of second in chips, man.
Yeah, so when we have a runaway chip leader, the dynamics definitely shift. It makes it so that the second through 5th position need to play very cautious because Dvoress is able to splash a bit more. He's going to open wider and expect a lot less resistance. Whereas before this hand finished, there was more of a tight cluster where they kind of take turns raising. You know, chip leader doesn't have pure dominance. But now I expect things to kind of go Dvoress's way in terms of who's opening pots. You know, he's got 75 big blinds. Second place has 46. Third has 46. You know, average is 40 big. So let's see how this shift occurs. Dvoress, opportunity to speak. With Jack 5 of hearts, not going to do so in +2.
Like 6, right? 6.
Well, the blinds have just gone up. The average stack dropping down to 30 big blinds. Foxen, the shortest stack with 15 bigs. Still plenty of wiggle room
875.
here.
875 raise.
Ben Heath came into this final table 5 of 9. He's eliminated Texas Mike and he's comfortably in second now. So the plan today, of course, play all the way down to a champion. Then we'll take the evening off. Tomorrow, be kicking things off in the Triton main. Here, part of the WSOP Paradise schedule. 100K buy-in in that one. And then Randy, myself, and Ali Najad are going to be staying in the Bahamas, bringing you coverage from the GG Super Millions WSOP main event. 25K buy-in, 50 mil guarantee. That one's going to be huge. We're going to bring you all of the day ones, the day twos, and obviously all the way down to a winner in that one as well. So we still have 10 days of coverage here in the Bahamas. Of course, for now, our attention on this 500K final table. What a time to be alive. 500K tournaments going on. 25,000 viewers over on YouTube. If you haven't already, by the way, please do us a massive favor and just drop us a quick like. You'd be surprised at how much it helps the YouTube algorithm push this product to a wider audience as Triton continue to bring you the highest stakes poker for your viewing pleasure, free of charge, of course. I want to put it out there. The day Triton puts a price tag on its content, Randy, is the day I quit doing commentary.
Cool.
That's how confident I am that this is going to be free of charge for a long time.
Unlu gonna flat ace-10 suited, trying to battle Dvoress again.
Wow, these short stacks are just getting to watch the bigger stacks play, because Sosia's got king-queen in the small and might do something crazy given that Dvoress is meant to be opening super. Oh my
she
word!
Does 13 million chip jam, and Dvoress gets to just get it in there. Heavy favorite.
Randy, if Dvoress holds here, which he's going to 70% of the time, he's going to have 40% of the chips in play with 7 left. What a disastrous jam spot for Sosia. Blind's just gone up.
12.975. Wait, no.
A byproduct
That's 10,
of the
12,
flat from Sinan Unlu.
13.
Just making it more profitable for her to just jam pre-flop.
12.975.
Yeah, I understand why she's jamming, expecting the chip leader open wide. Unlu flat being weak.
All in.
There's the all-in.
Are you ready for this, Henry?
Everyone else, the likes of Foxen, Talviti, and Ponakovs, just look on as first and fourth in chips play an all-in pot for 27.5 million. Easily the biggest pot of the tournament. This is for 25% of the chip, more than 25% of the chips in play. And just as we were starting to allude to the fact that maybe it's going to get a bit cagey out there, Randy, because of the average stack, we're playing a pot like this.
27 million chips in the middle. It's blank on the flop.
No diamond in sight. A club on the turn would remove one of Jiang's outs. She needs a lady, and a lady only. Doesn't find it.
Wow.
Jiang out in 8th for 1.6 million. Daniel Dvoress holds with the ace-king and now has 37 of the 96 million chips in play. And is an overwhelming chip leader, has almost 3 times what second in chips Ben Heath has. Everyone else gets a ladder.
$500,000 in terms of ladder for everyone else.
Yeah, 2.1 million locked up now. Sosia out in 8th, just like that. One of the Triton OGs. That first title for her will have to wait. And similarly to the Texas Mike rejam, cannot fault Sosia for taking the profitable jam spot with the King-Queen, knowing that Dvoress is supposed to be a lot wider than most would from under the gun as the chip leader. More often than not, she just gets 2 folds, but running into the goods this time round, and now finds herself heading to the cash desk to pick up 1.6 million. What is going on?
What's going on is Dvoress has got the chips, and he's going to leverage that and try to turn this into a W here in the Triton Million for his 3rd title.
And am I right in saying it would be his first Hold'em title? He has 1 in short deck and 1 in PLO, if I'm not mistaken.
You sound like you are correct about that, and you also do pick up WSOP bracelet for this one.
Of course. Man. There's me coming in, looking at the average stack around 40 big blinds. I'm like, okay, it's just going to be really snug at the start. Everyone, you know, there's a bit of a cluster of stacks at the top. There was no real runaway chip leader. Are we even an orbit into this final table? No, seriously, are we an orbit in?
We probably are not. And look at this. Ponakovs raised into the chip leader with Queen 4 offsuit and just stole some blinds.
Right, you know what they say about Ponakovs, right? And
This
ICM.
guy.
ICM is for poor people, pal.
He just finds opportunities. It's like, all right.
Absurd. Absolutely insane what we've seen. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hands into the final table. Do you know how I know that? Triton Poker Plus app. 12 hands in, 2 eliminations, overwhelming chip leader. This final table could be over in the space of 3 hours.
Heath, Queen Jack in the muck. You know what? If everyone else, even the big stacks, are going to bust, let me just sit on the sidelines a bit and just stay out of the way of the chip leader. Unlu, he's got other plans. He's like, you know what? I'm trying to get back to my peak stack. Let's raise. Ace-8 in the cutoff. Bad timing, though. Ponakovs got Ace-Jack suited right behind.
Yeah, Ponakovs is just one of the guys you can guarantee is not afraid to put chips in the middle, play big pots, take profitable lines. Even when there's 12 million up top, he is not scared money, Randy.
No, he's, of course, we all know that already. He looks like he's contemplating a 3-bet small, maybe, to like 2 million, fold to resistance, I would think. Maybe he reshoves sometimes. Does reshove.
It's going to take the profitable jam spot.
There you go.
That's going to get through Unlu, and just like that, Ponakovs up to 9.1 million. He's kind of tied there in the middle of the pack. Randy, I don't want to say it because I know the viewers that are playing commentator bingo at home. Yeah, they're waiting for me to say it, but this one's shaping up to be a classic, Randy. This one's shaping up to be a classic Triton final table. 2 huge bust outs straight off the bat, overwhelming chip leader. We've got the storylines of, like, you know, Ben Heath looking for his first title. Foxen didn't come to Triton for the better part of, what, 5 years that he could have come. Comes in Monte Carlo, picks up his first trophy, could now pick up a second one here. Dvoress looking for his third. Become one of the very few players that has a Triton trophy in PLO, short deck, and Hold'em. Shaping up to be a classic. You can tick that one off the Triton commentator bingo card.
Yeah, and actually our first 2 eliminations are both invitees. So there's 2 remaining, Lococo and Unlu, sitting in 3rd and 4th, respectively.
All right.
Thomas Garnier was waiting for it. Classic gets to tick that one off. Now, we are 7-handed. ICM noose as tight as it gets, Randy, especially when you have Foxen and Talvite on 15 big. So when you are in the shoes of, say, Ponakovs and Unlu, with these pay jumps being as massive as they are, is it safe to say that now's the time we see a bit of cages? Because look, the difference between just laddering a couple of spots between 7th and 5th is $1.4 million, my friend.
They're supposed to be cagey, yet we've seen Unlu still open, getting in there, you know, trying to get some chips. Ponakovs raising Queen 4 offsuit in the chip leader. So players understand what's supposed to happen. They're stepping out and trying to say, look, my range is supposed to be a bit tighter here. Hopefully it gets a bit more respect.
Average stack is 34 big blinds. Only 2 players with more than average. Chip leader Daniel Dvoress, second in chips Ben Heath. So A bit of a battle for everyone else to try and secure those ladders. You can reach the top 3. Guarantee yourself 5.3 million.
All right.
Ben Heath just getting a walk.
Easiest hand he's played.
If Papo MC wins this, do you think we could commission a Papo MC rap song in honor of Triton?
I've been
like
I
let me
would
put
love
it,
that.
if he wins this and doesn't release the hardest Argentinian rap song of recent times called Triton, then I'm going to make sure he's never invited back to a Triton event.
Maybe we just take the trophy back.
We just take the trophy back, yeah. Maybe there's a little delay in that 12 million wire, you know. Maybe it goes missing.
I mean, I didn't really
12 million can get lost, Randy, you know.
I think he will drop a track if he's able to somehow win this, but obviously to overtake Daniel Dvoress is going to be a big hurdle at the moment.
It is. But we live in a crazy world. Crazier things have happened as Heath just jams into Foxen.
There you go.
Foxen doesn't love it.
Brian, can you give me some reds?
A very smooth day for Ben Heath. Jax has worked out very well for him today.
Oh, yeah.
Busting out 2 different players.
Which is funny because it's never really smooth when you're all in with Jax, my friend. There's always a bit of a sweat, you know. Getting corrected in the chat. Apparently, Papo is a freestyler. So they're saying that they doubt he would make a song. Listen. Alejandro Lococo, Es Muy Loco. Okay. He could write a song called Triton. He's going to activate with the ace queen here. Heath may try and apply pressure here on the button, whether it come in the form of a flat call, c3, to try and outmaneuver the Argentinian, or perhaps a 3-bet.
Happy to flat call in position. I've seen him do this, take this approach with deep stacks rather than going the more high variance route in 3-betting. In comes Unlu.
Full 3 deuce, a complete whiff for all 3 hands. Papo still with the best of it with the ace queen. Does have that will gut shot. 3 million out there to fight for.
Quarter pot.
See Heath give him a little bit of a stare down there. Perhaps if Unlu wasn't behind, get tricky, find a float with the 2 overs and backdoor hearts. Nice little pickup there for Alejandro, creating a bit of a gap between himself and the middle of the pack.
People trying to drop freestyle lines in the chat now. All right. Random Vamos. Threw her out. Rooting on Papa MC as he took down that last pot.
Emma saying the sharpness of the production is a wonderful phrase. The graphics are some of the best in the industry. Appreciate that, Emma. Shout out to the Triton and Sharehands crew. Work tirelessly year round to master their craft. Bringing you this world-class production wherever you are in the world, free of charge. VTA opening off of 15. Would love to get some action behind. He's not going to, but he is going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. So Lokoko made the final table of the WSOP main, and he's now made the final table of the biggest buy-in Triton.
He didn't make the final table of WSOP main, did he?
Do you want to fact check yourself before you correct me in front of 30,000 viewers, Randy?
He did. Oh, I forget which place he got then.
He came 6th or 7th in that one, if I'm not mistaken. But as I was saying, Randy.
Go on.
Alejandro, final table, the WSOP main, had a shot at an 8-figure score. Now comes to Triton for the first time. Biggest buy-in Triton since the £1 million buy-in Invitational in 2019 in London. And he's final tabled this.
So another shot.
Another shot, my man.
All in.
Out, please.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Man, is Dvoress just going to win this in 3 hours, bro? Dvoress is going to win 12 million in 3 hours. It's going to be the sickest hourly in poker history.
Yeah, I feel like he's got to call off this ace-8 suited, right? Sure, it's not.
8 million.
It's a lot of blinds, but Ponakovs is jamming worse aces.
Oh my.
Such terrible news for Ponakovs to be dominated in the spot.
17 million chip pot. If Dvoress can just hold, all he needs to do is hold with the ace high. He will have half the chips in play with 6 left, and we're not even 20 hands into this final table.
Here we go. Terrible flop from Ponakovs. 9 of hearts off the table.
Two outs once for Ponakovs to stay alive in this one. Doesn't find it. And just like that, #1 on Latvia's all-time money list is showered in 7th.
Last 200K.
That first Triton title, that elusive Triton title for one of the best in the game, will have to wait as he heads to the cash
I
desk
thought that was going to end differently.
to pick up $2.14 million.
I thought that was going to go somewhere else.
GG, sir.
I like that one.
Good luck in the main. Go and enjoy the beach, the sunshine here, the Atlantis in the Bahamas. No Triton title for Ponakovs in the 500K.
Another 7-figure score, though, for Ponakovs at our Triton stops. It's still pretty impressive. 2.14 million going into his pocket.
Really is one of the most feared of the modern generation. Widely regarded as one of the best no-limit hold'em tournament players in the world, from the likes of Nikita Baziakowski and Jason Kuhn. Praises always sung by his peers, just how tough he is to play against. Took the aggressive line, blind v blind. Just run into the Ox, the man they call the Ox. That is Daniel Dvoress, of course, with half the chips in play.
Yeah, makes sense.
6 left, and with that, everyone now guaranteed $2,795,000.
You know, at the start of the day, 14 remaining. They were guaranteed 792,000, so now they've picked up additional $2 million. Oh, so quickly.
Wild. How about this for a flop for Lakoko? Blind v blind, limped pot.
You know he can improve.
He actually can, yeah. An open-ended, straight flush draw. Yeah, I love the check back, Randy. Just like let Dvoress turn a pair.
It's even more satisfying when they pretty much all go to the same.
Hands that he's just completely dead against.
Yeah. Yes. It's not. You don't even care, right?
Those are like pretty big sweats, like the A9 versus A8 when you're.
Yeah.
Another check from Dvoress. Feels like now's the time to start building a
People
pot.
are like switching, but that's just
Need
like,
to get a little
That was
value
huge,
from
yeah.
single
Yeah.
heart.
Very, very big shift in the value of my stack.
always fun. It's like one of the silliest parts of poker where you're just having these like insane
Sweats that you're not
even-
involved. Yeah, it really is funny.
Just hear Heath and Foxen enjoying the fact that they've picked up several 7 figures worth of equity
Yeah.
without even having to play big
Yeah,
pots.
up there in terms of dollar EV, it's got to be.
Top like 20 or whatever.
Yeah.
Obviously
Like
not
Foxen's
what's the
done
one that
nothing.
is
He's
folded
gotten
in
pay
the
jumps, you
access
know.
office, right?
He's not complaining, is he? Full pot size bet from Lakoko. Dvoress, ace high, wheel draw, no heart in hand. Some of his outs are tainted. No interest.
Randy, there's a really sick rap in the chat there from Johnny Bananas. Do you want to give it a go, mate?
I don't know where it is. Why don't you do it for me?
I'm not much of a rapper myself.
So you try to pin it on me. Just
No, I just
mess
feel,
it
I feel
up.
like you would be, you know. Okay, I'll give it a go. It goes, in the land of the rich, where the legends go, Triton poker, baby, feel that flow. 12 million dreams, 1 king on the rise, Lakoko taking shots, aiming for the skies. There we go.
There's
Alejandro
one more line,
Lakoko.
though.
Oh, there is?
Aiming for the skies, Dvoress at the top, looking down.
Wow, Randy. Doesn't really flow, but...
You know what I'm saying, though. Look at those chip counts. But that was a pretty good one from that man
Oh, you did find it, yeah?
in the chat. Yeah, just
Jo-
I was like, I
Johnny,
didn't wanna-
Johnny Bananas.
Johnny Bananas. I was like, yeah, I'm going to let you handle that one. Thank you, Johnny Bananas. 44 million. Second place has got 16. Easy game, Daniel Dvoress.
Foxen coming in with a little cheeky min open off of 12 bigs in the hijack.
All in.
Love this. Unfortunately, he's run into top of range by the looks of it. Talvitie's taken the rejam spot with the ace-queen. Michael Garcia saying if they really want to show the love to GG Poker, they should deal the river dark and show the audience first. That's actually something we should implement.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys paying $500,000 a piece would love to not get to sweat the river card first. Okay. We did a little peel as well, and we just change decks every time we're all in. Can fold them in half.
H.
Min raise for Unlu. In Turkey. Software engineer.
Okay. See what Heath comes with here.
Yes. Thank you.
Does cover comfortably in second, closing the action from the big.
He's pretty happy taking it post flop. Contained the pot pre.
Daniel Hild saying he's watching from a beach in Mauritius
Ah,
with a mojito. Says, keep up the good work. Please don't rap again. You have my word, Daniel. That'll never happen again.
That's a fun flop.
It really is. Open-ender for Heath. 2 overs and a gut shot for Sinan.
$600K to start things off. Ben Heath, open-ended straight draw, likely comes in with check call. His type of hand. Up against what? 7 million chips remaining. You don't tend to see players inflate in this spot.
Heath just comes with call. You know, there is a turn card in the deck that just showers Sinan. That's not it. Fortunately for Sinan, the king doesn't come on the turn.
With no diamond in hand, it's pretty rough for Unlu in terms of wanting to double barrel. And if it breaks out, that does give Heath an opportunity to take it away even unimproved.
Checks through. 3.4 million to fight for. Surely Heath hasn't come this far just to wave the white flag. Question is, what size does he go for here? If he's looking to target, you know, king, queen, ace high, doesn't need to go that big, right?
Yeah, if he doesn't need to go that big, then probably about 1/3 of the pot seems reasonable. If he doesn't expect 10x or 9x to ever fold, which they shouldn't against a small sizing. But I'm surprised by that check, and I feel like you just gave that pot over to Sinan Unlu. Perhaps he didn't think Unlu would c-bet the flop with like ace highs that would lay down. Therefore, he would get picked off on the river. But Unlu's not complaining. Showdown king high and win? Okay.
Oh, man. YouTube chat is... thanks for being here, guys and gals. We appreciate each and every one of you.
They're just hoping you read all of their freestyle.
No. It's
There's
not
just more?
There's just some, you know how it is. Some out-of-line shenanigans.
Oh.
I'm being immature. I need to dial it back in. For those of you just joining us, we started the final table about, well, not even an hour ago. The story of the FT so far is runaway chip leader, Canadian
Big VIP.
Daniel Dvoress, who came in as chip leader, but only by a couple of big blinds more than Sinan Unlu. But since the start of the FT, just running away with it.
Good reef shove spot for Foxen in the big blind against the button open of Talvidier. Ace-8, monster hand off of his stack with these positions.
Thanks, man.
3.6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
9 bigs, all in. Not a great spot for ace-3 off.
No, I wonder how Talvidier proceeds here. I mean, he's ahead of, you know, like the king-queen, king-jack, queen-jack suited Broadway type region of the range. Yeah, he's made the call. He's in rough shape.
There we go, Foxen.
3 queens. At 3 queens.
Foxen to get back up
Yeah.
to 20 big blinds. More importantly, to put a massive blow in Talvidier's stack. That is a pretty looking flop
Oh, and social jammed? Oh, yeah.
for the chip leader coaching head honcho. Turns his opponent dead. Foxen's up to 7.8 million. Talvidier is down to 10 bigs.
Foxen, been patient. Got a great spot. He You can see Talvidier making that call of ace-3 offsuit because he believes Foxen is reshoving plenty of broadways. Felt like it wasn't that much more for him to make that call. That's going to send Talvidier to the bottom of the leaderboard. 10 bigs remaining. Foxen now moving up to 4th
Nice hand.
with 20 bigs or so.
Biggest pot I've ever won with ace 8 off.
Equity-wise, it really is.
Okay.
And the thing is, you know, Dvoress's chip stacks, they kind of, it's not like he's been making some insane plays. They kind of just came to him, right? You know, he called against Monsek, who shoved ace-7 suit against him. Socia jammed 30 bigs with king-queen into his ace-king, and then, you know, the blind versus blind confrontation, 20 bigs with the ace-8 against the 8-9 suited. So it's been pretty smooth for Dvoress, who's the only player above average stack at the moment. Now he's really loosening up here. Ace-4 offsuit, UTG, 6-handed. Unlu hasn't been shy of giving action, though.
Does defend. 2.2 out there. And flops best on the 6-4 deuce. Top pair king kicker, perhaps more importantly, Dvoress with enough of a piece to lose more chips in this spot.
And also, Dvoress has got that bit of showdown value where he's not going to want to blast away just because he can just check this one down. So Unlu likely gets to river very easily. Min bet for now.
Unlu in the tank, has options in front of him, just comes with check call. Oh, disastrous turn card for Dvoress, making it a lot less likely that Unlu has a 6. Although I'd have to assume, unless Unlu leads this turn, that Dvoress plays defense.
I mean, it's not unreasonable Dvoress bets once more, though, on the turn, given how vulnerable his hand is. He's not going to get the option to do so as Unlu leads 700K. Just under a quarter pot. Kicker is very relevant for Dvoress in this spot. Can't really lay down at this point. Still needs to kind of keep gut shots honest, like 8-7, 5x.
.4 out there. Wouldn't have hated seeing Unlu size up a little bit as he boats up.
There we go.
So he bet 700 into 3 million. Around quarter pot on a turn. How does he want to play this now?
Yeah, he should want to keep betting here and not let some weak showdown value just check this one down on the river card. He could go quite meaty, although maybe he's not expected to bluff too often then spot, so maybe he gears towards milky. Oh, he's gone massive. That's an overbet. 5.4 million. The way Dvoress is seeing this being played out is this is a 6x or nothing situation.
So you went 25% lead on the turn to 5.4 million into 4.4 on the river. 125% river bet.
Now the big blind is supposed to have more 6x's in their range, but the difference here is that it's Dvoress opening. Even though he's under the gun, he still has quite a bit of 6x's himself, just being the chip leader, the overwhelming chip leader.
I feel like he's going to have better hands to call with than ace 4. But hey, cool, and you're right. You're up to over 50 million. You have Unlu down to 7 bigs.
Yeah, the thing is, Dvoress can have 6x, so if Unlu can't just blindly blast, assuming that Dvoress never has it. And it's very risky to call off so many chips.
Oh, he's made the call.
Nicely done from Unlu. He sized that to perfection to get the maximum.
5.4, right?
And just when it looked like Dvoress was running away with it and had everyone else on the ropes, Unlu with a massive bounce back up to 18 million. And that really shifts the way things will play out at this final table.
Oh, they had your stack wrong on there.
If Unlu can get
Showed you as starting that hand with 7.2 million.
third or better,
Yeah.
he'll move up to second on Turkey's all-time money list. So, with that pickup there, Unlu goes up to second in chips. Talvitier, the immediate short stack.
All in?
There's the jam from the short stack. He's going to run into an ace.
Help, please.
Dvoress is going to ask for a count. It's cuspy.
It's cuspy because it's the hijack jamming. If it was to cut off a button, I think he's certainly snapping this one off. He might still call this one just because Talvitier
4 million and
should
50,
be
right?
jamming baby aces. Pocket pairs lower than 8.
Oh,
and
he's made the call.
Here we go.
Dan's been winning the all-ins. He's been holding with the best of it. As Talvitier outpipped by 1. So everyone else watches on for a potential $700,000 pay jump.
Thank you.
First 3. Oh, that's a fun first 3 for Talvitier.
No. You raise
Tough
flop,
to
I call
tie
king.
this one. Get a low card out there.
You raise min raise. So 6-4 deuce. I check you bet, I call.
There it is, right
I
on
lead,
cue.
he calls. River 6. I overbet you call.
Chop
I
needs a
think
3 or a
I don't
4.
know, I think he-
Heart for the
someone
win.
earlier, he gave me
Dvoress looking to just hold with the ace-8.
Hmm?
He doesn't.
1 million less.
More damage to Dvoress's armor.
Talvitier staying alive, finds the Queen of Hearts on the river.
Can't win against me.
Hmm?
You can't win against me.
Well, well, well.
We got a game.
How the tables have turned. Dvoress was once up to 50 million, thereabouts. It drops back down to 33.
Thank you.
Still a massive chip lead, but you know how it is when you're off the top. It doesn't feel so good anymore.
Well, if you want to see how it feels being the chip leader yourself, you can sign up over at GG Poker. Use the promo code Triton_2024. Get yourself that free $50 ticket into the Weekender. In deposit of $20. Good luck to all of you out there grinding online whilst watching the stream. So with that dent in Dvoress' stack, Foxen now takes position of shortest stack with 19 bigs. Talviti in 5th with 22. Heath in 4th with 35. Lokoko in 3rd with 39. Unlu back up to a very playable 44. Still with a 2-to-1 chip advantage over the field is the chip leader Daniel Dvoress. Man, I mean, just 2 cards away. 1 card away even from being down to 5. Being back up to over half the chips in play. That King 6 hand, of course, for Sinan. It's the real major dent.
True.
Coco with an ace. Blind v blinds, 20 bigs effective. There's the jam. It's just fearless, isn't he? Oh, Andrew. That bluff that he windmilled in Makita's face. The Jack 10
against the Ace King.
Against the Ace King, I mean, that was something else. Guy is an absolute beast.
He's comfy out there. You can tell. Playing his game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can really sense the energy of people like Lokoko who just aren't phased by the money pressure. It's really something else to play for 12 million and to not let it affect your decision making.
Unlu, one of 2 players above average stack. It's got the ladies.
What's Heath got in the big? That's the question. Wait for the graphics to catch up. He's got the King Deuce of diamonds. Comes with the defend. Well, flop's enough of a piece to potentially stick around. Jack 8 deuce, bottom pair for Heath, no diamonds. Unlu with the overpair. Queen of spades has him covering the spade draw.
Little 2 big blind c-bet.
Nice. Nice fold, Heath.
Yeah, we've talked about this where sometimes players are, they pick up that little pair. It's what turn cards am I really looking for? And some of those turn cards actually brings another spade that could give him trouble. So nice that he didn't lose a little extra there.
Yeah, really well played there from Ben in a spot where I think a lot of people lose 800K. So we do have a break coming up.
Jack 10 off. 32 million chip stack, 400K big blind. 800K is the price.
Well, we know what Talvite is going to be doing on the button. Couple of snowmen. There's the jam. Blinds are going to get out of the way, as will the chip leader, Daniel Dvoress. So there we go. First frame of the final table sees 3 eliminations. Texas Mike.
Is anyone opposed to like
the first
1
player?
minute pause after this hand? I don't want to pull an Antonio Esfandiari and have to pee behind the stage. But is that okay?
Of course.
What do you mean? Just pause for like a minute after this hand. Is that okay?
Can we do like 5 minutes? Yeah, go to the bathroom.
I'm happy to do that if everyone is.
So it sounds like there are some weak bladders out
I guess
there,
just play this
Randy.
hand since the clock's running. Give them time to figure it out.
So they're going to just play this hand and then go for an unscheduled break.
Yeah.
It'll be 5 minutes for the viewers. Yeah, first frame over and done with. The conclusion of this hand. 3 eliminations. Texas Mike out first, taking a very profitable rejam spot against the chip leader from the cutoff with the ace-7 of hearts, where Dvoress had opened the ace-10 and he just ran into Heath's pocket jacks out of the big. Go on, Randy.
You think Foxen's in a predicament right now? He's like, well, I can play this hand, but I really got to go to the toilet right now. All right, he's going to come in.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
coming and raising.
Yeah, he's all business, mate. I mean,
he sold a story.
The bladder transplant costs a lot less than 12 million, you know, if he needs to buy a new one off. Listen, I know some places I can introduce some people, my friend.
For transplants.
For spare parts.
Well, King Jack offsuit is not going to give Foxen easy escape. Yeah. Bam. Enjoy your break, Foxen.
Yeah, tell me about it. A really swingy day so far for Unlu at this final table. Came in second in chips, dropped all the way down to 6th at one point. Then that all-important big blind defend with the King-6 of diamonds, where he turned trips and rivered a boat against Daniel Dvoress's 2-pair. Managed to extract max value on the river. Now back up to 2nd in chips, comfortably so. When we return from this break, blinds will be going up to big blind 500K. Foxen going to be down to just 11 bigs, but I mean, tail of the tape so far as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, is the fact that the players have already secured themselves 3 ladders, Randy, and everyone guaranteed just shy of 2.8 million.
2.8 million is a good day in paradise, if you ask me, isn't it?
Sun is shining. It's a beautiful day to have a beautiful day here in the Triton Million. Don't go too far. Quick 5-minute break, and when we return, we're playing down to a champion and battling for 12 million and change.
never gonna do it again.
Socia, for example, is 790th on the all-time money list. If she wins though, Randy.
How far she's going up?
Hold on. Indeed, because Mike with the ill-timed 3-bet jam.
Oh, Heath? He's got jacks.
Is the chip leader Dvoress opening from the hijack? Understandable that Mike took the rejam spot for 15 or 16 bigs rather from the cutoff. I think he knows he's in trouble when he gets this tank from Heath.
Yeah, and Heath really has to go with this.
All in.
Good luck, boys. Dvoress going to get out of there.
Yep. 1 ace dead.
Good luck, chaps. I mean, this one's worth millions and millions of dollars in equity. Can the man they call Texas Mike do the dirty on Ben Heath's jacks? If Heath can hold here,
Suited this time.
he's
I'll
going to
take the
be
same
up
board.
to 4th in chips. He's going to eliminate Texas Mike. Queen 8-7 so far. So good for the Brit. 2 cards to come. Make that 1 card. Ace or a 7 needed for Texas Mike to stay alive in this 500K Invitational. Doesn't find it. We have our first elimination of the FT. Mike taking the profitable reject. A massive favor and just drop us a quick like. You'd be surprised at how much it helps the YouTube algorithm push this product to a wider audience as Triton continue to bring you the highest stakes poker for your viewing pleasure, free of charge, of course. I want to put it out there. The day Triton puts a price tag on its content, Randy, is the day I quit doing commentary.
Cool.
That's how confident I am that this is going to be free of charge for a long time.
Unlu gonna flat, ace-10 suited. Trying to battle Dvoress again.
Wow, these short stacks are just getting to watch the bigger stacks play, because Socia's got king-queen in the small and might do something crazy given that Dvoress is meant to be opening super. Oh my
she
word!
Does 13 million chip jam, and Dvoress gets to just get it in there. Heavy favorite.
Randy, if Dvoress holds here, which he's going to 70% of the time, he's going to have 40% of the chips in play with 7 left. What a disastrous jam spot for Socia. Blind's just gone up.
12-9. Wait, no.
A byproduct
That's 10,
of the flat from Sinan Unlu,
13.
just making it more profitable for her to just jam pre-flop.
12-9-75.
Yeah, I understand why she's jamming, expecting the chip leader open wide. Unlu flat being weak.
All in.
There's the all-in.
Are you ready for this, Henry?
Everyone else, the likes of Foxen, Talviti, and Ponakovs, just look on as 1st and 4th in chips play an all-in pot for 27.5 million. Easily the biggest pot of the tournament. This is for 25% of the chip, more than 25% of the chips in play. And just as we were starting to allude to the fact that maybe it's going to get a bit cagey out there, Randy, because of the average stack, we're playing a pot like this.
27 million chips in the middle. It's blank on the flop.
No diamond in sight. A club on the turn would remove one of Jiang's outs. She needs a lady, and a lady only. Doesn't find it.
Wow, Foxen is still
Jiang
chugging
out
along.
in 8th for 1.6 million. Daniel Dvoress holds with the 8th. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Atlantis here in the Bahamas for continuing coverage of the final table of the Triton Million. 9 down to 6. Quick fire eliminations from the start of this final table. Runaway chip leader in Daniel Dvoress as Brian Rast steps in for Randy Lu. Brian, it's been a one-man show, and it's been Daniel Dvoress. He was up to 50 million chips almost at peak. He's given quite a bit back. With blinds going up to big blind 500K when we return from this unscheduled break. I mean, he just gets to lean into everyone, right, and push everyone around, given how much money's up for grabs.
Oh yeah, 19 million that he's given back is more than the average stack right now. So yeah, it's quite a lot off of peak, but he's still the chip leader.
Yeah, he got it in good against Talvitier, ace-8 against ace-7. Talvitier spiked a flush on the river and then paid off Sinan Unlu in a massive pot where Unlu rivered a boat, managing to get back up to 20 million there for the man from Turkey. He's looking to go up to second on Turkey's all-time money list if he can just you know, close this one out here, get top 3. I'm looking at all of these payouts, by the way, over on the Triton Poker Plus. If you can see in the top-hand corner of your screens, scan that QR code. You can see every hand history from today, from all of your favorite players. The bust-outs, if you've joined late, you can see how the players were eliminated. And, of course, when the stream is finished today, you have action from the cash game videos we have available over there. We're talking $1 million buy-ins, some of your favorite cash game players playing in $1 million pots. So do check out the Triton Poker Plus app. That's how things stand. Tail of the tape, Daniel Dvoress still very healthy in first with 78 bigs, but well, I mean, what could have been? It felt like this tournament was going to be over in the space of 3 hours.
Yeah, he's back to, I mean, he still has a very healthy chip lead, but he is within striking distance of the field now. Wow, Texas Mike out in 9th. I'm just kind of getting caught up. And Ponakovs. I guess Mike's chip lead kind of went away earlier today.
Yeah, just couldn't win a hand.
And I mean, Foxen still chugging along. I mean, it's crazy that he even cashed, sort of. And here he is, shortest, but still alive with 6 to go. Dvoress demonstrating the power of the chip lead there, just leaning on second and chips with a 3-bet. Or sorry, rather, in position raise versus a limp. My mistake, but same principle.
Foxen with 7s. It's all going in the middle. The question is, will he find a customer?
4 million.
Does effectively jam. 4 million.
Yeah, leaving behind the 1.5 in case there's a couple all-ins behind and he can get out of the way.
See if Dvoress wants to spin the wheel here with the ace-8. It's a cut-off jam. It's going to be ahead of a lot of the range.
He said
it's
4,
going to
right?
get rid of Alejandro Lococo. So we're off to the races for Foxen's tournament life. He does have 1.5 back, but I think he'll be folding on most boards. I just saw an ace in there. Ace 5 deuce. See if Dvoress just leads out on this. There it is. Foxen really not ahead of much, eh?
He is ahead of Broadway hands like King Queen and King Jack. He does have to ask themselves if they play this way, but they might. Maybe King Queen doesn't, but some other ones like Queen Jack suited and King 10 suited. But a lot of ace-X, right?
Feels like a lot of ace-X, yeah.
What about smaller pocket pairs? Like, what about sixes? I mean, fives made a set. I'm not sure. He doesn't call. I mean, Dvoress probably doesn't call deuces. Probably not threes. But like maybe fours and maybe sixes play this way.
It's just so much money on the line. Is there ever any merit into folding, keeping this 3.75 bigs back? If he just always gives Dvoress an ace rather. He's made the call. Can't get away from it. And he now finds himself drawing to 2 outs twice for his tournament life. Make that once. Red 7 needed for Foxen to get back in this fight. Doesn't find it. Showered in 6th. The one-time Triton champion. The chip leader coaching head honcho. One of the toughest high rollers on the tour. Alex Foxen out in 6th after losing a flip to Daniel Dvoress. Will pick up $2,795,000 for his efforts.
And I mean, another example of just the power of staying alive, you know, trying to play the short nub to short stack as well as you can. I mean, listen, he was down to a couple blinds before the bubble.
Yeah.
Spun it, but basically was a short stack, as far as I know, from in the money all the way down to 6th place. So we're talking, you know, he earned almost $3 million by just keeping alive with a short stack.
100%, man. Even at this final table, he was short stacked throughout, managed to get, you know, 3 ladders worth 1.6 million. So, yeah, real credit to Foxen for managing to put himself in a position to earn a couple ladders. And, well, I mean, he got it in good. That's all one can hope for, the 7s pre-flop. But with that, we're down to 5. We have 2 invitees left. Sinan Unlu in 2nd, Alejandro Lococo in 3rd. And from the pro side of the bracket, Daniel Dvoress, chip leader, Ben Heath in 4th, Tal Vitier in 5th, all guaranteed $3,542,000 for their efforts.
Wow, just over 20 blinds. He's the shortest stack, but it's pretty close to 4 and 3, but this feels like a pretty easy reshove versus the dealer button with 7s. Yeah. I mean, It's a nice pickup when it gets through.
Well, let us know, chat. Now that we're down to 5. Who have you got winning this one? Let us know who you're rooting for. A lot of viewers at the start were hoping for a Texas Mike against Lococo heads-up match.
Nice.
Not going to be the case, obviously, as Texas Mike bowed out first. Lococo still in with a chance. Sinan's had a very swingy day so far. People saying Toronto all the way. Rooting for Daniel Dvoress. There's a lot of love in the chat for Heath as well. How about this man on your screens? Alejandro Lococo. Ace deuce of hearts, maybe thinking of doing something. Throws out a time extension. Does have an open and a flat in front of him. Two stacks that have him covered. Oh, he's reaching for chips. That is a 3-bet to 4.5 million.
4.5.
Gets rid of the blinds. It's going to get rid of Unlu, and I think it's going to get rid of Dvoress. And a very well-timed and well-executed 3-bet from Lococo up to 17.7 million.
This one was amazing.
You didn't have bad cards there. Bad to the worst time to play with. Yeah.
Well, well, well. Lococo, fearless as ever. Taking it down pre. I mean, it feels like it's anyone's game, not gonna lie. 90 bigs for the chip leader. Shortest stack with 26 big blinds. Everyone guaranteed 3,542,000 for their efforts. Of course, all eyes on that top prize of 12,070,000, as well as that coveted Triton trophy. And of course, a world-renowned WSOP bracelet. Scoob's in the chat saying Lococo has been picking his spots well. He has. He really has. He's had a couple of well-timed, well-executed 3-bet bluffs.
Is there a bounty for it?
Unlu ask if there's a bounty. I'm not sure what he's referring to. Use Prodigy saying every pay jump is now worth a house. It really is. Welcome to the Triton Poker Series. I know we've got a lot of new viewers who perhaps aren't too familiar with Triton Poker. A crossover from the partnership between Triton and the WSOP. So for those of you that are new to Triton, these 7-figure paydays are a bit of a theme on tour. Yeah, the pay jumps really are getting juicy now. This current one, 750,000. If you can sneak into the top 3, be guaranteed 5,304,000.
Henry, so has Lococo lived up to his name?
Oh, hell yeah.
Because, I mean, the Jack-10 play yesterday was kind of the standout play, and I just had the 3-bet, but what about the first parts of the FT?
Yeah, I mean, there was only one real hand that stood out, and that was he opened the jacks. This was still 9-handed. He was comfortably in the middle of the pack. I think he was, I want to say, 4th or 5th in chips. And Unlu was 2nd in chips at the time. Tried 3-betting him on the button. And yeah, Lokoko just saying, not today, mate. Came back with the 4-bet, just not scared of playing big pots.
Wow. What was his hand?
He had jacks. Unlu
Okay.
had ace deuce or something like that. Top for Heath. Blinds have gone up to big blind 500K.
Heath can check this back.
775.
Decides not to.
Nice little pickup there for Heath, 13.4 million. It's nipping at the heels of Lokoko and Unlu, who are practically tied 2nd in chips. This one's going to be a short final table if Dvoress keeps winning big pots. The real shift in momentum was the King 6 against the Ace 4 hand, where Unlu overbet river and got paid. Bounced back up to 17, 18 million. Dvoress was running away with it at one point. Limped pot. Absolute rags for both. Top pair against bottom pair on the 7-5-3.
Both of their kickers have a spade as well. Let's see if Dvoress just comes out betting here with top pair and good kicker. Feel like it is a spot that can play both ways.
Checks through. Dvoress with 89% of the equity of one card to come, and perhaps some value to be extracted. Declines the opportunity, just checks it on over once more.
Versus check back, Dvoress has a pretty clear value bet on the river. I mean, King high is actually a hand Lokoko can definitely have, so it is a concern, but I mean, he would bet a 10 in position if he hit it, so Dvoress at least can feel pretty certain that he had the best hand on the turn after Lokoko checks it back. And I think checking here because you're scared of a king is playing a little too cautious, so I like this bet.
Comes with 75% on the river. See if Lokoko can get away from this. Always tough when you're up against an opponent as competent as Daniel Dvoress, wouldn't fault him for flicking in a call. No, he just lets it go. Doesn't even waste the time bank.
Thought about it.
Yeah. Gave it a bit of thought, almost flicked in the time bank to think some more, but just got rid of it. Nice fold, sir.
Wow, and I mean, pretty nice hand by Lococo. He lost the stone minimum, had the second best hand, and didn't put in a single chip post flop.
$74 bigs now to Dvoress. 38 for Unlu in second, 33 for Lococo, 27 for Heath, and 21 for Talvitier. Average stack of 38 bigs. I think we're going to be five-handed for quite some time unless we have some pre-flop collisions.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty nice pass there. It's a spot where Ben will be playing relatively tight, all things considered, for a hijack opening range, given ICM and his position, and I believe, yeah, Dvoress's button. So just not a spot you're really that excited to take King 5 off when Talviti also has quite a bit of ICM pressure against a very stronger than normal hijack open range.
I'm really curious to see if there are any kind of obvious shifts in play style over the next 20 minutes or so. I mean, Dvoress has position on Unlu, who's second in chips. Lococo in position on the two stacks that have him covered, and he's going to be opening into the stacks that he covers. And obviously Heath and Talviti in a bit of a ICM cage. Oh my, this is sub 20.
Yeah, I think you're just piling this.
All in.
This is really close, you know.
Yeah, for Dvoress. Yeah, it's a kind of tough spot for Dvoress.
He's had people jamming really weak hands into him because of how early he got his chip lead. We saw the ace-7 jammed into him earlier on. Saw ace-8 jammed into him.
In other words, short stacks attacking his really wide opening range with rejams.
Exactly. Not surprised to see him make this call. This is massive, potentially tournament defining. 20 million chip pot. If Dvoress can do the dirty on the man from Finland, he'll have more than half the chips in play with 4 left. Talviti just looking to hold with the ace-jack. So far, so good.
Yeah, beautiful flop for ace-jack.
One card away from being up to 20 million. Just needs to fade a 10, which he does. And I tell you what, it was looking like the Daniel Dvoress show once upon a time, hour and a half ago. He was closing in on the 50 million chip territory, and we were kind of, well, thinking this final table was going to be over with in 3 hours. Now we've got a real battle on our hands.
Yes, sir. I remarked that he's within striking distance, and that was the one stack that he could most afford to double up because he doesn't actually lose his chip lead. probably, I think he loses his chip lead if he doubled anybody else up. But that really evens the field quite a bit. I mean, Dvoress will be the chip leader with about 27 million, but now all the other stacks are kind of within reach.
575.
It's a very dynamic situation now.
Fun times. Just what the doctor ordered. Don't think any of us here,
1 million?
all the 30,000 people watching over on YouTube, all the thousands watching on the Triton Poker Plus app, wanted this one over and done with in a couple of hours. Well, now Talvitier gets to open on the button with the Queen 8, gets the King 10 to fold out the small blind. I think Talvitier is going to find a way to win this pot.
Yeah, probably right here. Would have been a great flop
800?
for Ben. But Ben's the one who didn't play.
The Finns really been getting it done in the higher buy-in tournaments at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Patrick Antonius took down the Invitational in Monte Carlo just 3 weeks ago for 5.1 million. So Ossi Katola second in the 150K. Now Talvitier second in chips with 12 million up top.
Dvoress gets a walk with ace queen off. Oof.
Not gonna be in 15 minutes, no?
No, 50, 5-0.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Because it was supposed to be after this level.
Ah, okay, okay. So then they changed.
Instead of
it. Okay,
that
okay.
one after the next one.
Yeah, so we did have an unscheduled break earlier on. So the next break will come in 50 minutes time. Question is, are we going to be five-handed, four-handed, three-handed, heads up perhaps? What's the line?
Red, 1.1 million.
Nines for Dvoress, facing the cutoff open. Heath opening off of 25 bigs.
Reds, 3.2 million.
Dvoress decides he's going to 3-bet go with nines versus cutoff. Ben Heath has, looks like 16, 17 blinds, something like that.
Yeah, ace 10-0, not going to cut it. I think ace queen 0, we go with it. Ace jack suited, we go with it.
Yeah, he probably has some flats, but not a ton. But I don't know if this hand makes the flat cutoff. Yeah.
Guys, it's not possible for there to be spoilers, by the way. I see people saying that certain people have busted. It's literally not possible. There isn't any reporting that is ahead of the stream. So you can say whatever you want in the chat. It's all nonsense. People saying Daniel's in third. Daniel Negreanu, that is. Daniel didn't cash in this one. Unfortunately, ran ace-king into kings.
Listen, I would just like to make an observation about Alejandro's name. He comes from a Spanish-speaking country, I believe Argentina. Is that Argentina's flag?
One would hope that's Argentina's flag.
So.
Yeah.
So we pronounce his name Lococo, but if you just isolate the first 4 letters of his name, it is the Spanish word loco, which means crazy. Okay, it's the same in Portuguese for what it's worth. So I just want to point that out, that perhaps Alejandro Lococo, alias Loco, okay, he's making some moves, getting it done. I like it. He, you know, not all the time. He's selective with his aggression, and he's picked a lot of spots that work out.
He's been fantastic to watch. I mean, that Jack-10 hand against Mikita's ace-king. What could have been, man? I mean, he could have just been out in 24th. No cash. Instead, he finds himself here, 5-handed.
That is a hand that after the tournament, I mean, Mikita handled it pretty well in the moment. I was kind of watching when it happened in future hands, and Mikita later made another fold that ended up being right. Joked if he was wrong on that one, he would quit poker. But, I mean, it will be a hand after the tournament that Mikita will look back at, because he calls there and holds whatever 70% of the time or 80% of the time. I mean, he would have been like a pretty big chip leader. I think he has like 12 million chips or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he would have.
It's such a different tournament for him at that point versus the fold and what ended up happening.
How about this for a turn card for the Alejandro fans? Turning top pair, 5.8 million out there.
Yeah, when you're leading the 10 deuce 8 there, this is exactly what you're looking for after you get called by Talviti. Ooh, he's going to slip it on over.
Spicy from Alejandro. Let's see what Talviti wants to do. He's going to check it back.
The turn check is exactly what you would do if your opponent actually had ace-5, and I believe it's impossible to call here again, so you would check as well versus ace-high, because Talviti might bluff ace-high, but really it seems like a pretty normal standard value bet at this point. Especially because some hands like 7-6 and Queen-Jack might bet the turn themselves at a decent frequency. So yeah, your opponent can have straights, but like it's a little bit discounted. They could just as easily hit the 9 and pay off.
That is a sizable bet from Lococo. Just leveraging his image as a madman. Is he going to show the 4 of spades? No. Just takes it down up to 18.6 million. A pretty meaty bet. How about it? Talviti up to 20 million. Daniel Dvoress back down to 27 million. Ben Heath with a career best score at the Triton Series.
Oh, sorry. Sure.
Heath's best score coming in the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event in London 2019. He came third for £1,350,000. That's his only 7-figure score on the Triton series, which he's absolutely obliterated here. Guaranteed 3.5 million as things stand.
Now Heath has a similar decision versus a min raise, as well as an invitee, but a ICM pressure situation, not a hand that performs that well against a tighter range.
Nice. Like to see people get away from those marginal spots. Showing some great awareness there. ICM knowledge.
Yeah, right now is a spot where I think my personal opinion is that some ICM solvers, if you want to, whatever you want to call them, probably advocate play that's a little bit too tight. And the reason being is this. We have basically second through fourth all have just over 18 million. They don't really do enough future game sims when they run it out. Sometimes they only do a couple hands in the future. If any of those stacks double through Dvoress, Dvoress would go down to basically being about the same stack as Heath, and they would launch up to being a very healthy chip leader of like 37 to 40 million, depending on how much other chips were put in that pot by anyone else. So I mean, that's a spot where you have a massive ICM advantage moving forward, and I just don't think that's captured by future game by enough ICM solvers, and they probably would recommend something that's slightly too tight in these spots. So I am curious to see what these 3 18 million chip stacks, you know, how are they going to treat this spot? Because, yes, of course, it's nice to stay alive. Maybe you can wait for Heath to get out of there. You can ladder. You know, that said, what about winning 12 million?
I mean,
you know?
What about winning 12 million, pal?
Easy.
It's been nothing but easy for Dvoress. Quite the opposite, actually. He knows he just has to stay composed. He's currently 22nd on the all-time money list. If Dvoress was to close this out, he would go from 22nd to 12th, overtaking the likes of Fedor Holtz, Steve O'Dwyer, Timothy Adams, Nicky P.
Right, 1.1 million.
Will Dvoress find a cheeky little 3-bet here to maybe like 2.7. He thought about it. Oh, mystery hand.
Here we go. Good luck figuring this one out, ladies and gents. Alejandro Lococo with the mystery hand from the big.
I mean, feels like we get started with just a call.
Effective, going to the flop. Just shy of 3 million out there. Queen 8 deuce. Couple of clubs, Heath with the 7 of clubs in hand.
Relatively disconnected board. It's a board that Heath definitely has a range advantage. His particular hand is one of the hands that likes checking almost the most in his range. Still going to bet it, looks like.
Continues for 25%. A bunch of gut shots out there. Some 1 club hands. King 10, king of clubs or something that may come along for the ride.
Those are all reasonable. Some of them might even find check raise, I think, Henry. It's hard to say. I mean, Lococo is the covering stack. Pretty good card for Ben. It does make the 8 a counterfeit, but that said, you know, queens were already beating him, so it doesn't really change the board in a meaningful way, other than bring in the backdoor backdoor spade draw. And we don't know how good of a card it is for Lococo. He's going to lead this, which is, I'm not sure if this is a thing, really, since, I mean, normally in these spots, you find the big blind leading maybe a deuce, because Ben really can't even have a deuce, or an 8, since Lococo definitely has more deuce or 8x as the big blind defense. But I'm not sure that he has more queen x. But Lococo doesn't care. He's leading anyway.
Leading for half pot.
And not a great spot as Ben, but if he feels like it's enough to call once, not a spot you really want to see a further river bet. Oh, wow, it's a club. But Ben has a club, so he's blocking some club flushes.
It was such a sizable turn barrel as well. Like half pot. Struggling to think of natural bluffs here. Maybe like a 9-10 with like a 10 with a club and a spade. I don't know. I'm stretching.
Yeah, I mean, any of the inside gutters, any backdoor spades that played this way, I mean, they're the very natural bluffs that have equity. I even some of the hands you said, like what about King 10 with the king of clubs? King, or, you know, club and spade. And then that hand you definitely must bluff at this point. I'm just saying there's you know, you can think of some bluffs for sure.
What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Bluff or value?
You know what? If you're a real sicko, you could even do like ace deuce with the ace of clubs. Like a deuce isn't good. You're not winning that at showdown. Either you are good and you're going to get bluffed, or you're not good. So that's like a bluff as well. Like you could easily turn like a deuce there into a, you know, again, it would be really nice for Lococo here if he's going to fire big to have a club in his hand, but, you know, he doesn't need to.
He's counting out some chips. A lot of fumbling of the chips, by the way. Just
yeah.
Does eventually fire out a bet of 5 million. You see a rare kind of grimace and flick of the wrist there from Ben Heath, almost as if to say, like, what are you doing, pal? Like,
let me give you a live read, Henry. Here's my read. I feel like if he's bluffing, he's less likely to like spend all this time trying to get the exact amount of chips right? Because you think, oh, I can't look. I feel like he's less likely to be bluffing. That's just my feel, based on what you were saying.
Okay.
I know it's supposed to not be that way, but that's the whole point.
So you feel like he's not bluffing?
I feel like he's not this time. Although they did make it a mystery hand, and we're talking about the Loco one, so that's like immediately I feel dumb saying that, but...
Do you want to flip?
Sure. Yeah, whatever. $100.
Yeah.
I have he's not bluffing.
All right. You say not bluffing. I mean, it's Lococo, bro. What do you say? S muy loco?
Yeah, I'm going to go with he has, like, king-queen. And that's why he's, like, not sure exactly how much to bet. Like, you know, but... and he's kind of thinking about it. But, yeah.
What are we calling a bluff, by the way? It's like 8-9 with, like, the 9 of clubs a bluff. Because I feel like there are some hands that could be a bit close.
I mean, how about any worse hand than Ben's? And I get an 8 is like, how can you have an 8 here?
Okay, 8's a push, yeah?
8's a push.
Okay.
8's just wild. Like, I don't know how you have an 8 here. But, yeah, let's call 8 a push.
He's now shaking. Did you see that close-up from the camera? Brian Rast is saying it's value. I'm going with bluff because it's my man Alejandro Lococo, and I know he's capable.
I'm just giving you $100, I feel like.
Running some wild ones, maybe.
I'm
Hey,
using
listen.
some live read stuff on, like, the Loco one, you know? But and I have no idea. I mean, I don't have a... Usually when you do reads, you need to peg them to behavior consistently, because actually different people, the reads are always different. You know, you need a baseline. I have no baseline with Lococo, so really the read means nothing.
Heath is deep into the tank here. Understandably so, one of the biggest spots of his tournament career.
He has an okay bluff catcher because he has a club and he doesn't have a 9, 10, or jack.
Yeah, in a weird way, you'd rather call 7s than like 9s, right?
Yeah, for 100%. Like, his hand in some ways is almost like after calling turn, which is dicey, but reasonable, it's a pretty reasonable spot to call river.
Oh, he's made the call.
Queen,
and Lococo
see?
has trips. Heath down to 4 bigs.
Boom. Man, you got to put me in these. Look, do you like that? I even called that he had trip queens. Wasn't sure how much to bet. That was why the fumbling. Let's go.
Pony up the 500, my man. We'll get you in.
He really got max on that. Queen 9. Like, kicker wasn't good either.
Lococo takes the chip lead, I believe. No, he doesn't. He's closed the gap, though. Just 4 bigs behind the chip leader, Daniel Dvoress.
He got the absolute max in that hand.
He did. So did you. You got 100 out of me, mate. If you want to get the max out of GG Poker, how about a little promo? $50 ticket into the weekender by simply using the promo code Triton_2024. Need a min deposit of $20. Sign up today. Alejandro Lococo signing up for an 8-figure score, perhaps, if he can close it out here. The Atlantis in the Bahamas. 32,000 people watching over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. We're just 1,500 subscribers away from hitting our goal of 300,000 subs. If you haven't already, click that subscribe button. Would be a massive help to show your support to the Triton Poker Tour, who continue to put on this, you know, just world-class poker production, the highest stakes in the world, free of charge. The fun doesn't stop here, by the way. We've got that 100K main event starting tomorrow. For now, of course, our attention on this $12 million payout. Blinds have gone up, 300K, 600K. Man, that was a long hand. That one between Heath and Lococo.
Yeah, that really, I mean, Heath is down to fumes. He's not out, but this is chip in a chair territory right here.
It's dicey.
Yeah.
It is dicey. He's got chips to play with now. He can start opening buttons.
Dvoress has to be a little worried about that, huh?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doubled up Talviti. He's now got Lococo, who's practically tied for the chip lead on his left. It was all Dvoress for the first 45 minutes. I mean, it literally looked like the tournament was going to be over in 3 hours. He was up to 48 million or whatever it was, had half the chips in play. And then, yeah, just, you know, Sinan Unlu defended King 6 of diamonds, and the rest is history, as they say. Average stack of 32 big blinds, so only 160 bigs in play.
30 bigs here. It's a little uncomfortable to want to jam. You do have to assume Lococo's going to... Actually, he won't be opening too wide because Heath is just going with a bunch of hands, right? I mean, he's got half his chips in the pot. He only has to call another 775K.
There is the call. Heath with less than a big blind behind.
Yeah, so Talviti realizes that and says, hey, let's take this 3 ways. No side pot, really. So he might get to realize his equity pretty well here versus Lococo with the 5s out of position. More than normal. Plays it as a flat. Kind of like that line of thought by Elias. I think it belies very intuitive poker mind, figuring stuff out on the fly. He has played quite well in this tournament, I feel.
think he's played really well, yeah. Heath is in big trouble here. There's 4.2 million out there. He's got 175 back. 175K, not even 1.75.
900?
And now with Elias betting, I mean, what do we do here? 2 overs to the 4-3.
Elias almost never has a 4 and a 3, though, right? Flatting small blind out of position, being with a very big covering stack.
Agreed.
But a 9 and a 7 are probably good pretty frequently. He's getting, I mean, let's shave 700 off this. So he's got to call like 175 to win 4.4. What is that? 200? It's like...
It's kind of like 20 something to 1.
Yeah. I mean, you think a 7 or 9 are probably good most, but not all the time, like 2/3 of the time or something. He hits 1, 6 outs. It's like 15%. I guess I'd call, but I don't think it's a big deal. Ben says no. He's going to save that 175 for a rainy day. It does give him a few hands to get it all in. He'll be getting a great price. He'll be able to win a 600K ante.
Yeah, I mean, he's forced all in next hand, obviously, out the small. Oh, my.
Oh, this guy is...
Now that Heath's out of there, Lococo's going loco.
Wow, this... I really want to see what Talviti's going to do here. I mean, this is a big raise, though.
Just snap folds.
What a
Alejandro takes the chip lead. It's up to 33 million. Just bossing everyone around now.
I mean, if you're folding pocket pairs above the 4. So what is that? Maybe you're calling nut flush draws and a jack. That raise just prints.
Yeah. It's
like you're getting called like never. I mean, a small portion of the time. But man, Lococo just really applies that pressure.
Yeah, it's just ravaging now. Dvoress with King Jack. Heath forced all in out the small. He's got 6s. He will be flipping for his tournament life. It's a very decent pay jump between 5th and 4th, 700,000. Let's see if Unlu wants to defend, try and get Heath out of there.
I mean, he also has a suited queen. You know, it's not a bad hand. It's versus a min raise. And the added advantage of increasing the chances of busting Ben. So, it seems... I think a fold would have been bad.
Good flop for Heath, 7-5-4. Has the spades covered with that 6 of spades as well.
Dvoress now isn't even the chip leader, so he does want to bust Ben, which changes the math on this a little bit. I mean, the side pot's like twice the main pot, but if he was the 50 million runaway chip leader, he actually wouldn't mind not busting Ben, but that is no longer the case. So it does increase the chances of him not bluffing at this pot.
Dvoress really chewing on this one. Does check back. Well, Heath. He's going to stay alive. 100% check mark next to his name. Unlu's going to win the side pot. Unless Dvoress can get him to fold a 5. Which he might try and do here. No, he's just going to take the showdown value.
Ooh, it's a good first one.
Ben hadn't even looked at his hand yet. So, the show goes on for Ben Heath.
You have the nuts.
175,000 to
1.175.
Pretty nice. Part 1 of the spin.
Sorry, 1.125.
Now he has 3 hands before he takes the
Will
big.
this come back off all the time?
Maybe. Baby steps.
You never know.
What a story that would be.
Oh, that board was actually the wheel in deuce to 7. The board ran out
7
deuce 3
chips, now
4
at 4.
4 5 7
Down
deuce
raise.
3.
We can change if you want. I can give you a chip.
It's pretty hard to get a 5 card pat wheel in deuce. It's like way, 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 way harder than getting aces. But, you know, all the mixed game players out there, that was for you all. All right.
Such. Oh man, yeah, I told you, you were one of my favorite humans.
Wow, 7-6 off. I mean, with Ben Heath, who basically has 2 big blinds behind him as well. I don't know about that open. That was irresponsible right there, but he got it through. I mean, that was like a heat check. You know, like Damian Lillard pulling up from the half-court line, you know, and just launching one because he's made a couple threes in a row. Kind of like feeling yourself moment. I just like the 7-6 off and the hijack right there. Just to, I don't know, to get some insight into maybe what's going on in Lococo's mind right now. but I think he's feeling himself. Like,
Oh,
watch out, Dvoress. You're out of position here. You're covered. Okay, you don't know it. The guy just opened 7-6 off under the gun. Be very careful.
He's absolutely loving it. I tell you that much. Final table, the WSOP main. Now here, the Triton Million, the biggest buy in Tritons the last 5 years.
See, look, I mean, now he just keeps jacking him up from half court till somebody stops him. It's the very next hand. I know it, man. He's feeling himself right now. I just that's like emanating.
He's found the momentum.
I think Dvoress defends this, though. I think. Yeah, 10-9 off, just like a little too good. And we're going to play some polka post-flop. The two chip leaders. You know, normally in this spot with the two chip leaders, there's some kind of like cooperative passivity of not playing big pots. That's sort of the general like GTO of like what happens in these spots. Lococo's just not the guy who, if he's the other chip leader with me, I'm like, yeah, you know we play small pots here, right, buddy? Like, I'm not really sure he's the guy who I'm counting on to follow through on the other part, you know, as my partner.
This 2.4 million up to 37 million. Wow, this guy is just something else. First recorded poker cash came in April of 2016. He cashed for $3,429 in a $300 buy-in tournament. Fast forward to 2024, he's here, chip leader for 500K buy-in tournament with 12 million up top. A win here today for Lococo would see him move up to second on Argentina's all-time money list, behind Nacho Barbera, of course. Especially after the bluffs we've seen him run. I mean, he's earned it, right? I mean, 24 left, 7 off the money. That savage bluff against Makita, which Bads is a tricky customer to bluff, by the way.
Look at this spot right here. Ben Heath is all in, and Talviti has a lot less chips. Like, he can probably just rip this. Like, Talviti probably can't even call him with, like, ace-jack.
There is the ISO to 3 million, so Heath...
I tell you, there is no better time. Now or never.
He's in good shape with the king high. 3-2 favorite. Thereabouts. Make that 4-1 favorite with 2 cards to come. Needs to fade Queen and a Jack only to get back up to 6 bigs, which he does.
Ooh.
There we go, Ben Heath.
Funny,
bit of a spin.
Eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
No. You don't know?
I mean, I really don't know what to do.
No, if
20x.
you had 7 now.
175K to 3.5 million. I think that's a
You
20x.
raise, right? If you did have 7, you
Right.
would win the pot, right? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, right. But I don't think so.
But it's more important for you than for me.
It's not important for me.
More important for me.
Actually, I like Ben stay here.
No, I just commented. I don't care. Obviously, I like him as well. I just said it would be funny if he had 7. That's it.
Right.
I understand.
But I did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have?
Nobody understood. Like it's. Nobody
Well, I'm
fucking
struggling
get it.
to understand what Unlu's trying to say. It sounds
Dan,
like
you got me?
Unlu's annoyed
got it.
that Alejandro raised and
Some
got
relief.
Talviti out of there, rather than taking
Either
it
my
3
relief-
ways and potentially
Huh?
eliminating Heath.
Yeah.
That sounds like what the argument is from Unlu.
You and me?
Yeah.
I actually think Unlu is just wrong.
Check yourself.
Yeah. How much you have?
Lococo isn't super
2.25
incentivized to, like, he wants to win the chips, and he doesn't care as much if Ben busts because it's not bad for him having a guy with a couple
Could
blinds
be, I
around.
tell you, greatest comeback ever.
I mean, he's
Making
the
me
chip
nervous
leader who
on
now
the
has a
second
pretty
time.
sizable chip
Really?
lead.
No, sorry. I wasn't trying to make you nervous. Actually, I was trying to make you feel positive. Yeah.
If
I like
that's the
enjoying
point
it.
he's making, I'm not sure. But
Yeah,
it's the-
I'm not sure either, but
But there's no way Lococo should try to cooperate with other people to bust Ben. Like, it's definitely not in his best interest.
We're not 1% anymore. So we got some extra percents.
It is good for Unlu
Another 2%.
if Ben busts. That's for sure. But
there we go. Ben Heath back up to 6.3 million.
5. Sorry.
Now has a bit of breathing room with his 10 bigs. What a spin.
175K. Here it is, 6.3 million. That's a 36X.
It feels like from here on out, Ben Heath is just free rolling. Although it would be brutal for him to go out in fifth after spinning this back the way that he has.
He is still about half as many chips as Talvidi in fourth. But, I mean, he has 10 blinds, whereas a couple hands ago he had half of a small blind. So, that is quite something.
Unlu does flop best on the 4-4 deuce. Can't be thrilled about bottom pair.
Yeah, this could be an interesting pot. Lococo decides to do a multi-street bluffing. I'm going to assume one street's not going to work. But, you know, turn and river barrels make a deuce really shrink up. We could see how Unlu wants to deal with the Argentinian
wrecking ball.
Yeah.
He really is just a bull in a china shop. Lococo, that is. Do they have that in Argentina where they let the ball run loose down the streets? I don't know.
I don't know. I will say that with a 3 of hearts will make a turn call by Unlu a lot easier. So he has a flush draw now, and now a jack on the river even more against the turn check back. See if Unlu value bets, which certainly won't get called, or slips it on over to Lococo one last time, which might work. Although this does have the feel like Lococo might just be giving up. I mean, he does have 10 high, though. It has no showdown. But yeah, he gave up.
Even against that small bet from
That was
Unlu.
fast.
Huh?
That was fast.
Back up to 20 million. For those of you just joining us, it has been a wild, wild final table. How about that for a setup?
I think I have one more double
Triton
in me before fifth anyway.
Poker production.
Just when you think it's about to happen, that's when they...
I swear I will swap with you now.
Unlu saying he'd
I have
swap with
faith.
Heath right now. Believes
I
that
believe
Heath
in
is going to
this
go on the spin. Everyone guaranteed 3,542,000. Talviti with the aces against the madman.
You gotta have the faith.
$3.5.
3.5 raise.
Personally wanted to see a flat call, but I understand why he's 3-bet this.
He's probably not going to flat call that much off of 20 blinds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you definitely don't want to take this multi-way. And maybe, you know, Lococo does something crazy.
Es muy loco.
The
best hand.
To be the aces. Necesito romper ace con J10.
He's not even sweating it. He's just like, you know,
J10.
I got the best hand to crack aces with. Maybe that's why you 3-bet the aces, man, because you just know that Alejandro's going to 4-bet rip.
That's really bad.
That's going to be a tall order on that flop.
Oh, man. No spade in sight. No chop outs.
Messi Maradona. Boom, boom.
Runner, runner. Not going to happen this time round. Well, Talviti's turn to take the chip lead.
And now we got a pretty tight 3-way race up top.
This has been the most insane final table
that was
I've commentated on in recent memory.
Lococo was feeling himself just maybe a little bit too much recently.
Yeah.
It was like the 7-6 off open, and it was working, but like at some point, you gotta take your foot off the gas.
We've all been there. Where you're out on the dance floor, you've had a couple of rum and cokes, but your friend just like gives you the nod. You get that extra shot of tequila in, and then boom, you just don't remember the rest of the night. You know, you're feeling yourself a little bit too much. Perhaps should have declined that last rum and coke order.
25 more.
25 more. Yeah, one more. Just 25.
So far, we've had Talviti as chip leader, Dvoress as chip leader, Unlu as chip leader, and Lococo as chip leader. Started off with 9 players. Dvoress came in as chip lead. Unlu was in second. It was Texas Mike that went out in first, rejamming the ace-7 against Dvoress's ace-10. Heath actually woke up in the big blind with jacks. Then it was Jiang's turn to misstep against the chip leader Dvoress. 3-bet jamming king-queen for 32 big blinds against Dvoress's ace-king. Ponakovs then jammed into Dvoress blind v blind with 9-8 suited, ran into ace-8 suited. Then, of course, most recently departed was Foxen with the 7s against Dvoress's ace-8. We've been 5-handed for quite some time now. Everyone giving it a real go. Lococo down to 3rd in chips. We got a bit of a battle on our hands, you know. Heath's now back up to 10 bigs. Talviti just gets to play the role of table captain. Man, to think Dvoress had 48 million chips at one point. To think Ben Heath had 175K at one point.
See if he sizes up from a min raise. Yeah, he's like to discourage pre-flop calls. Makes a lot of sense to me.
A little raise and take for Daniel. Been a rough frame for him, but hey, look. He knew that it was going to be a battle. This 12 million was going to have to be earned. He's got 2 Triton titles. One coming in PLO, one coming in short deck. Would be one of 2 players. Sorry, one of 3 if he can win a Hold'em title, joining the likes of Jason Kuhn and Danny Tang, who have the Holy Trinity of the Triton Tour, the trophy in all 3 disciplines, short deck, PLO and Hold'em. Just being informed by producer James Dempsey that Sir Watts is also in that pack, and perhaps I'm getting him mixed up with Danny Tang. So I thought Danny had a short deck, a PLO, and a Hold'em, but I could be wrong. I feel like Danny won a PLO in Cyprus. Lokoko kind of flat with the 5s.
Ooh. See if Talfidi finds a squeeze here. He does have
4.8.
a hand to do it
Yeah,
with.
there it
yes.
is. Should work. If 5s don't hit the mark,
I mean,
if he just
jams,
mashes,
Talvidi's gonna fold. This would be pretty insane.
oh, he's so sick.
He's a sicko.
He's such a sicko.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, and he shows the 5 as well. Oh, please, Lokoko, you are welcome to the Triton Tour anytime, any place, mate. I'll book your flights for you. We want you on the feature table as much as possible.
Zero fear.
This is, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the most exciting players I've ever had the privilege of calling the action on. I mean, it's just getting beyond ridiculous at this point. There's 12 million up top in this, by the way. This isn't a $100 sit and go. Fans are going wild, as expected. Really is Alejandro Lococo's world, and we're just all living in it. So he retakes the chip lead. The bluffs have been executed to perfection, apart from, you know, the misstep of the Jack-10 of spades. Everything else has really been going his way.
I mean, when you swing as often as he does, you know, you're gonna miss once in a while, but you know, the times you hit pay off for the times that you miss, and you can get lucky when you miss. You know, Jack-10 had whatever it was, 18, 20% equity or something.
Yeah. I want to see him get at least three-handed where the big pay jumps start coming in. I mean, 3.5 million guaranteed. Fourth going to be going home with 4,390,000. As Lococo fires out a C-bait, he's going to take this one down. He wants that 12 million. He wants that Triton trophy. And he wants that coveted WSOP gold bracelet. And he is currently the favorite to do so as we head into our second break of this final table. It was a one-man show for the first hour. Daniel Dvoress was running away with it, but since then, Lococo has something else on his mind as we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I mean, I don't want to sleep on everyone else. Shout out Ben Heath for spinning it back up and still being in this battle, but Lococo is definitely the man of the hour after that frame.
100%. You know, I think not only is he interesting because of the hands that he plays, the aggressive lines and all that, but it's also just the dynamic he creates by doing that. I mean, if you're Ben Heath and you have 10 big blinds, you're maybe a little bit more incentivized than you otherwise would to wait a little bit, because Lococo really could bust himself or bust somebody else, you know.
We just saw the back jam with the fives.
Exactly.
Case
like,
in point.
What if he had ace king or kings or queens? Or,
exactly.
Right? Like, I mean, he's going to call and someone might be out. And so it's like Ben Heath, it's a very interesting situation, especially for Ben Heath's stack, where normally you'd say, oh, he's like super incentivized to kind of gamble. He's got less than half of even fourth place. He's got to earn some chips. It's more a chip EV. It mixes it up. So it's not only does it create an interesting hand for him, but the dynamic changes with the waiting game for everybody else. So it's fascinating.
It really is. There's 120 big blinds in play when we return. I think this is going to be the frame where we go from 5 down to heads up, perhaps. I mean, the money has to go in eventually. I guess when we return from break, Ali Najjar's going to be stepping in alongside Brian Rast. And I guess it's going to be all eyes on Heath to see if he can spin that 6 big blinds. Don't go too far when we return. Players are going to be battling it out for 12 million and change very shortly. To a wider audience as Triton continue to bring you the highest stakes poker for your viewing pleasure, free of charge, of course. I want to put it out there. The day Triton puts a price tag on its content, Randy, is the day I quit doing commentary.
Cool.
That's how confident I am that this is going to be free of charge for a long time.
Unlu gonna flat, ace-10 suited. Trying to battle Dvoress again.
Wow, these short stacks are just getting to watch the bigger stacks play, because Sosi's got king-queen in the small and might do something crazy given that Dvoress is meant to be opening super. Oh my word!
Does 13 million chip jam, and Dvoress gets to just get it in there. Heavy favorite.
Randy, if Dvoress holds here, which he's going to 70% of the time, he's going to have 40% of the chips in play with 7 left. What a disastrous jam spot for Socia. Blind's just gone up.
12.975.
Wait, no.
A byproduct
That's 10,
of
12,
the flat from Sinan Unlu,
13.
just making it more profitable for her to just jam pre-flop.
12.975.
Yeah, I understand why she's jamming, expecting the chip leader open wide. Unlu flat being weak.
All in.
There's the all-in.
Are you ready for this, Henry?
Everyone else, the likes of Foxen, Talviti, and Ponakovs, just look on as first and fourth in chips play an all-in pot for 27.5 million. Easily the biggest pot of the tournament. This is for 25% of the chip, more than 25% of the chips in play. And just as we were starting to allude to the fact that maybe it's going to get a bit cagey out there, Randy, because of the average stack, we're playing a pot like this.
27 million chips in the middle. It's blank on the flop.
No diamond in sight. A club on the turn would remove one of Jiang's outs. She needs a lady, and a lady only. Doesn't find it.
Wow.
Jiang out in 8th for 1.6 million. Daniel Dvoress holds with the ace-king and now has 37 of the 96 million chip. Alejandro, final table, the WSOP main, had a shot at an 8-figure score. Now comes to Triton for the first time. Biggest buy-in Triton since the £1 million buy-in Invitational in 2019 in London. And he's final tabled this.
So another shot.
Another shot, my man.
All in.
Out, please.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Man, is Dvoress just going to win this in 3 hours, bro? Dvoress is going to win 12 million in 3 hours. It's going to be the sickest hourly in poker history.
Yeah, I feel like he's got to call off this ace-8 suited, right? Sure, it's not.
8 million.
It's a lot of blinds, but Ponakovs is jamming worse aces.
Oh my.
Such terrible news for Ponakovs to be dominated in the spot.
17 million chip pot. If Dvoress can just hold. All he needs to do is hold with the ace high. He will have half the chips in play with 6 left, and we're not even 20 hands into this final table.
Here we go. Terrible flop from Ponakovs. 9 of hearts off the table.
Two outs once for Ponakovs to stay alive in this one. Doesn't find it. And just like that, #1 on Latvia's all-time money list is showered in 7th.
Last 200K.
That first Triton title, that elusive Triton title for one of the best in the game, will have to wait as he heads to the cash
I
desk
thought that was going to end differently.
to pick up $2.14 million.
I thought that was going to go somewhere else.
GG, sir.
I like that one.
Good luck in the main. Go and enjoy the beach, the sunshine here, the Atlantis in the Bahamas. No Triton title for Ponakovs in the 500K.
Another 7-figure score, though, for Ponakovs at our Triton stops. It's still pretty impressive. 2.14 million going into his pocket.
Really is one of the most feared of the modern generation.
Or sorry, rather, a in-position raise versus a limp. My mistake, but same principle.
Foxen with 7s. It's all going in the middle. The question is, will he find a customer?
4 million.
Does effectively jam. 4 million.
Yeah, leaving behind the 1.5 in case there's a couple all-ins behind and he can get out of the way.
See if Dvoress wants to spin the wheel here with the ace-8. It's a cut-off jam. It's going to be ahead of a lot of the range.
You said
It's
4,
going to
right?
get rid of Alejandro Lococo. So we're off to the races for Foxen's tournament life. He does have 1.5 back, but I think he'll be folding on most boards. I just saw an ace in there. Ace 5 deuce. See if Dvoress just leads out on this. There it is. Foxen really not ahead of much, eh?
He is ahead of Broadway hands like King Queen and King Jack. He does have to ask themselves if they play this way, but they might. Maybe King Queen doesn't, but some other ones like Queen Jack suited and King 10 suited. But a lot of ace-X, right?
Feels like a lot of ace-X, yeah.
What about smaller pocket pairs? Like, what about sixes? I mean, fives made a set. I'm not sure. He doesn't call. I mean, Dvoress probably doesn't call deuces. Probably not threes. But like maybe fours and maybe sixes play this way.
It's just so much money on the line. Is there ever any merit into folding, keeping this 3.75 bigs back? If he just always gives Dvoress an ace rather. He's made the call. Can't get away from it. And he now finds himself drawing to 2 outs twice for his tournament life. Make that once. Red 7 needed for Foxen to get back in this fight. Doesn't find it. Showered in 6th. The one-time Triton champion. The chip leader coaching head honcho. One of the toughest high rollers on the tour. Alex Foxen out.
Well, I hope you had a chance to catch your breath as we bring you back to the desk here. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast to take you home here on day 3 of this Triton Million Invitational. And the man of the moment, the same guy that you guys were talking about on the way to the break, that being you and Henry, Alejandro Lococo. He has taken this bull by the horns, sitting with the chip lead, 28.8 million in front of Lococo. 36 bigs, not far behind, of course, Daniel Dvoress, who has enjoyed a chip lead of his own on multiple occasions. Talvidier also has held the chip lead. Those 3 above the average stack of 19 million. Sinan Unlu, Ben Heath rounding things out with 5 remaining. Payouts. Well, we just saw the 2.8 million picked up by Foxen not too long ago. 3.5 million plus on lockup. Just look at the size of the jumps in this one, Rast. Between 5th and 4th, we're talking about near 900 grand. Let's call it 358. Pretty sick stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive tournament. These pay jumps are huge. I mean, look at first place, man. 12 million. I mean, it's crazy. These guys are exactly where they want to be right now. I can tell you as a poker player, there's nothing more fun than being at the FT of a tournament like this. It's kind of the pinnacle.
Yeah, I said 358. 858 is what I meant, and you'll be able to see that as we look at the chip counts heading back into the arena. Blinds of 400, 800, 800K big blind ante, absolutely stratospheric. Total prize pool of 48 million has had the chunky stuff already delivered to the doorsteps of Texas Mike, Sosia Jiang, Ponakovs, and Foxen. But who will eventually claim not only the bracelet, not only the extra large Triton trophy, but also the 12 million and change? That jump from second to first, I mean, come on.
Yeah, almost $4 million. Quite the sit and go at the end of the tournament.
Yeah. Luca Vivaldi on hand as always to make sure the proceedings are going as proscribed. Do want to remind everybody out there that if you haven't already, it is time to download the Triton Poker Plus app. It is the only way to watch the Triton Super High Roller Series streams. There is so much at your fingertips if you do so. Nab it on the App Store if you're on an iOS device, or of course on the Google Play Store if you're working with Android. And that's the man who's been playing on another level.
Full agree. The app is, I mean, if you really want to watch these tournaments and follow to the best of, you know, your ability and really know what's going on, got to have the app in order to do that. You're kind of doing it wrong if you're not. You know, I mean, you know, if you're like cooking or something, okay, I get it. You just have it on in the background. But if you're sitting and watching these, you want the app on your phone or something where you can, you mess around, check out hands, look things up, you know, as you're doing, especially if you're like into poker, you're a poker aficionado, you know.
Rast, I know it was just a hypothetical that you were going with. I do feel compelled to push back. If you're cooking, first off, why are you cooking? There's a Triton final table on. You can Uber Eats. You can focus up. I mean, Lococo show is on full display right now. We see him raise and take it and continue to procure chips. But yeah, we don't need to cook.
I like to say it like this. Alejandro Lococo, él es muy loco.
Yes.
Okay.
You cannot spell Lococo without a little bit of loco, that's for sure. Although, just before we came back on air, Rast, if we're being honest, we talked about, well, yes, there is a touch of the loco, but there's a lot of thought, a lot of rhyme and reason. This guy understands what he's doing.
Exactly. I mean, I said that to you also myself. It's, this guy knows what's going on. Like, Henry and I were talking about this hand, like whether he could have an 8 on the queen, queen 8. He's like, what if he has an 8? I'm like, he's too good to have an 8 here. He's not going to show up with an 8. That's like one of the worst hands you could have in the line. You know, the guy, yes, he's courageous. No fault for courage. Has it in spades. No fear. But he knows what's going on. He's a thinking, you know, he's thinking about things on a very deep level. So, you know, he's not just stone punting. 0%.
Well, Dvoress limps to 6s here against Alejandro, who allows it with the Jack 8 and an 8 in the window along with the Jack. He just smashes top 2. Not sure Dvoress is going to be altogether thrilled with the 6s here.
No, but it is blind versus blind, and it's limped. So I don't think he's going to fold to one bet, at least not on the flop. Yeah, not a. This is a min bet.
Just a whisper of a question.
It's one big blind. Almost the amount of chips in a buy-in. Starting stack was $1 million. We're not quite there yet. I think next level.
It's pretty wild to think about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, in spite of not having a diamond, Dvoress will make the investment to see whether or not more is in store on the turn. He has picked up a gut shot straight draw now as the pot grows to 4 million.
Not a great card for Dvoress, and it does give him more outs, but it might encourage him to continue putting money in here. He's going to be very sensitive to the bet size that Lococo chooses. you know, double flush draw, a lot of straight draws, and some straights. Lococo is pretty incentivized when he bets here to have a somewhat polar range and choose larger sizings, which will put sixes in a really tough spot. You know, yeah, what is this, 2.8? Yeah, this is a type of bet size. So, it, you know, pot or more, I think sixes, it's pretty hard to continue. This is a really tough bet size for sixes to navigate. And let's see what Dvoress thinks about it.
Yeah, it's just in the territory of 3/4 pot, but you got to take future game considerations. Now, Dvoress does unblock both of the flush draws, for what that's worth. But we're really kind of venturing into murkier water if we hang tough here, which Dvoress will.
Yeah, a really bad card for Dvoress would be like an 8 or a jack.
Instead, the backdoor hearts arrive along with yet another overcard to these sixes. 9.6 in the middle. And let's see. Lococo just snap checking back here, Rast, and Jackson 8s, no appetite for another barrel.
I think on the King of Hearts, it does start to bring it into close spot territory. He did it so fast, I didn't have a lot of time, but my intuition is that it's a value bet, in my opinion. But it's not something I'm certain about.
Well, there was plenty of conviction attached to the pace with which Lococo did check back, and no telling whether or not a barrel on the end would have stood a chance of being paid off.
I don't think so by 2 black sixes.
Yeah. When we do barrel, though, the danger is always that we face that raise.
Sure. Of course.
Opening the action comes with risk. Now, Ben Heath. No risk when you fold the 5-3. Unlu spectates as well. Over to Dvoress. Got snacked on a moment ago. King 3 off on the puck.
Wow.
First I look, it's 2 aces, but...
Oh, it's only 25
fake
blinds.
aces.
Fake aces. Proclaims Talvidier. As Lococo asked for it all there. No compliance. Of course, ICM jail definitely is somewhat of a thing here when you realize Ben Heath is sitting there with 6 big blinds. Lococo very much the warden. As he shackles
after posting.
Dvoress, Talvidier, and Unlu.
Lococo's right up to where he was before he lost with the Jack 10 suited to the aces.
I can change it.
Interestingly enough, and Talvidi's lost most of those chips back.
Yeah, just dispensing.
I mean, a big piece of that, of course, the King-Queen 3-bet that did not get through.
All in.
Jam here from the ace-10 of hearts. Heath has stuck 2 big blinds out there already. Really working with crumbs. 8-4 off, though, performing so poorly, and he chucks it. Painful. Rasty, when you're sitting around, you know all eyes are on you. But he hunting that ladder.
King 7 suited.
King Jack suited.
The old dead man walking vibes surround you when you're in that sub-10 big blind territory. As for all of you, don't walk, run. Or at least quickly mouse over, open up a new tab, do what you got to do, head to GG Poker and open up an account already. It's the world's largest online poker room, and they're here to give away $50 tickets to the Weekender to new players who Register using the promo code Triton_2024. All it takes is 20 bucks. Head over to GG Poker today.
All in.
Talvidier going to jam a suited king, the offsuit variety for Heath in the small. Bows out once more, and Unlu with rags will concede as well. Well, you know, Rast, every single Triton Super High Roller Series, as you've experienced, is a deeply multinational affair. Sometimes we find plenty of Thai in the chat. Dao Min Fu's around. We see a lot of Vietnam's fans entering. We'll see some Chinese from time to time. Right now, there's a lot of Spanish in this chat, and I don't need to tell you why, as Lococo's fans have come out in droves. Les vemos, compañeros.
$1.6.
Yeah, you can't blame them. And what an exciting poker player to be a fan of.
I mean, he keeps the heart rate high, doesn't he? As Talvidier again opening a pot. Queen 6 suited from the cutoff. A click. Dvoress has medicine in the form of King Queen.
Only about 20 blinds behind. Yeah, he's going to rejam.
Yep, and that'll do it. As Talvidier goes 2 for 3. You know, when Dvoress moves in like that, Rast, given the presence of Heath's nublet, the hand looks and feels even stronger, doesn't it? When he's willing to tangle with Talvidier, who's got 27 bigs.
Yes and no. You know, it's a spot where he gets to rejam some hands that aren't that great. I mean, he could do worse Broadway hands than that, especially suited. He could also some suited aces. Some stuff he definitely doesn't want to get called with. I mean, Talvidier's opening kind of wide there, right? Because he's now the chip leader of the remainder since Lococo folded under the gun. But yes, I mean, it's an interesting spot, you know, and different people play it differently. But I think the better players find rejams in that spot in order to keep the chips coming.
Well, Heath has found a jam. 2.5 million with the ace-3 suited. Lococo is going to throw his sheriff's badge on and see if he can bring us to four-handed. Heath appears a bit concerned, despite having 56% heading to the flop. And that will alleviate a lot of that concern. No spade on board. Top pair for Ben. And lock it up.
2.5.
There's a spin. And that hasn't been the easiest proposition on the day. Trying to take chips from Papo MC, but it all happened pre-flop and at a low price point.
The one person that Lococo doesn't really mind losing the 2.5 million, if you were to look at how much everybody's stack is worth, like before and after, obviously huge pot for Ben, but really pretty bad outcome for those middle stacks, Elias, Dvoress, and Unlu. So They really wanted Ben to bust there, realize a pay jump, and that's not what happened.
Yeah, bit of heartbreak there when the ace-3 held, no doubt. Just given the raw economics of nabbing that ladder, Heath has moved up to ace-10 offsuit, and it's back-to-back pickups for him as he starts nibbling.
Something to also bring you up to speed with, Ollie, and remind anyone out there who, you know, has tuned in recently and missed it. Ben Heath in the last level, hasn't been that long. 300, 600. He was all in for 175,000 in the small blind.
Maybe you're supposed to show.
No, I think I meant to put his just because.
So what you're saying is we have a nuclear cockroach on our hands.
I thought maybe your card reader, like RFID, not working well.
No, I think it's me.
He was just forced all in the small blind for about half of a small blind.
Yeah.
Yep.
It would be pretty remarkable were he able to claw himself back into a playable stack depth and maybe make a run at this thing. He's got plenty of fans in the chat, including Hans Chan, rather. Simon says, let's go, Ben. Andrew says he's surviving like a champion. He's not going to have any quit in him, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Dvoress activating with the ace-8 in the cutoff. Folded around to Heath. Playable one here.
Yeah, this is a spot Dvoress is not opening wide. Directly out of position to the chip leader, active chip leader, Lococo's button. But yeah, queen jack off is just too much hand to fold, and we're going to C3.
5.6.
So after defending, Heath flops top pair. And the spin rates to continue.
Heath with a very quick check. Given a just over 1 SPR, it is a board that he will lead, sometimes even lead jam, I would guess. Very tricky spot to play.
And Dvoress asks for all of it. And obviously he is not amused by being called quickly and shown top pair.
Spade is covered. I mean, really, even might be kind of hard to run out of straight as well. Just an ace. Oh, not even.
What was that? Now all of a sudden the 10 is what we swapped the ace for, as Heath with top 2, and he holds on. And guess what? Ben Heath has got 16 million in chips now. That's 20 bigs.
And he's no longer the shortest stack. He just passed Sinan Unlu.
From 0 bigs.
If I'm ever
Let me ask you about Dvoress's jam on the flop.
Like
just walk us through. Is that very standard at that point, just given remaining chips for him to
I would just
rip?
think of this moment, and you're stacked right now.
Well, I think what he's thinking there is a jam makes certain gut shot or straight draw hands really uncomfortable. You know, I'm not sure how many pairs he's getting to fold. It's an interesting decision, and I will say this, Dvoress, his specialty, I mean, he was a sit-and-go player.
Yeah.
That's really how he came up. So I would imagine a lot of those type of decisions are his bread and butter, like sub-20 big blind, pre-flop, flop type decisions. So I don't know that I would have played the hand that way, but I'm certainly not going to say he did something wrong. It's a very interesting data point to potentially get some new ideas from.
So the collar is loosened proverbially for Ben Heath, who now bestows shorter stack duties upon Unlu and Dvoress, who finds himself the shorty with 12 million now after that altercation. Lococo's queen 3 suited. Chatters. Unlu. Defense with the ace deuce. Two hearts, two sixes, and a tray, which connects with Lococo as he hops in front. Follow through and take it for Alejandro.
Can I get some rest?
Gonna make a little change here. You ever play Monopoly, Rast?
Yeah.
Were you the banker?
I've been the banker before, but not always.
Were you on the square when you banked?
Now I don't know. I don't understand what you're asking.
You know, like every now and again, it's just a little,
Oh,
a couple
on the
extra
square?
couple extra
Oh, are you
500s
asking
end up
if
in your
I cheated
stack.
at Monopoly? No, I didn't. I like
Rastin,
playing
you
fair
weren't doing it
games.
right.
Dude. Holy mackerel.
Now you're looking back at all our hand histories, wondering if I was doing something dirty. Ace-6 suited here for Unlu. And he asks for all of it. Dvoress, 8-5 suited. Can't comply. Clubs recovered. Unbeknownst, of course.
How Dvoress is now the shortest stack. What a turn of events.
It is remarkable. I mean, when the blinds are this big, and we're talking about a range of stack depths between 13 and 45 that clusters the chip leader down to the shorty, fates can turn on a dime. Just ask Dvoress. He was a chip leader for a good long while. Ask Ben Heath. He had half a small blind.
Yeah, and Ben Heath now has 5 million more chips than Dvoress.
That's wild. And you got to be grounded. You got to be centered. I mean, obviously, everybody here at this table has played under bright lights and for big sums on multiple occasions prior to this. And so experience is there, but the emotions, you know, in particular, the World Series of Poker main, even though I know that that is trumped by an order of magnitude in terms of this buy-in of 500,000 and, you know, just the intensity of world-class opposition as opposed to the recreational Cinderella stories that kind of erupt. But that's one where you really observe the pressure, you know, leach in to people.
You know, I think it's interesting you brought that up. I've even already had the thought previously, but I'll expand on it now. I mean, in some ways, what's happening here is not that dissimilar from like the main event final table. I mean, 9th place was 1.2 million and first place was 12 million. I do actually think there was a main event final table that paid out 12 million. It was not this year's, but the year before when they wanted to set the record. And I mean, so you're pretty much talking about like a payout situation very similar to a main event payout. Now, obviously, had a lot less players and a much larger buy-in, but here we are at the end of the tournament, and the final table payout looks a lot like a main event final table payout.
Sure does.
So it's a pretty good analogy, Ali.
And a pretty good 10-7 of clubs for Lococo. As he made a 2.4, Talvidier digs in with King Jack, finds himself a flush draw on an 8-6-4 board, while Lococo has a double gutter, but no heart. $1.8 million chip follow through, 2 overs in, the Jack of Hearts. Doubtful that Elias is going to be going anywhere.
No, and I expect him to call as opposed to anything else, especially not against Lococo with the chip lead.
The ice is so thin beneath our feet when we venture out into the wilderness that is playing versus Lococo. Top pair now for Talvidier on the turn.
Massive card for Talvidi. One of the things I was wondering is, like, will Lococo be able to win this pot by bluffing? And very unlikely now. A blind versus blind situation. Talvidi has just turned top pair to the board. You know, Andy has a little heart backup, so doesn't seem like there's going to be many paths to Lococo winning this pot other than making his straight.
Well, he's going to have to do so in non-heart form, one would imagine, as he barrels once more, 3.6 now, on the heels of the 1-8.
I mean, now with Talvidi, this is a dicey spot if it's not a king. Like, imagine a queen or a deuce that's not a heart. Very dicey spot, but having hit the king, just a really comfortable call by Talvidi in position. Really no other option. Oh.
What on earth was just delivered from the heavens to Lococo? The 9 of spades to give him the nut straight. Oh my goodness.
And they only have about 2/3 pot to play. So it's a, yeah, all in is a bet that makes sense. I mean, you're beating everything but a flush.
My God, how much does Talvidier hate this? You've got the big stack with a reputation. He raised it 3xing from the small pre. He gave you 1-8 on the flop, 3-6 on the turn, and now demands your entire stack for a showdown here on this river.
It's not too hard to come out with hands with bluffs in it. Any kind of ace high, queen high, especially with a heart. You know, even stuff like Jack 7, Ace 5. Yeah, it's call is pretty normal. And like I said, he was probably not going to win that pot unless he made the straight. I don't think a bluff was going to work once Talvidi hit the king. But a sick run out for Alejandro Lococo.
Talvidier instantly going to the phone, and I would imagine there aren't going to be happy reports associated with whatever the next messages are delivered from that device, in spite of the fact that he does collect a very healthy payout of $3.5 million plus. He really expected to collect that pot and keep his seat. Instead, Lococo ascends even further up the leaderboard. Just get a look at 56 million in front of that man as Talvidier just shell-shocked.
And let's not sleep on Talvidier, Ollie. I mean, he really played pretty well throughout, very well throughout the whole time, at least where I was in the booth and I got to see the hands he played. I thought he made a lot of great decisions. It's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Listen, anybody that was in an invitee side of the bracket at his last invitational and gets transferred over to the pro side, to be expected. So we fight on now with a guaranteed $4.39 million awaiting all parties. Almost $1 million jump between fourth and third. Short stack continues to belong to Dvoress. And look at the setup for Lococo. Rast, 56 million, I talked about that after he busted Talvidier. Next biggest stack is Heath, who had the half a small blind with 16 million. 2 million down from that is Unlu, and then 4 million back of that is Dvoress, who is chewing on king-queen offsuit here in the face of the click from ace 7 of hearts.
I mean, listen, Lococo busted second in chips. Now, second was very close to the pack, but that really creates some separation, doesn't it?
You know, I didn't even touch on that as we see Dvoress rip and muscle Sinan off of his hand. But in terms of, you know, the ICM tragedy for Talvidier, You know, he got stuck in an Argentine blender. What are you going to do? It's like making a bad call at a Boca Juniors game as a referee. I know this having been to a Boca Juniors game and observed a 91-year-old woman throw an entire flask over the fence and at the official. She had an issue with a call that was made. It's a famous club team in Argentina, by the way. Reputation for being a, you know, little rambunctious as fans. True story, man. I have a video of it, Rast. She finished what was in the flask, and then she hurled it over the fence at the official. Oh,
like, I'm not going to waste this, but I really don't like the call you just made.
Oh, it was amazing. She taught me new Spanish profanity. It was incredible. Never got her name. I hope she didn't get breathalyzed on the drive home, provided she was behind the wheel, because she would have blown a .2 something. Anyways, back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Lococo has more than the rest combined. It appears there's about 90 million in play. 56. Yeah, 96 million. He has 56 million, so the other players have about 40.
Listen, they've all got less than 20 bigs, and he's got 70. And on top of that, he's got jacks. Clicks. Who wants some? Dvoress with ducks.
This is an interesting spot. So Lococo should be min-raising a kind of polar range because he's going to be able to just open jam quite a bit. So this is obviously part of the good part. He should have some raise folds. Let's see if Dvoress, what he decides. Yeah, he's gonna take the chance.
No.
Yeah, he was hoping to get it through the raise fold part of the range, but that's not what happened.
So Dvoress with barbecue duck as it stands. Puesto por la parilla.
Ooh.
Set of jacks, and now
Really hard.
Dvoress is all but cooked, running deuces. The only savior. Instead, Lococo makes jacks full, and the short stack is vanquished as the Argentine wrecking ball helps himself to the remains of the Canadian, who found one ladder, but no further rungs. Fourth place finish for just shy of 4.4 million. No shame in that whatsoever.
A great result, outstanding player. There was a moment in time not too long ago where Dvoress had over half the chips in play himself. From that moment, fourth place is probably a bit underwhelming.
There's a walk that is always facilitated by a healthy payout, but the heart of a lion and a champion beats in the chest of Dan Dvoress, who obviously had higher hopes and aspirations for his outcome here tonight as he gets oh so close to the summit. But like so many before him, he runs in to the L train. Alejandro Lococo. Now, just 3 players remain. 5.3 million the guaranteed payout. The jump between third and second, an astonishing 2.9 roughly.
Yeah, the way Triton always does the payouts is the jump from third to second is kind of sort of the biggest. It's not as big as the jump from second to first, but just the way it's so much more than the jumps that when you get there. and then the jump from second to first, because that's so big, isn't that much bigger. So this is a huge spot, and it's kind of going to be a bit of a waiting game. Like Lococo just gets to mash, and the other two kind of waiting each other out.
Wow.
You know, this pace structure is a little bit like a Sir Mix-a-Lot measurement on a rap track.
I don't know.
Top heavy.
Like this is like the max ICM pressure spot where it doesn't really help either of these guys if they double that much. I mean, it helps them. Let's say one of them doubles through Lococo. It does help them lock up second, but it's like they're still at a huge disadvantage to win the tournament. So it's not that big a deal. It's much better to like not take risk.
So a war of attrition in terms of Heath edging out Unlu by 4 big blinds as it stands right now, as Lococo finds Damas. What on earth? I mean, the prodigal son has risen. The light shines down on that seat. All the talent, but holding the deck to boot. Doesn't get any action here. God mode appears engaged.
It's just running away with this tournament. I mean,
Rusty, es como la mano de Dios está ayudando a nuestro compartido.
Anyway. Sí, señor. O mano de Dios.
There you go.
It's hard for...
That's your
listen,
Portuguese.
No, that was Spanish.
That
My
was
problem
Spanish,
is
but
I can't
Deus.
really speak... Oh, is that...
That's Portuguese.
See, that's the problem, is whenever I'm trying to speak Spanish, Portuguese
The Portuguese
words
leeches
just come
in,
out.
you
I
know?
was
You
trying.
spend time in Brazil.
Yeah.
So you get a glimpse there at the current state of affairs in terms of chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. There are the payouts, and the pay jumps, perhaps. You know, the hand of God is sort of a thing in terms of Argentine lore.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
The great Diego Maradona.
World Cup. Did he hit that ball with his hand? Most intense video scrutiny says yes.
Listen, that's not a hot take in Buenos Aires, my friend. But
that was like the peak of his powers. He was such an amazing footballer.
No question.
I've gone back and watched, now on YouTube you can find just compilations. If you find compilations of that World Cup, he played out of his mind.
Oh, yeah.
He was so good.
He was like head and shoulders above the rest of the competition back then. I mean, he was a man amongst boys back in the day. And then, of course, Messi picked up a World Cup trophy in Qatar at long last. And now Lococo looking to bring some more hardware proudly back.
I mean, Messi definitely has had a longer career in terms of his sustained ability to stay at peak performance, right? Like maybe you would say it's more like LeBron James, but is Messi's peak actually better than Maradona's? Like, I don't know. You know, Maradona's peak was definitely shorter than Messi. I mean, Messi has this where he's played incredible for whatever 10 plus years, which wasn't true for Maradona, nor many athletes from those eras.
I would like to posit, by the way, that I haven't watched every match that these men played, but do you think that they ever put something together as impressive as what Lococo has done here today at this FT? I mean, my goodness.
Bringing it back.
This is like an 8-goal match thus far, and it isn't over yet.
Yeah, listen, you got on me for jinxing the other day. Let's not listen. These guys are still alive.
Yeah.
Okay, Unlu and Heath still have about 20.
Because let's just consider for a moment, if you will, that a double through Lococo, which Heath is looking to pull off here potentially as he 3-bet jams with the ace-7, king 4, never a customer, would leave them with 20-plus bigs, obviously Heath with considerably more, if he managed to pull it off. And that's a stack depth that they're going to be plenty studied in. They're not pushovers with that many chips in front of them.
No. Very interesting. Heath had two kind of rejam spots. Now ace 7 off is better than ace deuce off, but he passed the ace deuce off the previous small blind V Lococo button raise, min raise, but took it the very next time just now with ace 7. Dodged the queens, got it through the king 4.
Yep.
This little, our Englishman over there like bobbing and weaving, shucking and jiving. Will he just rip the queen 10 suited here?
I mean, listen, that pay ladder is not lost on him, Rast,
Yeah,
and yet
but
he will embrace the variance, covering Unlu by 10 big. Sinan loves this, by the way. Anytime Ben's willing to stick
that's
it
just
in,
the right play.
you know.
It's just the right play. So I knew Ben was going to do it probably. That's why I suggested it. Embrace the variance. By the way, I made an Embrace the Variance t-shirt.
Did you really?
When I was with 3Bet Poker. Yeah, I designed like 7 shirts, and one of mine was an Embrace the Variance, and it had like some like math equations on it. I think I still have one of them in my wear it sometime for y'all, Lee, you know? Just want to point that out.
I'm here for it.
I like that quote. So you play poker, you have to embrace the variance. There's just no other way.
Unlu, by the way, let's just consider for a moment how many ladders he's enjoyed with very limited involvement, Rast. This frame, I can't remember him spinning. He's just hung out.
Well, he's hanging down because he's down to 6.4 million, it appears.
Okay.
And now it was a very neck-and-neck race between Heath and Unlu, but that's not what we're seeing right now. I'm looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, guys. So easy to follow. That's why you should do it as well. It's where I'm getting the numbers from. But yeah, now Heath can just kind of wait on Unlu. I mean, we just even moved the blinds up to 1 million. Unlu has like 6 blinds. Unlu's going to be all in. Heath can really now just wait unless he gets a super big hand. Yeah.
And Lococo knows it. He's got Heath in jail, and he's basically going to target Unlu repeatedly. And you see Sinan palms to the sky going, what am I supposed to do here? Guys, 10-9 offsuit. I'm card dead. I've got 2 blinds invested already. At some point, he's going to have to play a hand. Is this good enough?
He says no.
Nope. Everyone who's played poker late stage in a tournament knows that feeling there. You've been card dead. You want to fight. You want to dig in. You don't want them to think that you're just trying to knit your way into something, which obviously at this point would never be the case given the landscape.
Well, when you show them you're folding 10-9 off there instead of putting in another 4.5 blinds, it's
Is that too conservative?
No, I'm not saying. I don't actually know what the right play is. There's weird ICM going on. I'm just saying it's not like he rolled over like 3-9 offsuit and was like, guys, I've got nothing.
Yeah, yeah. Now 10-7 off, and again, you see him shaking his head rather.
Wow.
Disgusted. 7 deuce, he was dominating.
10-7 was the best hand.
It's weird. It's weird. I cannot even show. Anyway. Ben?
I'm not sure about that.
Rast. Gonna look it up.
I mean, 5. Yeah, any 10x for 5 blinds. Think he missed a plus chip EV shove there that he probably should have made.
10-5 suited.
This actually probably was a fold, but I think the 10-7 off in the small blind was a jam.
Lococo getting abusive. Heath doesn't even really want to look at his hand. King 10 offsuit. If Heath looked down at 2 aces there, Rast, can he fold?
Wow.
I mean, look at the pay ladder.
Somehow all in.
I think I'm calling only 2 aces.
Kings you fold?
I think so, yeah.
And
think
that is a brilliant expression of ICM right there, where Ben's appropriate response to a jam by Lococo, which he knows is going to be tethered to all manner of hands, would be to fold 2 kings, given the presence of Unlu, and the pay ladder.
Yeah, 4.5 blinds, also taking the big blind next hand. Yeah, I think aces, I'm going to take my chances. You're going to be at least a 3-1 favorite against anything, probably more.
So, Unlu finds Jack 5 and decides, now I can wait no longer, as Lococo made the demand from the button to 2 million. The extra 900 slathered. And now, media, friends, family, all gather around the rail to see what's in store here. Queen 8-7, king high, still best. 6 outs twice for Sinan. On the turn, he picks up the gut shot, straight draw. Jack,
just one to come.
9-5. That's what it's going to take. And instead, the board pairs with a 7. And Lococo claims another pelt.
5 minutes.
Rob Young on hand to congratulate Unlu on his performance.
Yeah, what a run.
$5.3 million will go home with the Turk. Really impressive stuff out of the invitee side of the bracket for Sinan Unlu, who's somewhat of an invitational specialist when it comes to Tritons. Monte Carlo, just a few weeks ago, he finished 10th in the 200K. And then here he is, posting a third-place finish, but leaving behind a heads-up collision between Ben Heath, the man who at one point had half a big, and Alejandro Lococo, who has just been steam-rolling the field. 83.8 million versus 12.2 million. How long before all of Heath's chips are going to get all in, Rast?
Probably it'll happen in the first 5 to 10. I mean, first 5 to 10 hands. Right now he has 12 blinds. There will be some open jamming, some limp rejamming, and you just don't need that good of a hand for 12 blinds to get it in. There's no ICM now, so...
If you're Lococo, can you get chiselly? Can you get grindy versus Heath with 12 bigs?
I mean, if I'm Lococo, I'm not changing my strategy. Like, I have a way that I play. It's been effective, right? I'm not jumping ship and ignoring what got me here. You know, I might take it into account that does Ben Heath think I might play this way or not? I mean, the thing is that there's no ICM anymore. So obviously Lococo had his like pedal to the metal, going crazy, jamming everything, raising all these pots. And, you know, that's not, I mean, they're heads up. So he's going to be playing most hands, but that's not really going to be the way he's playing anymore. Both of them know that.
Well, no ICM, but $3.9 million separating second and first. We're going to let them set things up, and then we're going to come back to take you home from here at Atlantis on day 3 of this Triton Million Invitational. Who will be the winner? Find out after this.
think it's interesting you brought that up. I've even already had the thought previously, but I'll expand on it now. I mean, in some ways, what's happening here is not that dissimilar from like the main event final table. I mean, 9th place was 1.2 million, and first place was 12 million. I do actually think there was a main event final table that paid out 12 million. It was not this year's, but the year before, when they wanted to set the record. And I mean, so you're pretty much talking about like a payout situation very similar to a main event payout. Now, obviously, had a lot less players and a much larger buy-in, but here we are at the end of the tournament, and the final table payout looks a lot like a main event final table payout.
Sure does.
So it's a pretty good analogy, Ali.
And a pretty good 10-7 of clubs for Lococo. As he made a 2.4, Talvidier digs in with King Jack, finds himself a flush draw on an 8-6-4 board, while Lococo has a double gutter, but no heart. $1.8 million chip follow through, 2 overs in, the Jack of Hearts. Doubtful that Elias is going to be going anywhere.
No, and I expect him to call as opposed to anything else, especially not against Lococo with the chip lead.
The ice is so thin beneath our feet when we venture out into the wilderness that is playing versus Lococo. Top pair now for Talvidier on the turn.
Massive card for Talvidier. One of the things I was wondering is, like, will Lococo be able to win this pot by bluffing? And very unlikely now. A blind versus blind situation. Talvidier has just turned top pair to the board. You know, Andy has a little heart back up, so doesn't seem like there's going to be many paths to Lococo winning this pot other than making his straight.
Well, he's going to have to do so in non-heart form, one would imagine, as he barrels once more, 3.6 now, on the heels of the 1-8.
I mean, now with Talvidier, this is a dicey spot if it's not a king. Like, imagine a queen or a deuce that's not a heart. Very dicey spot, but having hit the king, just a really comfortable call by Talvidier in position. Really no other option. Oh.
What on earth was just delivered from the heavens to Lococo? The 9 of spades to give him the nut straight. Oh my goodness.
And they only have about 2/3 pot to play. So it's a, yeah, all in is a bet that makes sense. I mean, you're beating everything but a flush.
My God, how much does Talvidier hate this? You've got the big stack with a reputation. He raised it, 3xing from the small pre. He gave you 1-8 on the flop, 3-6 on the turn, and now demands your entire stack for a showdown here on this river.
It's not too hard to come out with hands with bluffs in it. Any kind of ace high, queen high, especially with a heart. You know, even stuff like Jack 7, ace 5. Yeah, it's call is pretty normal. And like I said, he was probably not going to win that pot unless he made the straight. I don't think a bluff was going to work once Talvidier hit the king. But a sick run out for Alejandro Lococo.
Talvidier instantly going to the phone, and I would imagine there aren't going to be happy reports associated with whatever the next messages are delivered from that device, in spite of the fact that he does collect a very healthy payout of $3.5 million plus. He really expected to collect that pot and keep his seat. Instead, Lococo. Well, this is, in terms of flags, something that has a bit of history between it. England and Argentina, Ben Heath squaring off against Alejandro Lococo. Welcome back to the desk. Alina Shot alongside Brian Rast is so improbably the man with half a small blind at one point has punched his ticket to heads-up play and a shot at 12 million. But this is a very steep climb before Ben Heath, Rast, sitting with just 12.2.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough at this point for him to win, being out-chipped. I mean, that looks like exactly 7-1. So, I mean, that's a massive chip disadvantage. But as you said, I mean, all the credit in the world to Ben Heath, who spun it from half a small blind when there were like 5 or 6 people left to somehow coming in second. And I mean, that's the difference of $5 or $6 million. Yeah, that's crazy.
Here he is playing a $3.9 million sit and go as we take you inside the Triton Poker Plus app, available for download free of charge. By the way, there was some questions in the chat as to whether or not we charge. No, you don't have to pay a single thing, not only for the app, but for all of this coverage. And as we get set to send it down into the arena, I got to say, if you haven't already done so, imagine what a modest price, if I can even call it that, to pay. Mousing over and clicking like and clicking subscribe in your YouTube app is in exchange for that which we bring you. Now, we can't really take all that much credit for how entertaining this has been. That credit, of course, belongs to Lococo, who really, he should be wearing that T-shirt that you wanted to sport. Embrace the variance, Rast.
I mean, Lococo really seeks out spots to be aggressive and finds them and applies the pressure. And he's just a lot of fun to watch. I'm sure all you guys at home are really enjoying this poker as he has had the pedal to the metal. I mean, the 5s back jam. I mean, even the Jack-10 suited jam where he ran into aces. I mean, that was like, he was just feeling it, doing the Steph Curry pull-ups from half court. But he's a pleasure to watch.
I mean, unless you're Mikita Badzikowski and you didn't even bring up that hand because we're so far removed from it. Remember that one?
Yes.
It was an ace-king for Badzikowski on an ace-high board. And he just pummeled. And somehow the double gutter got through. And that was all part of that which was required to land Lococo here. He's held the deck at the final table. No shame in it whatsoever, but he's made the most of it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, maybe it's something about Jack-10 suited. It just starts tickling him a little bit, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to do something crazy right now.
I mean, listen, he wouldn't be the only one.
Yeah.
We love us some Jack-10 suited. All right. Producer James in our ear telling us we got about 10 seconds before it's time to get the cards in the air. Heads up. Can Ben Heath spin it up? That is the question on everyone's mind right now. Or will Lococo close it out as he rates to do? Back inside the Atlantis Convention Center at the Coral Tower, Paradise Island, Bahamas. Things have been very breezy for Lococo so far. Blinds of 500,000 and 1 million. Heath sitting just 12 bigs deep. We'll start with the button. Can he find a miracle here? 7-1 chip lead is nothing to sneeze at. But we've seen, you know, I'm not alleging that this is what's on tap, but bigger chip leads than that evaporate, Rast.
Oh,
Heads
certainly.
Up.
I mean, I'm trying to think of 24, 36. I mean, he doubles twice. And that would be, they're basically even if he doubles twice. So that's all it takes.
Well, crawl before you walk, before you run, as Heath limps with queen high and is outflopped by a pair of jacks on an ace-high board. Lococo checks over. Heath getting 1 million.
Pair of jacks is pretty strong, all things considered, in a limp pot. I mean, neither one of them has an ace that often with the limp check back pre-flop line, so a pair of jacks is really strong.
So with Heath having fired 1 million and been called, we Observe the 6 of hearts arrive. Pot up to 5 million. And there are going to be some ace X's that Heath would be willing to limp in spite of having just 12 bigs. Is that credible?
I mean, pretty much every ace X offsuit is getting jammed. He might take some ace X suiteds and kind of limp them as weird traps with the intention of not folding. So he can have an ace. So he probably has a few more aces than Lococo, who probably mostly shoves any ace X versus a limp. He might not shove a hand like ace deuce off. It's, you know, maybe you check that back. But yeah, neither one of them has an ace very often, considering how many other hands they have in their range.
Heath removing the probability of the ace from Lococo's range has decided to barrel once more with this very dusty queen high. 3.3 now committed.
I think as Lococo, you really shouldn't fold yet. Yeah.
He agrees.
Again, a jack is too strong. If I'm Heath, I'm probably looking to bluff based on cards that come on the river, like a heart. I don't know if I'm bluffing that one.
3 of diamonds is ragged. What kind of story can we tell that has somehow evolved courtesy of that card?
Can he get, if you're Heath, you're saying, can I get an 8 to fold? Yeah, pretty good chance. Not sure I can get a jack to fold.
He does shut it down. You wonder if the 6.9 million would have been delivered there, Rast. Granted, it's sub 1 SPR. How proud of that jack for Lococo would have been. I don't think he expects to be up against a better jack in a spot such as that, right? So
no,
he kind of removes
actually,
that, right?
It's sort of possible.
Really? King jack for all of it for value? Queen jack?
Yeah, because I just think Lococo almost, like, he has even less aces than Heath does.
Okay.
Right? So I do think Heath could maybe go 3 streets with, like, queen jack or king jack. Yes. But jack 4 off, no heart, is a pretty good bluff catch. And I would guess Lococo probably calls, but it's not certain. It might have worked, but probably not.
Well, Lococo has jammed, given that Heath slipped to 7 big blinds coming into this pot. Jack 5 of diamonds is what emboldens him. And King 7 snaps behind Heath. Taking a swig. Open to take a bite as well. 12.8 million in the middle. The weight of the moment, even for someone with the experience of Heath and Lococo, cannot be overstated. Queen 3 deuce. Heath holds. Lococo closing his eyes, trying to channel some sort of help to the turn. The ace qualifies as he does add 4 outs. Can he end things here? No.
The second time in recent memory we've just seen king high hold versus jack high unimproved.
Yeah, this time
5.9.
The beneficiary. So he lost quite a bit in that first pot, but now finds himself with more than he did before, having that L hung on him.
Listen, in the previous jack 4 hand, the truth is it's probably a spot. I would guess Lococo wouldn't even know for certain what he was going to do going into the river. And he's probably pretty happy that Heath checked back.
Yeah.
You know, there's a good chance he's going to call, but we'll never know, Ollie. You know, it's that a lot of those spots. It's like kind of a bluff catcher by the river, right? You're not beating values. What does someone do with a bluff catcher? It's hard to say.
It's funny, too, because let's say we run into Alejandro when this one's all said and done, regardless of how it plays out, and we go, hey, what would you have done if Heath would have jammed there? He may not be able to provide the answer because there's a lot of game flow in the moment. You've been there, razor's edge. You kind of look across. We've seen people reach out, look like they were going to make a call. Something all of a sudden backs them off of it. So after the moment, it's really tough when it's close to to accurately be able to surmise which direction you would have headed.
Precisely.
Lococo jamming the 7-8, Jack 3 having no interest. And this is interesting for me because, you know, he started with 12 big blinds, and I was curious as to whether or not Lococo would take that aggro kind of let's end it here and now with a wide assortment of hands approach. And here with even more than he started with, Lococo embraces the aggression. But, you know, I'm not alleging this, Ras, but haste can really be your undoing in situations such as this.
Listen, maybe he's not interested in playing small ball, and that could theoretically be totally fine. I mean, I think, you know, Lococo, who is a very fine player, is in on the invitee side. Heath is in on the pro side. I mean, I think one of the things that's a pretty common theme, it's like if you're playing heads up against somebody who is better than you, you don't try to play small ball, keep the pot small, play intricate post-flop lines. You increase the pot size, up the variance a little bit, stay aggressive, really give yourself a chance to win, which, by the way, is also in line with the way Lococo likes to play stylistically.
Yeah. Heath ends matters promptly after Lococo tried to sneak in there with a Jack 3. Ace-Jack always better. May I remind you that this is Papo MC. This is a rapper by trade. Ras, this is not a man who's been in the solver streets for decades. He's been cutting his teeth. He is clearly proficient. That much we know.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he's not just out here guessing as to, you know, what to do in certain spots. He's studied. But
he has a good card sense. I don't know how much he's studied. I mean, at the very least, if he hasn't studied a lot, he's definitely has friends who are good at poker who he's probably talked shop with, right? Of course, even just being at Triton, you know, inviting somebody to play with him who's a pro, you know. I mean, who is his partner?
I'm sure you're going to tell us, but the first thing I want to point out is that Damien Salas, Rast, a man who's a World Series of Poker main event champ himself, flies the Argentine banner. Nacho Barbero's here. He, too, flies the banner. So there's, you know, some delegates here that you can bounce ideas off of if you're looking for some input.
I mean, his partner is Joao Vieira.
I mean,
sure they talked poker.
Portugal's finest, yeah.
He's a very studied player. So, you know, great person to bounce ideas off if you're Lococo.
Bottom pair here for Heath in a limp pot pre. Fortunate to be in front, given he was dominated.
Little value protection kind of merge, trying to clear out overcards. In this particular case, Lococo only has one, and Lococo has a pretty decent hand to continue. Queen high could be good, backdoor diamonds, double backdoor gut shot possibilities.
Queen on the turn to give Lococo the lead now. Chat, by the way, stepping in to advise that Lococo has absolutely been in the solver streets, Ras.
Okay. Heath, I think, is going to find a lot of his barrels from hands with Jack X and 10X, just from the fact that they have gutter equity. This is also a candidate, but he doesn't need to get carried away.
Check on the turn. 8 on the river. Lococo mulling things over, decides ace and king X are maybe not a part of the equation for Ben Heath.
10 seconds. 5. Bet. 2.5 now.
2.5 million. The barrel. Heath with just bottom pair. I mean, that makes sense in terms of a hand we beat. No flush draw on the turn. I mean, we block the 3-4 and the deuce 3.
Yeah, which are hands that were the bottom gutters. Deuce 4 we don't block. potentially a hand like Jack-9 of hearts or 10-9 of hearts. Those hands might just jam pre-flop versus a limp. Maybe like 6-8 well, and 8 just got there. 6-7 of spades. It's not a ton of natural bluffs. He shouldn't have. There's not a lot of value either, especially if you don't think your opponent's betting a queen. Lococo with just a good feel. I mean, that was about the most he probably could have won on the river, half pot there.
You know, I'm not trying to draw a complete parallel between Alejandro and the player I'm about to mention, but he's somebody who, like yourself, is a 3-time PPC champion, the 50K at the World Series of Poker. And I'm talking, of course, about Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. He is a guy who famously and admittedly wasn't reading, studying, you know, using computing power, but a field-based player himself, and performed remarkably well against some of the best in the world for a long time, as Lococo is here today. Now, if you want to perform the feat of taking $20 and turning it into $50 immediately, all you got to do is head over to GG Poker, sign up using promo code Triton_2024, and deposit a minimum of $20 to get yourself a $50 ticket to the Weekender. What could be easier than immediate 2.5x ROI, courtesy of the good folks over at GG Poker. Heath mulls the Jack-6. Limps. Gets pounded. There's the Queen-9. Pounces. You know, I've had this idea, Rast. You know, we place the big trophy, and on this occasion the bracelet, out at the center of the table when we get to heads-up play. As the chips move around in terms of, you know, what percent of the chips belong to who, we should have the trophy slide in the direction so you can kind of tangibly see how close you are to winning it. What do you think? Are you with me, Rasty, or am I just on one of my... I'm probably just on one of my things, right?
I mean, it's an interesting idea. It feels like you then have to have a person who every hand is coming in and doing that kind of.
No, maybe we motorize it, man. You know what I mean? We got budget.
Good luck getting that custom table. Or I guess, yeah, maybe there's can be the one custom table.
Put on a little RC car or something like that, you know?
Okay.
Those things can be twitchy, though. All of a sudden, you know, zzz, and it's a little too far, then you got to back it up, and then it gets weird.
Well, here we are, all in, and Ben Heath. It's a pretty big advantage.
Ace-King against King-Deuce. Lococo finds the deuce. 14.6 in the middle. This is an unbelievable feat that could be punctuated by this hand here if Heath can't find an ace. Can Heath pull a rabbit out of a hat and keep himself in this match? No! Well, I know he isn't Argentinian, but in the words of Pitbull, Rasty, dale. Juan Pardo, Adrian Mateos, all there to root their man on. Look at the jubilation. The love, the support. Sergio Aido on hand as well. That's a lot of talent in Lococo's camp that helped propel him to this victory. Alejandro, Feels the emotion brimming. Did take a moment, of course, to shake hands and show respect to Ben Heath, who earned it. Absolutely. Second place for Ben. 8.16 million after having just half a small blind, but it is el día de lo coco.
I mean, he grabbed the bull by the horns and took this tournament over and won it. I mean, when I got in the booth, he was not the biggest stack, wasn't even the second biggest stack, and he just, what a ride. I mean, this entire time I've been here, he put on a show, played a lot of incredible, aggressive hands, won the pots that maybe other people wouldn't have won. I mean, congratulations, what a win.
Listen, I haven't seen people get grilled up like that since sinking my teeth into an ojo de bife at La Cabrera in Buenos Aires. They really, listen, it's a red meat kind of town anyway. That was a bit inside, but my Argentinians out there know what I'm talking about. Rasty, what a performance for Le Coco. I mean, it felt very much like once the wind was at his back, there was no stopping Alejandro.
No. I couldn't say it better myself, Ollie. I mean, really the story, his story of taking charge, winning the tournament, but also kind of juxtaposed with Ben's story of the half of a small blind and just battling and finding a way to edge up for millions and millions of dollars into second place. I mean, really, we couldn't have scripted it better. And perhaps fitting that between those two, narratively speaking, that Le Coco was the one who won.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, really, there's not much for us to add to the images that we've already soaked up. Those of you who were fortunate enough to do so live obviously did so alongside us. I mean, the man told his own story. He did it his way, and he left us definitely in admiration, awe, and I'm not going to say speechless, but definitely reevaluating some things in terms of whether or not there's one right or wrong way to go about things. You know, a thinking yet somewhat maniacal Alejandro Le Coco.
Oh, yeah. No, you know, you can't doubt it. Alejandro Le Coco, él es muy loco. But you know what? Sometimes you need just a little bit of crazy in order to take down the gold.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it boils down to. You knit it up too hard and you just don't get action.
So a World Series of Poker bracelet, an extra large Triton trophy here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, and of course $12 million with which to go. And maybe, I don't know, how far does that get you? Can you get a super yacht with $12 million? I mean, probably a fixer. I mean, the marina
it's
out
rarefied
here.
air there, $12 million for winning one poker tournament, along with, by the way, it's the double, right? The Triton trophy and the WSOP bracelet. It's a pretty sick win.
It really is.
Yeah.
All right, listen, we're going to get some thoughts from Alejandro as Marianela Pereira is standing by for some words from our champion. But before we do send it down there, we want to remind you, this Triton Super High Roller Series abbreviated festival is not done yet. The collab continues as our $100,000 main event will come your way 1 o'clock local time here tomorrow. But until then, we say goodnight and we send you down to Marianela for some words from our champ.
I'm standing alongside our champion, Alejandro Le Coco. Alejandro, sir, you have quite a way of commanding center stage here. You are. Your very first Triton event, the Triton Million at that, bagging your very first Triton trophy, a WSOP bracelet, and a cool $12 million top prize. It has to feel amazing.
Yeah, it's feeling amazing for sure. Really happy, really glad to be here. I have to make a special mention. There is my mother, my father, my family, my brother. I have to send a kiss to the camera because Uma and Branco are watching this. They are my family too.
Saludos, Flia, saludos.
Thank you for everybody who is supporting me. I saw the streams. Everybody was rooting for me, putting papo in all the streamings. I'm really happy, and I have to make an important mention to Adrian Matos. He's in big part the responsible of my participation in this tournament. I was going to play 1K and 2K tournaments in Prague, and yeah, he helped me to selection to play this tournament. Yeah, it was my first 500K. Actually, it was my first 100K plus buy-in in my entire life. It's amazing. I'm like dreaming on.
You're still dreaming right now. Now, it was a roller coaster ride of a final table for you, but that's your style. And I was railing with your brother, actually, as we were looking at the board, looking at those insane pay jumps, like talking about ICM. And your brother told me, no. Alejandro, he is here to win it. He wants the trophy. That is your style. And for those that don't know, you are a legend in Argentina, a freestyle rap legend. So you have a way of commanding the mic, of commanding the stage. But sos un poco loco. I mean, you love a good bluff.
I mean, my surname is Lococo, so it makes sense. And yeah, you know, I play for the glory. I play because I love the game and I love to win. I'm a competitor. I'm a rap competitor, a poker competitor, and I love to compete and I love to win. I never play thinking money. I know that some players think that is bad, but I play for this. I don't play for money, actually. So I'm really happy because now I'm a 500K Triton million champion and one bracelet World Series of Poker champion.
Ole, papo!
Gracias. Thank you so much.
Now, I have to say, that's a pretty strong rail. You brought up Adrian Mateos a little bit earlier. How nice is it to have such a beautiful rail? Juan Pardo, Sergio, I mean, there's so many monstros here in the world of poker. How beautiful is that? Apart, of course, from besides your brother, tu hermano.
It's amazing. I'm very lucky to be here with my family, with my friends. And I'm very lucky of having Adrian like a friend, because he's my friend. Actually, some people maybe think another kind of things, but he's a really humble person, and every time that I see him, he's really humble and help everybody, including myself. And for sure, I have to make an honor mention to him because it's in big part the responsible of my winning.
And talk to us a little bit about your very first experience here at your first Triton event.
It's amazing, you know. It's like breathing quality. Everything is perfect. The application is amazing. The organization is incredible. Everything is perfect. I knew that it was perfect, but leaving the tournament is different, you know, and winning more.
Now, you said you're not here for the money, you're here for all of this, the trophy. Let's bring out the gifts now. So without further ado, this man wants the gifts. Let's bring out WSOP host Jeff Platt. Come on out here. He is going to present you with your very first gift, the WSOP bracelet.
Thank you, Marianelle. What a partnership this has been between Triton and the World Series of Poker. She said it. I'm just going to get right to it. Let's get to the good stuff. He wants the presents, right? It is an honor of ours to present you with your very first World Series of Poker bracelet. That is yours. You can take it right out of the box. You can show it to the camera. Let's hear it for him one more time, right? That's a World Series of Poker bracelet. Congratulations. Very well deserved.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Okay, and now it is with great honor that I bring out our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who Alejandro is going to present you with your very first Triton hardware. Hold it high, hold it proud. Ladies and gentlemen, your Triton Million champion, Papo MC Alejandro Lococo.